You are back. All right. So how many of you guys had a good time last night? So most people, we went to that waterfront over there. We had a little private room. It was pretty fun.
It's gonna suck for a little while.
Okay, that's fine.
That came on and try to kind of knowing on a personal level more about your business and stuff like that. So if I didn't get to talk to you too much, please come up to me tonight when we go to the place. And, let's go here. This gain is too much. There we go. All right. So we are day 2 of Escape the Matrix. So we're super excited about this. So we want to start off. We said a lot of information. We're going to get a little more information today, but mostly implementation. I know. How many of you guys are nervous for role plays? So low. Okay. Yeah. Some guys are a little nervous. It's fine. But remember, you can't screw up today in front of a seller. So it would be fun. So let's just do a quick Q&A from yesterday. If anyone has any questions, so we can kind of have them unanswered before we get into the next part here, and then get it going. So, is there any like marketing specific questions before we get it going? All right, everyone good? So, we'll go.
We got one back there.
Scott.
With when great speech that Jason White gave, one thing I didn't understand, I know he was trying to set up hiring, what we used to call bird dogs to go out and drive the neighborhoods, take pictures of the distressed house, and drive for dollars, reverse drive for dollars. Do you guys have a commission structure or compensation plan that you found works for those types of folks?
Those type of people, usually what I'll do is just pay.
Hiring to drive for dollars.
Yeah, there's 3 levels I have there. So the lowest level, I'll pay them like 15, 20 bucks an hour, is pay for their gas. But it's tracked on my deal machine. And so I just add it to the user, have them on there, and have them do it. That's like the lowest level, the cheapest one. Above that, you can pay them commission. Most of those people don't want commission though. They just want to get their money. Some people pay 15, 20 bucks an hour and commission. It's either or. And then on the top tier, for a lot of the virtual wholesalers watching this, like Rebecca in Memphis, what you should probably do, which is what I've done a lot in like Tampa, is I'll have brand new wholesalers that just got started, and they keep messaging me. You go to the live stream, you just can find these people in the comments. Hey, I'm brand new in Memphis. What I do is I have them come, I'll call them up and say, hey, you want to get some deals? Oh, I got no money, skip tracing, I got a car loan. Because she's in Alaska, she's not in Memphis. What I'm going to have them do is I'm going to have 4 or 5, minions. That's the way I look at it. And what they do is they drive for dollars. And if they can produce 30 leads a week, each of them, 4 of them, that's 120 leads a week, and they're paying for the gas, they're driving around, they're putting up a little bit of struggle, I will go skip tracing myself and then have my team call them, and then we'll split the deal 50-50. I know it's a little high, but if you have 6 or 7, 8 people in a new market do that for you, it's insane, right? So Evan and Nathan are there, if they're trying to do Pittsburgh, but they don't want to drive an hour and a half, they can find other people their age, friends like Youngstown, Ohio, drive for dollars and you can just give them half the deal, right? It's not as much money as you think about it because they're doing leads that you have never gotten yourself. Rebecca can't go from Alaska to Memphis to drive for dollars. So 50% seems like a lot, but it's better than 0. And so that's what we do with bird dogs, partners, stuff like that. But yeah, think about it. You have 8 or 9 people doing it basically for free. It's insane.
So I saw in the marketing ones you crossed out door knocking,
Mm-hmm.
but I was just hosting for door knockers, and I was just going to have them walk neighborhoods, knock on the doors that look like crap, and if no one's there, leave a sticky note.
Yeah.
So, but I was just curious why it was crossed out.
So the reality is, so I start out door knocking. To me, it's one of the bravest things you can ever do because it's tough. I've been chased by dogs, I've been spit at, I've been swung at. And the last thing I want to do is get someone started in wholesaling. To be exposed, that's the fastest way to get out of this business. Nobody signed up for this to be spit, swung at. You're okay being cussed out and being told off, but when you start to risk your personal safety, I have ladies, it's just, there's a point where I have to be responsible, go, okay, I'm not going to put people out. If you can make that decision and you make it, then you make the decision. I'm not going to be the guy go out and, because some of you guys actually do what we say, and I'm excited about it, but I don't want to get in the wrong hands. I would never send my wife to go door to door. I just wouldn't do it.
Maybe it might be safer for a woman because, people aren't gonna swing at a woman.
Okay, but here's the thing: is you hear about these female realtors like getting trapped in, and you're just in a different world. Right. And I started out I had no idea what I was doing, and I had some issues. And knowing everything going on today, if you want to make that decision, you make it on your own. Just because someone gives you advice doesn't mean it's always good for you. So you always have to have that filter. So we are reserved because I think more ladies need to do this business. To be honest, ladies are more effective at this. I'll just tell you hands down. They listen better, they have a softer approach, and they're better problem solvers. I'm married to one, I know, trust me. So you can do it, but you've got to take it with a grain of salt. If you're not comfortable, you drive by a neighborhood, understand. Also, we're going to talk about when we go on appointments, you guys got to be aware. You're in a different world. At my age stuff, even when I go on appointments with my acquisitions people, I look in and I teach them, when they go and shut that door behind you and you see aluminum foil on the windows, don't walk in. You got to use common sense. It's crazy. And that's why we suggest doing it. So the whole door knocking thing, I love it. The other two is ring doorbells. It's hard to get past these things, man. You can't get past anything with a ring doorbell. People are on their phone who is this? What are you doing? You guys are probably getting ring notices right now. You freaked out when and then when they start looking in, then they call the police. And by the way, if you ever done door knocking and you haven't all called the police on you, you haven't done it right. Because when you start sneaking around the house looking, that's when you get problems. So I've been detained multiple times. That's when you push. So the last thing I want to do is give you that experience, guys. I'm going to tell you what, I walked the walk. I did a lot of stuff, and it was crazy. And then sometimes I had the kids in the car. I'm like, hey, Dad's going to swing by, take a look at the house. And that's when my daughter would tell on me. He loved it. But she's like, this is crazy what you do, because I brought her through dirty houses. My dad just buys dirty, nasty houses. It's not all I want to do. So when it comes to the door knocking, use your own discretion. I love it, but in today's age, let's face it, nobody wants to answer the door. When the doorbell rings, you're like, who invited somebody over? When I was a kid, when the doorbell rang, it was like a celebration. But, it's up to you individually with it. So,
Well, also to add to that, door knocking is the best ROI of any marketing channel. Hands down, you know that probably. It costs no money. Go door knock, it's the best one. The problem is, if you look at a long term, is it better to door knock 100 homes or using that time to put 300 to 400 sticky notes out? Because door knocking takes some time, right? But I personally found putting sticky notes out beats the door knocking. I used to door knock pre-foreclosures, 1920. It wasn't as efficient as putting getting signs out. It's just time intensive. Now, if you're talking about hiring door knockers, that's a different story, right? See, that's leverage. That's a different story, right? Now, you personally doing it, is that no, right? So I think that's part of the question. Not that, but it's all about leverage too. And so it might be good in both ones, you find it more efficient. But that's why I invented reverse rank for dollars, because I didn't hate door knocking, but it just wasn't efficient. And slapping the sticky note on was good as you're gonna call it.
And my thought was, on the commission side of it, was if it was just a cold lead,
Yeah.
then no contact really, no expectation of talking to anyone. But I was able to skip trace and find them, contact them, sell it, and I'd give them 10% on that deal. If they brought me on warmly with a name and number and an expectation of a call, I'd give them 20%.
Yeah.
They're not having to do any selling, any acquisitions, any conversations.
That's great, but you gotta remember with commission-based employees, they don't get a deal in a month, they're usually out.
they quit. They just go.
As long as you can produce it, it's fine. That's always the issue with them.
Yeah.
Especially acquisition agents.
Oh, my God.
But yeah, any other questions? Alright.
Because this is obviously brand new to me with Clive, whatever. We'll start with this area for instance, because you guys have been doing this obviously for 20 plus years. How often does history repeat itself where you continue to see new clients, new wholesale customers over and over, or have you saturated the market so much that it's kind of a dead market for you? Does that make sense?
Yeah, I can kind of answer that. So as wholesalers, we have the unique thing. We're not like realtors. We rarely get repeat customers. You get them, but it's less than 10% of your business. So we constantly have to hunt for brand new people. And this thing kind of sucks about this business because most businesses you build up, you get repeat business and you build up a brand and it's great. A wholesaler, you always got to go out and hunt because usually when somebody has a problematic issue and you solve it, they move out of the area, they go somewhere else. So if I'm doing the local market, you're like one and done. You built up all this rapport, it's amazing, and that's the part that kind of sucks about the business. But for the most part, you always have to hunt. Every 30 days, there's a new life event. Everybody in this room in the last 30 days has something significantly changed in your life. It's just how it works, man. So every 30 days I go, hey, it's a new set. That's why the follow-ups are so valuable. Like it's all timing in this business. So whoever connects with them, and then when they make a decision, you're in front of them, that's it. So I would love, if I had repeat customers, I could sit behind a desk and do whatever I want. That's the part. So when you go through your hustle and your grind season, you get it up and going, you get some money, you can scale the business, and then you can have people help you out doing it. But here's the problem, guys. My grind was 7 years, and the whole point of doing this event is so you don't have to do a 7-year grind. I was stupid about it. I thought I knew everything, I did everything, and it burnt me out. And I want to get to the point, I think 2 years you can get through it. Some of you can get through it in 1. It's the truth, okay? Wholesaling, and a lot of people, while we're addressing it, everyone's like, well, I'm going to build this brand up and I'm going to sell my business. No, you're not. I've been doing this 21 years. You are the business. So the minute you leave it, there is no more business. You are it. Your intellectual property right here, you own it. The real value in wholesaling is the assets if you want to acquire them. That's where your significant is. So in the beginning, if you got to pay your rent, if you're behind on your credit card bill, do the assignments, generate the money. You're not going to get hurt taking a profit. I see too many young people trying to hold on to a property that's problematic cash flow, that's stressing them out. Just turn the dang thing over, get your money, and fight another day. Then when you find a really cool property, that one you can set aside. So if you find one, maybe you get creative terms or something like that, and you go, hey, it works, it's not going to stress me out, then you start building your future. Before you have it, you get 10 or 15 houses, boom. You don't even have to sell a business. Just here's the reality. If you do wholesaling right, you bring people in your business and you run it. Those that leave wholesaling, they never figured it out. They were the product. They never figured out how to get help. I mean, I'm going to be honest, I'm fortunate to have him work with me because I got to the point where I was getting complacent. I was making a lot of money, but like I wasn't pushing it because I got employee fatigue and I had to figure out how to work with employees. I have ADHD. It's brutal on employees. Either fired you right away or kept you too long. And trying to learn, and so that's been my journey. And he's helped me out phenomenally with it. You can't react when employees screw up massively. And so I want to let you know, this is a really cool business, but you got to go out and find new customers all the time. It doesn't matter if you're local, you're doing it virtually. Every now and then someone will have 3 or 4 properties, and that's just a blast. And anybody who's gotten referrals here, when they sell you like their other property, how easy is it? It's a piece of cake. But it's a rarity, right? It doesn't. If it happened every day, it'd be so great. If we didn't have to spend money on marketing, it'd be great. Your biggest expense is always going to be marketing and wholesaling. There's no other way around it. So, any other questions? Yes.
So I had the idea of like a marketing channel, and I want your input on it. But what about if you kind of build up a team of like the Lyft drivers, Uber drivers, Amazon,
Mm-hmm.
UPS drivers, and like I was thinking of like having a little QR code, like a little brochure thing where they scan it and it takes them to like a YouTube video where like I'm explaining, pretty much recruiting them to
Yeah.
be my door knockers / bird dogs. Have you ever tried that approach?
I haven't tried it. I don't think, but like there's always new cutting edge stuff. Here's the deal, guys. I try a lot of stuff. The reality is less than 5% of it sticks, but I try. And that's what you got to understand. As a wholesaler thinking outside the box, that's not a bad idea. You're going to have to get around some corporate issues with Uber, like what they want in their car and stuff like that. But you have to spend energy and effort to do it. And then you got to figure out, okay, what's going to get traction or not. I've done some really stupid things. Like I get these crazy ideas. But if you do enough crazy ideas, eventually one of them sticks. And it's amazing. That ROS postcard was 18 years of frustration. I go, man, everybody was sending out the Google image. And customers used to tell my acquisition people, would you stop flying the drone over my house? I'm like, you're stalking me. And so I go like, that's ridiculous. But if you have 10 ideas and you can get one to stick, that's what you do. Most successful people try a lot of stuff and they find what sticks. We're constantly innovating in this industry, but don't forget you have to do the core stuff of wholesaling. That's never going to change. The creative marketing stuff, it's a great idea. Try it out. Don't go broke in your experimental part, okay? It's basically what we call R&D, and you just test stuff out. The problem is when you guys get into like these like super micro trends and you go all into it and you spend 6 months to a year and then it's over and you're like, okay, I got to start all over again. And that's what we've seen the last 5-6 years in wholesaling. People just gravitate towards these like people like just pump 100,000 pieces a day to get a huge staff in. Well, that data is expensive. It's a lot, and you got to keep feeding the machine, and you can't shut the machine down. It takes you 6 months to a year to shut it down. So remember, I teach about quality of life in wholesaling. If you want to go run like a 15, 20 person staff, you can do it, but it is a journey to get there. Most people have to start, I want to get my first deal, get my first 5 deals, get to 100 grand, and then I want to make a very, very comfortable living and do what I want. The problem with what you're talking about, you got to try it. All you can do is try it. And if you don't try it and you think about it, that becomes problematic. So just try it. I think it's a great idea. I've done everything from door hangers. I've done like some really crazy stuff. I did email marketing when we thought it was like really trendy. Nobody reads a dang email now. When texting came out, it was brilliant. Like when RVM came out, I told my guys it was the greatest thing I've ever seen. The problem is if it's too good, everybody takes it over and you got to start over. Some people built their entire business on RVMs. And they're like, well, what do I do now? If you did the core stuff we teach you, then you can add these little things and you can run with them. You can get a lot of traction with it. So try it. I think it's a great idea. If corporate's going to fight you on like Uber and these Lyft drivers, I have no idea.
Well, I'm not sure you understood it correctly. Like, pretty much they'd be like a bird dog that's like they're
Yeah.
driving already and then just letting you know.
Correct. I'm saying if you put up like you were talking about putting like a QR code in the car?
No.
Yeah.
So say a delivery driver.
Yeah.
I hate shopping in the store. Like every UPS driver knows me.
Mm-hmm. Okay. They know my wife too.
I can be like, hey, you want to make extra money, and pretty much recruit them to be
Yeah.
my, driving for dollars. And I only pay per
Yeah.
lead, so it's not like staff necessarily. It's just like, hey,
Yeah.
maybe this much per lead. If it converts, like I'll give you this bonus.
I think it's perfect. They're just kind of bird dogs. Funny story is, I worked with a gentleman that was a postal delivery. Who delivers the bad notices? Do not attempt this with the United States Post Office because the postmaster will personally visit you and tell you, I've pushed every boundary you can possibly do. So I want you to push the boundary, but when it comes to like government employees, don't even ask because you're probably committing some sort of issue with them. So, but we used to do exactly what we did with the postman delivery and wound up getting fired over it. So you got to just don't get them fired and go, hey, I want to take care of you. And that's my dad. That's it, just try it. I think it's great. Just stay away from government employees because that's where you're going to get in trouble. You can't be messing in that.
Yeah, I was just gonna tell you this. I was just telling them last week that my last wholesale deal I got was a referral from my mosquito guy. Wow. Mosquito guy that lives on
Yeah.
mosquito tree lines and stuff like that.
So guys,
I told him I would give him a referral.
one of the most often overlooked referral sources is contractors. Do you know how many contractors go out and write jobs and people are like, 60,000, are you crazy? And then that contractor walks away, he doesn't have work, he just wasted his time, they get ticked. If you can teach them how to tip you off on them and give them a referral fee, they're very happy. Now, don't make the mistake of saying, listen, if I buy the deal, then you can do the work, because then I don't want to teach you how to rehab houses. I used to do that. Listen, I'll buy it, you can do the work, and like, hey, where's the work? No, I just sold the house, and then you ruin your relationship. Contractors have a 50% fail ratio when they write contracts on their bids. Guys, stuff's really expensive right now. What used to be 10 grand is 30, 40 grand. And people are like, I can't afford to fix it. And then that's when people make that decision to sell. That's where you got to hit them. So if you can reach out to contractors, it was one of my go-to property managers. I could do this all day long. Like, just think creatively. You can't have a box in wholesaling. You just got to go like everywhere and try everything. Bail bondsman. I found that by accident. Tough crowd, but they own a lot of property because people put up collateral for the house. They don't want to own the house. They just want to get their bail bonds fee, the insurance policy, their payments. So, does that answer the question? Try it. Just don't do government employees.
How do you set the stage with the contractors and explain to them what we do so there is no confusion once it gets to the...
Just a cash buyer. I buy houses for cash.
But
Don't.
if he asks you, okay, can I get the job, or can I get the work after?
Well, listen, I'm not sure. It depends on the amount of work and what we're going to do with it. We haven't made that decision until we actually buy it. But either way, we'll take care of you. And then you just come up with like a referral fee. Listen, if you ever want to know what somebody wants, ask. Stop guessing. So if I teach you that stop guessing what your seller's price is and just use the go for no, sometimes I go, well, what do you want if I can take this on with you? And they're like, give me 1,000. Some of them will ask for 100,000. It's like crazy. Like, okay, well, easy now. But like, and then sometimes you got to break down. I go, well, listen, let me talk to her. If I can write a contract, I will sit down with you, and I won't move forward the contract unless you're satisfied. You have to take care of the people that take care of you. If you think you're going to take a deal from it and like cut someone out, you will be known so quickly in the town. In this town, we've got 5 or 6 people we will never ever do business with because they screw everybody. And you all have those people in your town. Just cut them out of your life. You can't build a business on people that want to like fraud you and scheme you. Okay, that is a one and done. Get rid of them. Contractors, there's a lot of iffy stuff in there. But typically what happens is they overbid the project, 100,000. And then they'll go all the way down to 50,000 and it really upsets the homeowner. And that's when you get them to make that decision to sell the property. Remember, real estate's all about timing. Have you guys ever done a bid on your own house or something like that? You're like, go get a bid on a pool right now. It's like, what used to be a $20,000 item, like in Florida, is $75,000. That's a basic pool. Like, it's unbelievable. The costs have gone up enormously. So, who else? Any more questions?
I've just got an end to it.
Yes.
I told a few of you, I've always got my properties by flapping my lips. It literally means talk to people. Everybody you meet, I personally take people in shops, everybody I meet. I said, how'd you like to have $1,000 for 30 seconds work? You know what? I said, just ask everybody you meet, do you happen to know anybody that needs to sell a property for any reason? You get that lead, you give it to me, if I buy, I'll give you $1,000.
Talk about commissions.
And I've done that my whole life.
Okay, one disclaimer on that is just so you know, we are not licensed agents. We don't pay people commissions. You've got to get rid of the word commission out of your vocabulary. If you're licensed, knock yourself out, okay? But we have to be clear because a lot of wholesalers try to cross the line. I love all the marketing you guys like do with Bird Dog, I'll pay you commission. You can't legally say that. It actually gets you in trouble. You can pay them a marketing fee. Replace the word commission with marketing. You can do a marketing agreement with anybody in this room, but if you promise a commission and you're not licensed, that commission has to legally go on a HUD. Any realtors in here can tell me the truth on this? You can't be crossing lines. There's very clear distinctions. It will get you in trouble. It will get people calling you, and you don't want to do it.
That's a good point to bring up. You reminded me of a question I have.
Mm-hmm.
So I am a licensed realtor, but my license is currently frozen. Now, when I'm doing wholesaling, do I have to disclose in the contract?
We'll have a conversation after this.
Okay.
I go into it. So I don't, listen, you can do both. Most people that get in this business, they had their real estate license. I'm fine with that. You can do both, transition. But please don't go out and get your real estate license because you think it's going to make you a better wholesaler. It will handicap you, in my opinion. And it's going to require you to pay a bunch of fees, and then you have to answer to somebody else. And then remember, if you ever get a complaint about you, which you will, wholesalers we get complained on because people don't like what we do, you have to sit in front of a board. And who's on the board? They're all realtors and brokers. You're not going to win, okay? The only person I answer to is my mom. God rest her soul, but like, people go, I'm going to tell on you, I'm going to report you. I go, you got my mom's number because that's the only person I answer to. My wife too, but like, yeah, and so I'm okay. If you had a license, it's fine. But some people go, well, I'm going to get a license to do this or do that. I'm like, I don't agree with it. That's my opinion. It doesn't mean you can agree with it or not. I've done 21 years without it. He doesn't have a license. I like to have that clear distinction line. Now, if your trade is real estate and you're not licensed, that's fine. You just have to disclose it to everybody what you do, okay? Some people love realtors, some people don't like them. So it can't hurt you, and the downside is a lot of your marketing stuff you have to announce you're a licensed real estate agent, okay? But that doesn't change who you are as a person. And honestly, if you want to benefit from it and help people out, some people do like that, but some people don't like it. And you gotta, the problem is you can't play both, and that's where I'm very clear. And you guys like all these disclosures and paperwork, be very clear. If you're the buyer, you're the buyer. If you're the realtor, be the realtor. It's hard to do both in one transaction. That's where you get people confused. Am I right?
You just have to properly disclose everything, like you're
Correct.
saying. I mean, you can in fact be both.
Yeah, you can.
Keep it very clear
Yeah.
and, no.
So I don't get into like the legal part of it. I'm just saying, like, if your customer goes, are you a realtor or are you going to buy the property? That's where you got to be completely brutally honest if you have the license. Don't hide it because it's going to blow up on you. So, anybody else?
I have a question about
Yes.
structure, but I'll just catch you on the
Okay. Okay. Awesome.
All right. Any other questions? All right.
I have a question.
Of course.
The word, wholetail,
Yeah.
I don't know what it is.
Yeah, so there's wholesaling and flipping, right? And then there's rentals and real estate investing. So wholesaling is basically, it's wholesaling, but it's flipping at the same time. So you know when you wholesale, you put the property under contract and you find a cash buyer. When you do that, you actually sell the property for a discount to the cash buyer. They're buying it for 70, 75, 80, 83, even 85% of what the thing's actually worth. So we calculate ARV minus repairs multiplied by an additional discount. ARV minus repairs is basically what the thing is actually the present value. If you're into finance, that's what the present value is, and you get an additional discount for the buyer. Basically, when you sell it on the MLS, pretty much you're selling it for the present value, and then you take the commissions and stuff out. The problem is cash buyers, because they're buying it cash, they want a discount. It's riskier. But if you put it on the MLS, you can pretty much get it for its present value. So what we like doing is properties that aren't bad. And that's something we can tell, like old houses built in the 70s or 80s, it's not updated, but it's livable. It'll pass an inspection, it's pretty much our criteria. We can make over $30,000 on it. We like to wholesale. So we'll actually just buy it with our own funds. We don't do hard money, anything like that. We just buy it with our own funds. Probably spend $2 or $3 grand painting it, maybe new flooring, 5 to 6, and we just throw it on the market. And a conventional buyer, will usually do it? No, FHA, because FHA, was it, not 45.
90 days.
Right?
And you got to get 2
90 days.
appraisals.
Yeah, so.
And guys, like, so wholetailing is a little bit more of an advanced strategy. It does require funding. So I don't want you to start with it. So most people, how do you decide if you want to wholetail something? It's easy. Whenever if anybody's done rehab here, it's not the money is the hard part, it's the time that kills you. Especially now, what are interest rates doing? They're not going down, they'll probably tick up just a little bit more, so time kills you and people sit on the sideline. Our wholesale deal under normal market conditions, if I can at least double my assignment fee and I can either get a partner or somebody to help me do it, it makes sense. Here's the rules. You got to have rules when you do wholetailing. Otherwise, you wind up being what? A fix and flipper. Fix and flippers are 6 to 12 months on average. That's what it takes. 3 to 6 months to do the rehab, and then really 90 days to market the property under normal conditions. On a wholetail, you have a 90-day rule. Not 91, not 93, it's 90. You have to move because you plan on 3 months of financing plus closing costs. Once you go past 90 days, you're going to go to 180 days, and then you're going to have 1 year, and you're going to go like, how did I wind up here? You ever met someone struggling to sell a property they rehab? It's torture. I've been that guy. It is the worst feeling because you are controlled by the market now. You are no longer in control as a wholesaler. And I want you to understand, 90 days, he knows it. On the 91st day, I will pick up the phone and start ripping through the cash buyers list. And if I take a loss, I'll move on. Sometimes you swing the bat and you smoke it, and sometimes you whiff, okay? So here's what you do is, you want to have, typically on a wholesale, less than 10 grand in rehab because anything more than 10 grand is going to cost you an extra 30 days. Every $10,000 on average, because we don't work with contractors a lot, we're not experienced. Pressure cleaner and a paintbrush is your best friend, okay? What's that? Landscaper, maybe appliances and maybe some carpeting, but once you started getting the vinyl floor, it takes time. You got to order it, you got to get the installer and measure it. And time will eat you up. And before you know it, 3 months goes by. Anybody do rehab here? 3 months is like a blink in your eye. You want to get it out ideally and get the repairs done in less than 2 weeks. Can you get it done in 2 weeks? You guys ever work with contractors? If you don't work with them on a daily basis, they will take your deposit, take the job, they'll work for 2 or 3 days, and then they start jumping job site to job site, and you got to pester them. I don't work with contractors full time. I don't like it. Florida's really challenging. So, wholesale, 90 days or less, double your amount of money, and it's got to be a sweet property. Like, it's a nice 322 CBS home, stuff like that. If it's ugly, get rid of it. If it needs a ton of rehab, get rid of it. Okay? We're in the game of finding the deal, and the money's in the deal. All the other stuff, I get bored after I put stuff under contract. I want to go find something else. I start working on it, he's like, just get out of it, Dad. I'll deal with it. We'll do stuff like that. 90 days. And it goes by fast, because by the time you put it on an MLS and get a contract, what's the average time? Even for an aggressive buyer, even for an aggressive seller, 30 to 45 days. So then we're going to add 2 weeks on that rehab, and then if one contract falls out, which they will, that's the challenge. 90 days, I've learned the hard way, on 91st day, it sells for whatever the price is that day, and then you can't get in trouble. You guys hold properties 6 and 12 months, it's going to take you out of wholesaling, and I want to keep you here because you can make more money by doing this, learning how to do the marketing and talking to sellers. Okay, did I miss anybody?
Well, I want to add something on that.
Go ahead.
But the point of wholetailing is if your wholesale deal is going to be 25, theoretically how it should work, you're selling at a discount. If you put the money into it, like, say 3 or 4 grand, and you put it on the MLS to sell for more, you should probably make at least 25% more net after everything. That's the point. $25,000 signing fee should be about 35. Heck, it can be up to 40 if you have a good buyer. Just because it's on the if it can pass the conventional loan. If it sells for cash on the MLS, it's probably gonna be lower.
Yeah.
It's a wash. So we found on our wholetails, we don't like selling them for cash. We like to really just do a conventional loan because they always pay more.
Yeah.
So that's kind of the point.
It's easier to buy with the bank's money.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
And then avoid FHA because you can't do anything for 90. You got to wait till the 91st day. People like write a contract.
It's the 2 appraisals that
Yeah, and then write a contract and replace it. You start getting into like fraudulent territory. You start like manipulating stuff. So the problem is if you wait 90 days and do the rehab, you're a fix and flipper. It's not a wholesale. The idea is to get it done. And to me, 90 days feels like forever. Like I'm a guy who wants to get it out 2 weeks. But the reason I put the 90 days in because I've learned the hard way. Because you'll wind up, I've owned properties for years. I thought I was going to wholesale and I'm like, oh, do a little bit of this or put that little trim work on there. And then you guys fall in love with the property and you treat it like it's your own and before you know it, you're out of wholesaling. And listen, you guys watch the fix and flip shows. It's mostly design elements. Like I enjoy watching when somebody rehabs. It's cool, but you don't see the amount of work that goes into these things. It's a lot of work. And you take an old 70s house and modernize it, it's expensive and it's time consuming. And you got to do it over and over, do 10, 12, 15 projects to be good at it. If you do one, you're not going to have the skill set, you're going to be taken advantage of, and it's going to cost you a ton of money. So don't mix up design and wholesaling because they're two. I'm the worst designer you'll ever meet in your life, dude. I just paint everything tan and move on with my life. I'm colorblind. I've had entire houses painted. People like, who decided on the paint color? I'm like, so I don't make any, I'm colorblind, I'm a guy, I have no idea. Like I'd paint everything white and tan.
It's nice for me to get a gauge, like how many have you guys done proportionate to how many wholesaling deals? How many were
Wholesale?
wholesale deals? And then if you're putting it on the MLS, do you get a realtor for that?
Yes. So once again, I can only tell you because my wife's a broker and I understand it. Somebody was out there teaching people to put your contracts on the MLS with a broker. It's a really bad idea. You don't own the dang property, and you can convince a realtor to do anything, but you're going to create, if you want to burn your relationship with that realtor, because the brokers, when there's an issue, the broker's the one that gets hammered. And the broker's like, why do you have this? You don't own it. Most MLS have rules about, very clear. Some of the MLSs are a little bit gray across the country. And it is a tough conversation to explain to people and do an assignment, a contract on it. So on average, we do about 10%. Like I pick the winners. I don't waste time because I know I'm going to make money. So the idea is if I put $3 grand into a property and I can make an extra 25 grand, that is a great return on my ROI. Here's the difference. As long as you're not doing the work. I know a lot of people, I can do the work. Clive says he can do the work on everythything. I don't doubt him, but did you really get into wholesaling to do all the work? What you guys do is you get busy. You go, I can fix that. Dude, I was the guy who tried to fix up I was the worst repairman in the world. I'm a handyman at best. Having finished work is a whole different skill set, and you know exactly what I mean. So don't be that guy that tries to fix everything, because when you get to my age, it's not fun to rehab houses. You got to pull the cockroaches out, all the ugly stuff. So about 10% is what we do. And then you put it with a realtor and you just cut a deal and you want the realtor to help you out. But don't be the highest price guy on the market and expect to turn it in 90 days. Be the most tempting guy or gal on the market. Like, hey, they really want to sell it. Sometimes you got to give closing costs right now. Right now, one of the biggest trends is you have to buy down the commission rate on people's mortgage. That costs you $3 to $5 grand. You got to be. It's a competitive market. Right now it's challenging to put stuff on the MLS because it's at 7-8%. On the average home, $400,000 or $500,000. It is a big one. On a $500,000 home on an 7.5-8% mortgage, your new buyer has to make $125,000 and have a very good DTI ratio, debt to income ratio. That to me is like mind-boggling. So we were selling a house with people making 50, 60 grand, no problem. Now you have to make 6 figures just to buy the average house in Florida, much less the rest of the United States. And that's somewhat of the challenge. So that's why I love wholesaling right now, because everyone's uncertain. Anybody have houses on the market right now? Yeah. I mean, what's your biggest challenge on selling them? Yeah, you have to price it right. And then when people go get it financing, you're like, it's like at the car dealership. Go over see the financing guy, you're like, God, the salesman's like, he ain't coming back. If you guys gone out and priced cars to get financing, it's staggering, the numbers. It's like, not everybody has the ability to pay cash for a car. And suddenly you got the average car loan $700-800 a month when it used to be $200 or $300. So people are getting a little bit, so a lot of realtors, they'll get people like, I like this house. They think they're getting a 4 or 5% mortgage and they get the sticker shock. Putting on 3 to 5%, you are hitting that higher tier in interest rates. And they go, oh my God, I got to pay $2,500 a month. I can't afford that. And you do it all over again. And that's the frustrating part with realtors, is when you got the right buyer, you priced it right, and then it doesn't work out. And then so that's what happens when you put on MLS. Every time you get a new buyer, you have a 30-day reset window. So on average, you will probably go through 2 buyers when you put stuff on MLS. And realtors, like, they think 45 days, and you're not the average realtor, they think 45 days is expedient. It's like, it feels like this, you ever watch the second thing clicking, like at the wholesale? I'm like, 45 days for what? It drives me nuts, but that's why you need 90 days. 2 weeks of rehab, 90 days, 91st day, you got to make a hard decision, because 90 days turns into 180 days. So just pick the winners, man. Like, oh man, if you go, man, I could see myself possibly living in the house, that's probably a good indication. When you look at it and go, that's the ugliest thing I've ever seen. Sometimes you just can't. Ugly is expensive to fix. More importantly, it takes a lot of time. So I did fix and flip for like a year and a half. I hated every minute of it because it was a full-time job. And then you have to learn the skill set. Then you have to learn how to work with contractors. And that, if you guys ever work with contractors, it is a skill set. So anything else before he gets, yes?
So when you're doing wholesales, are you getting somebody to look at termite problems or anything?
They look at everything. You're open to everything, so you got to be smart. Okay? If you got the old type, like in Florida, we have the old like jealousy windows, stuff like that, it's never going to fly. If you don't have central AC, it's probably not going to fly. You got to have a house that go, hey, listen, I would be semi-okay living here. You got to even at least get to that statement, because to update these old houses is really expensive. And what you guys think is cheap, the average update's $20,000-$25,000, just the basics now.
Well, we don't have a termite inspector. We have a handyman. He's real 95% accuracy. He can tell if it's termite or not. So it'd be stupid to bring like a legit termite guy every single property we buy. He's about 95% effective. And for every termite deal that I've seen, he's always gotten and he's always seen. So,
Yeah. So we know the cost to do the termite, but once they see termite damage, your buyer's done. Like, they just walk away. So you got to mitigate these problems. So the good thing is we see the problems. If you guys walk through these old wooden houses and you see piles of wood, it's going to be an issue. Decide. Here's the problem. Once you open up on a wall, it's your problem now. So some houses just need to be wholesale, and that's fine. People buying at a discount, they understand they're taking on a problem. Termites in Florida, they're a pain in the butt. I had one literally just eat an entire roof. I've never had it before. They ate the trusses. They fed up and ate the trusses. Like this right here is what they all ate. They go, your roof's gonna cave in. I'm like, I didn't know they could get that high. They are just annoying little buggers, man. They eat everything. I've watched the walls completely fall down. I had an entire house fall down and go from there. So, anything else?
One question. Have you ever done round robin auctions?
No, I just, listen, there's cute schemes all in this business, but like you're inviting trouble when you start doing that. I've seen everything, okay? I love to go to auctions and take cash buyers. That's what I do. It's the greatest place you can do it. So, okay, let's get started. You guys know I'll answer questions all day.
All right, so let's get into it. So, one other question we got for you is, how many contacts will you make next month? That's a very important one you gotta ask yourself. So, raise your hand if you don't know how many contacts you should be having next month for your marketing. John, Jack, well, you don't know how many?
I know the answer in my head right now is as many as possible.
But you have to have a quantifiable.
Right.
So do you have one? So why not? Let's talk. Do you have a marketing plan? Have you thought of anything like that? Or like,
Yeah, I'm gonna copy Jason.
okay, you're gonna copy Jason.
That's
So
a working plan.
if you're gonna copy Jason, that's a lot. So how many hours are you gonna be reverse for dollars?
40 a week.
40 hours a week. That should be, I mean, 250. That's probably what I'm thinking, right? North Carolina.
So I wanna have 300 sticky notes out minimum a week. That's the only number, quantifiable number.
300. Quarter that, 125. So let's try 125 contacts a week.
125 contacts.
Contacts. There's a difference between contacts and sticky notes, right? Contacts is like a hello. So I call 500 by 10% that pick up. That's 50 contacts. Everyone cares about how many direct mail postcards I sent out, how many texts I sent out. It's how many sellers actually answer you and talk to you. That's what it comes down to. The guy that sends 10,000 texts and only gets one reply is nothing. He's not his text. The man or woman that markets, it's how many contacts they get. So, yeah. That's pretty much it. We gotta talk about those wasn't here yet last night. We gotta talk about how we're gonna get them going. And wholesale.
I'll be here tomorrow or this night.
Alright, we're gonna get you going. We're excited. So you guys have talked to me or were here yesterday, last night. I want to personally talk to you guys and try to get you more of a plan. I gotta help Clive out, but I will talk to everyone on lunch break too. So make sure you just have that idea or have that how many contacts you're gonna make. No one's gonna leave here without a game plan. Okay, I promise you that. So what we're talking about day 2, right? Number 1, we're doing a full acquisitions 101. We're gonna do some live role plays. Hopefully no one gets nervous for that. But full dispositions, title companies, finding cash buyers. If you're struggling with the cash buyers, struggling with acquisitions, this would be great. We're going to do some breakout groups, ask the experts. So you're going to kind of be in a very small group setting with somebody that is escaped the matrix already, which is going to be pretty interesting for a lot of you guys. And small group settings, me, Rex, and other people, that'll be pretty cool. We're going to have Corey speak. So Corey went to the bathroom real quick, but he's going to speak. He's pretty inspirational. And that's going to be most of day 2, right? We're just going to kind of recap everything. We're going to make sure everyone has a game plan for success. And then we're going to the Tide House at 7. So if you look across the river, there is the restaurant over there. So there's a couple ways to go there. There's like a water taxi we'll show you how you can use when you drive there. But pretty cool. And so we're doing the same thing kind of last night. There's no private room we can rent out there, unfortunately, but it'll be pretty cool. So what we're going to do here is talk about acquisitions. Some deals.
Hey, her mom turned the AC up on the grade. Okay. So we're going to do acquisitions. And honestly, this is like my favorite part of wholesaling. And this is where I'm just unique. I mean, everybody's got, like, the really cool thing about wholesaling is you can do it however you want, okay? The way I do it is just what works for me. And if it gravitates towards you, do it. It doesn't mean it's gospel and it's what you need to do, but I got 21 years behind me. And that's what you got to understand is my difference is I market like a madman, but when I find that kind of needle in the haystack, which is what we do, you got to find a way to take it home. There's nothing worse than finding the right motivated seller and not getting the deal done. It is a heartbreaker. I teach you guys all about detachment, but in the beginning, you're very attached to all your deals. So you have to figure out how to market a madman, and when you get the right person in front of you, it is not selling. It is literally guiding them, okay? You are not a slick car salesman. They don't want it. They want the complete opposite. I tried to slick car salesman. It's terrible. It doesn't work, okay? If I had 100 sellers in front of me a day, I probably would do the slick car salesman. The reality is, you guys get 1 or 2 a week, and you got to make it count. Am I right? You got to make it count when you're there. You put all that money, all that work, you go to events like this, when you have them there, you just got to make it work. And all I do is, it's just like any other event you do in your life, a sporting event. Take baseball, for instance. You have to step up, you got to show up, and sometimes you're going to strike out, sometimes you get a home run. You just can't get down with it, you got to engage. So the most important thing you can do is be yourself. If you don't understand that, you've got to walk out of here. Stop trying to be other people. Just be yourself. Every person is unique. God put us all on this earth. Find out what your superpower is, so we're going to go through it. So, acquisitions. We're going to break down how to qualify a seller, how to get the signed contract, and how to get the lowest price in wholesaling real estate. Because the biggest mistake I see in beginners is you overpay for properties. Why? Because you got so excited you got a lead, you wanted to get the yes as fast as possible. You get all excited, you jump on the live, and I'm happy for you. And then I tell you, I go, here's where the work's going to start. How many cash buyers did you call? I go, well, I called 2. I didn't get really good feedback. You overpaid for it. Next. And I just keep going down the line. 90% of the complaints when you guys have, I tell you, is you overpaid for the property. So pay attention to this part. I think it'll bring a lot of value to you, and you just got to understand how to connect when you get them. Because I promise you, once you find a motivated seller, you're like, oh my God. I remember the first time I showed Zach a motivated seller, he's like, that was crazy. All the hard work goes in before. When you're there, you just help them out. Think about when you go with your buddy to grab a drink or something like that, that's how you have to think. They don't want this formal slick. I never wear anything like this when I go to a homeowner. Funny story is I used to have, I bought an old UPS truck and I wrapped it. We buy cash houses guy. One of the worst decisions I ever made, man. I lost more deals with that truck when I pulled up because it embarrassed them. The neighbors saw them, I'm like, and then I tried to park this thing. It got towed so many times. I think I paid $5,000. I just gave up on it. It's a great idea. Plus, my daughter did not like me dropping her off in school in it. So I'm the type of guy who pushed the volume on like absolutely everything. So we have to start. How do you become really good at anything you sell in life? You have to have a belief, okay? You guys know my enterprise story, referral. It's like my life mission there, okay? I thought enterprise gave me the tools to be successful. They didn't. The tools are inside of me, okay? The funny thing is, you guys ever go to a car rental and they say, you know, we're going to sell you this like insurance type of deal? It's ridiculous. I used to tell the company, it's the most, I go, the reason, and I was one of their top sales guys, I go, this is the most ridiculous product. They have their own insurance. So like, why do we keep making people take stuff? He goes, because we make money doing it. You can't just do stuff to make money because you're not going to get far in life. You got to help people out. If you don't believe in what you do, there's nothing I can say to help you out. If you don't think you're helping people, there's nothing I can do. So you have to start with a belief, the mental acceptance of a statement in which you hold true. But belief alone is not enough to make you a great salesperson. And remember, I'm not here to tell you about sales, okay? Here's the difference. A great salesperson has conviction. And I found this out the hard way. Most of you have a belief in here, okay? A belief is just an idea in your head. It's not tested, it's not pushed. Everybody has thoughts, right? Millions of thoughts go through your head a day. Which ones do you act on? So you have to decide what your belief is. My belief was simple, okay? Once I found my belief, I got laughed at because I wrote it on my bathroom mirror. Don't do it in a Sharpie marker because it doesn't come off. Do an erasable dry marker because you got to look at yourself in the mirror every day. And if you look at it every day like, okay, now I know why I'm doing this. Now I know why I'm doing this. I wanted to escape the matrix. I hated my job. It was such 12 years I put up with the most torturous boss ever. I made him so much money and it was just thankless every day. Treated me like crap, treated my employees like crap. I said, I just didn't know any other. I was told to go to college, do this. The problem is I didn't believe in anything I was selling, and that's why I knew I'd be good, and that's how I found wholesaling, because I believed in it. So let me ask you, what is your belief statement? That's the hard part. What's your belief? I'm testing you now because you got to have a belief. Why are you doing it?
For my family. Yep. It's for my family, for my mom.
Okay. So you're going to sit down and work right now. You got to have a belief, and it's got to be very personal to your heart. There's no point in like, we get one life. You got to go all in when you do it. And if your belief is like, if you say I'm just doing it for the money, leave now. It's not going to work because the money's going to be hard in the beginning. And so if you're just here for the money, you don't get it like right away, you're going to quit. Okay? You've got to have a belief. What's your belief?
I just want to be free and not a slave to somebody else.
Okay.
Because they control my time, just everything.
So you got to go deeper in your beliefs, though. So my belief is I did not want to repeat the same mistakes my father did and spend no time with my children. Listen, you blink when you have kids. You guys have young ones. Who's got young ones? They wind up 24-year-old kids quick, very fast. And the best way to raise your kids is to lead them, show them. Stop telling them what to do, show them what to do. We are a big society where we tell people what to do and we do another thing, okay? I used to tell them what to do. Instead I go, hey, let's just show them what to do, okay? It's not easy. I'm not perfect. I'm not like this superstar father. I decided to make a change in my 30s because everything before that, I was always the same loving husband, a good guy. I wanted more. And I didn't see anybody in the corporate world really making it. And then when they wanted to ship me all over the country, I started to get my kids started in schools. I couldn't make it work. So what I'd like you to do is you've got to write down your belief. And you got to just, if it doesn't stop or skip your heart a little bit, you've got to go deeper. Some of you guys just have general statements. Some people say, I want to earn more money. If I give you $1, you're good, right? Because that's what you asked. The quality of the questions you ask in your life will dictate the outcome, period. And you have to constantly search. Remember I talked about busy yesterday? You know, people say busy. I hear the word busy is code for broke. When I hear it twice, I know you're really broke. We keep busy because we want to, like that's a human thing. Let me keep busy because I don't know what to do with this nervous energy. So we do stuff that's easy, that's subconscious. Subconscious, all the programming your parents did to you, your family, everything you do it. Here's the really cool part. You have the choice to do whatever you want in life. Just because you grew up in a bad element, it doesn't matter. Like, let it go. Just move on, okay? So work on your belief. If you want to talk to me about, tell me what your belief is. And if you can't write it on your bathroom mirror and your significant other doesn't believe it, you're going to have struggles, okay? And so my belief is I wanted to spend more time with my kids. I wanted to go all their activities. And the only way I was going to do it is so I can control my time. But I will tell you, controlling your time means you're going to work harder. Everyone thinks it's easier, you're going to work harder. But you've got to be going somewhere. Nobody got anywhere by doing easy things. Everybody who's led a great business or anything like that has had massive struggles, but they endured it. And there's no difference in what you're doing, okay? So here's the difference. Conviction. Have a belief. Make sure it's strong. Make sure you lock it in. It doesn't just have to be family. You can have financial goals. One of my biggest goals was, I told my wife when we made it, is when I pay off the mortgage. I wasn't aiming high enough, but like you got to get somewhere first, okay? Little did I know I could pay off the mortgage every month going forward from that. It took me a while to do it. I made a lot of mistakes along the way. But like that was my goal. That's when I decided, hey, I would have made it. But it got me out of the hole, and that's what I fought for, okay? And they'll change as you move on. Conviction is that unwavering belief, okay? So here's what's going to happen. You're going to go out and people are going to go, hey, Clive, what do you do for a living?
I'm a flipper. I flip houses.
Ah, you're one of those scammy guys, aren't you?
Yeah.
It's a bad, yeah. Market's pretty rough right now with interest rates, aren't they?
Yep.
Yeah, it's terrible. So here's what happens. People are going to shoot holes in you. It's that everyone's coming at you with an arrow. It's like, you just start to learn, like, stop weaving, just take it. I go, I don't care. I got enough here. I can take it all on. People are going to attack you. One of the hardest things you're going to have to get the truth is your family's first. It's crazy. I'm not talking about your immediate family. Usually you're sticking to other kids like, hey, dad can do anything. It's when you go to your siblings, your aunts, your uncles, your parents. My God. Your parents are like, all they want to do is put their arms around you and keep you safe. And the reality, to be successful in life, you actually have to do the opposite as a parent, okay? So there's this, people talk about, if I make a ton of money, am I just going to give it to my kids? Listen, studies prove when you just give people stuff, there's no appreciation for it. It doesn't work. It's a problem. When you make kids work for it, it's different. I never bought my kids cars. I'm not going to say I'm not going to give like an inherent, I'm going to build a legacy and I want my kids to like take it over. But that's a personal choice. I don't dictate that to anyone. But if you just give your kids stuff, they're going to be in your basement till they're 40. I'm telling you, it's like a new generation. You got to be hungry. I was fortunate enough, it's like I wanted the hell out of my house as fast as possible. Sorry, I was just one of those guys. I wanted to be on my own. How I did it was a long journey. My conviction was look at it as your suit of armor. Have your beliefs right here in your heart. You got to protect it a little bit because people are going to attack you. And if you revert back to your old self, you're going to go right back to what you did. It's so easy the minute. I remember when I was 18, I read my first Tony Robbins book. I was so excited. I go, my God, you can live life like I was an 18-year-old kid. I was like, and I went out and tested on my family. They just destroyed me. And I just kind of slumped down and go, yeah, I just got to be like everybody else. I didn't understand conviction. And if you don't have conviction, you're not going to survive in this business. Convictions, that's like, I don't care. If I tell you got to get to the other side of that river, and you ask me, your conviction goes, if I got to swim, I'm doing it. Like, if they take the bridge away, they do this. And I have some weird stuff. Like, this happens all the time. You have to have conviction or you're never going to make it. A belief is just a thought that you haven't proven the action on. Conviction is your vehicle you're going through. So if you're going to a military battle, you want to go through the other line, you got to go through with a tank. That's your conviction. Does everybody understand what I mean by conviction? A lot of you have beliefs and you let other people that don't want the best for you destroy you, and I hate it, okay? The reality is 95% of this world's walking around just going through the motions every day. You've decided to do different. Don't let other people take you down. You have to have conviction. Your conviction's your absolute commitment. I don't care what happens, I'm getting this done. And people who have commitment, they get stuff done. Here's the secret in wholesaling. I'm going to show you every strategy. Me and Zach are going to show you everything. At the end of the day, it's you. Do you have the capacity to do what you want to do? You can do anything you want in this business. Okay, so conviction. Here's what conviction will do, especially if you're inexperienced. It will make up for your deficiencies. It will kill your doubts. It's going to make up for your lack of experience. And most importantly, the bottom one, your old traits. It'll keep your old traits on your new path. Meaning, when you get wildly uncomfortable and you start to get a little nervous about it, you want to just keep going back to your old self. Because why? It's so comfortable. It's like that warm bed you slide into. Let me ask you, when you guys wake up in the morning, who goes, I am so excited to get out of this bed and get going in the day? I'm like every other person. I don't want to get out of bed either. And you know what? I go back, if you look at the Stoicism, people from 2,000 years ago had the same exact struggle we do. So you can learn so much about it. If you look at Marcus Aurelius, amazing man if you study him, one of the most powerful men in the world, struggled to get out of bed 2,000 years ago. Could get anything he wants in life and just still wasn't motivated to get out of bed. We have the exact same problem here. So you just got to get up and go, okay? But this conviction, this is what's going to stop. If you just have a belief, all these will destroy you, period. Because you don't know what you're doing. And it was amazing. A lot of times the story when my son started wrestling, he wasn't that good when he started. I was a much worse wrestler. But and he started out in high school, and he was really committed to it. And if you guys ever know something like you don't know what you're doing, you suck at it in the beginning. But he went out there, and the coach used to tell me, he goes, man, your son's attitude's amazing. He just goes out there and he gets his butt kicked. But then after a year, it came around. It's the same thing, guys. If you don't have a good attitude when you go into it, you're going to get stuck. So, conviction, the secret to wholesaling success. You must have a belief. Sellers will actually feel your conviction while confronting your own beliefs. Sellers will actually feel and connect with your convictions while confronting their own beliefs. Do you understand the statement? This is 20 years for me to figure this out. Sellers feel if you have conviction to help them or not. If you're just like, listen, I'm going to buy your house cash, what's the least amount you'll take for it? Dude, get out. I don't need you. Sit down and talk to them. Pull up. Have a cup of coffee with them. Make it easy. They know your conviction. because you're going to send out a vibration and they're going to either accept it or reject it even before you open your mouth, okay? Like one of the things I teach you when you show up to an appointment, and here's a tip, get rid of your paperwork. You're scaring the hell out of them. Leave it in the car. Just go and talk to them. When you go see your friends, do you bring a big notebook? You ever met with a lawyer? It's horrifying. CPA, they bring these stacks of books. I'm like, oh my God, here it comes. I'm getting a root canal, okay? Now, here's the real challenge. The seller's beliefs, they got a lot of problems. Well, I'm not here to judge you. I'm here to solve them, help you solve it, okay? So they want to know conviction. You can replace that and you can call it confidence. That's the difference, guys. You have to have it. I've been doing this 20 plus years. I'm telling you, the biggest struggle you guys have is in your head. It's not your market. It's not your competition. It's all in your head. And when you get arrows slung at you, it sucks. Corey, how many arrows did you have slung at you when you started in the first 90 days? You just, like, it's so easy to quit this business. And I watch so many people quit. I'm like, it's not the business. It's you. You just got to show up. Okay, so sellers' beliefs. And they got a lot of beliefs. Okay, I'm just here to support them when I do it. Okay? This statement rings truer than anything I've ever done in wholesaling. You have to care more about your seller's interest than they do. I know it sounds weird. You're going to meet people in the most screwed up situations. I don't judge anyone. I get so much value from dealing with sellers' everyday life problems. I am a psychologist. I'm a welfare worker. I deal with animal rescues. I've had more pit bulls left in my yards trying to figure out what to do with them. I had a lady with 46 cats. I've documented the story. I just tell her love is her cats. So what do? I focus on cats. I'm not a cat person. I got a cat in my house, can't stand it. But we do what we got to do for the kids, right? Her biggest thing was cat. When I met with her, I walked in, my eyes burned. The cats were, it was just, I go like, ugh. I walked out and I said, I don't even want to buy the house. I don't like, you need help. That was my focus. I was like, let me just help you. Spent 6 months with her, got her daughter involved. I said, you need to come down and check mom out. Like, I think she's dying from the cats. So she got like ammonia poisoning and she was losing her hair. They got her in, got her treatment. She goes, listen, we just need to sell the house. You're the only one that gave a crap about my mom. And here's the difference. Here's what set it off. I stopped by one day and dropped off a bag of cat food. That's it, $5 bag. She goes, do you do that? I go, yeah, I'm just, I know you love the animals. It was easy. I was looking at a house on the street anyways. And remember, I spent 7 years. That's all I did was talk to people. And when I did that, I go, listen, can I get your daughter's phone number? She goes, yeah, I'll give you my daughter. I got her daughter. She was up in Gainesville. I said, listen, we need help with your mom. I genuinely wanted to help the lady more than the house. I didn't care if I bought the house. And if you can take that attitude with it, when it's said and done, the daughter goes, oh my God, I had no idea it was this bad. She goes, how much you make an offer? I go, I told your mom I didn't want to buy the house. I don't know what I'd do with it. She goes, just give me an offer. 15 grand work? She's like, done. I did the land value because I thought the house had to be knocked down. I sold the house. I still made a $46,000 assignment. I sold it 3 days later. I didn't want to deal with it. And I sold it to a lawyer. And he's like, I love projects like this. I go, I think the house should be knocked down. It's very, I don't know if you know, with animals, especially cats, I've dealt with ferrets. When they pee on the concrete floor, it penetrates it and you can't get it out. No matter, I've tried sealing it, sanding it. It's hard to sell a house when it smells like cat urine. And so I'm like, eh. So I like to get rid of problem houses, make a lot of money. But I focus on the relationships. If I didn't take this attitude, I would have never bought the house. She met with 16 other people, realtors, wholesalers, you name it. I was the only one who gave a crap about her cats. That was her belief, her conviction. It was her cat. So find your seller's beliefs. They don't have much conviction. I'll be brutally honest with you. You have the conviction, and that's what penetrates to you.
What do you do with all the cats on the property?
Part of my agreement was to help. These are cats you do not like. They are wild. They were scary, man. And she had a wooded thing back, and the cats, like, they chewed holes everywhere, and they just, it was a real problem. I mean, I don't know if cats get rabies or not, like, so I brought in a professional to help. And she goes, I just want to know the cats are taken care of. Now, I go, listen, I can't guarantee what's going to happen. I don't lie. You are not going to, like, these are not, rescuing a cat's different than a dog. I mean, my cat alone, it looks at you, swipes you, like blood starts pouring down you. I'm like, hands off. Cats are very different animals. So we brought in an animal rescue, and it took them 2 weeks to get all the cats. And we had to get her out of there because they had to trap the cats. And, you know, they do what they have to do. Like some of them find homes, but the reality is it was very unhealthy. It was dangerous for the neighborhood. All the neighbors thanked us. But this is the difference is you have to care about them like that. And that's the difference in what I do. You're going to meet the most crazy situations when you meet with sellers. So, yes?
Do you have any advice for connecting and building rapport virtually when you can actually?
Yeah, we're going to dive into that. And it's, listen, whenever you can get belly to belly with someone, you get more of a connection when I talk to you like this, when I'm sitting behind a desk in a studio shooting a video. It's like, most of you have only seen from here. I told Zach, we should come in, set up our desk, and do like we do the live show, and they're like, we'll just stay here and we'll have like pajama bottoms on the bottom. But I don't wear pajamas under it, but it's like Kevin O'Leary. You ever see he's like a jacket, you're like down, it's like, oh my God. It gets hot in those studios, it's like uncomfortable. Yeah. And a lot of times Zach's like, he's kicking me under the desk. He's like, you're going on too long, Dad. I go, it's just who I am. I'm an extremely empathetic person. It's like, I care. So we'll talk about it. It is more challenging to do it virtually, but you have to be even better with your vocabulary. So the one thing I can tell you this is listen to people's vocabulary. I have studied this carefully because most people talk subconsciously. They don't even know what they're saying. Take your in-laws, take your parents. Start listening to the words. When they use the word busy or I'm going to try. When they say I'm going to try, I'm like, it means you ain't doing it. Like I've been around in life, 53, I translate. So you know how you have the cheat words in real estate? We used to have cheat words when they say, it's comfy and cozy. What's that mean? Comfy, cozy for a realtor. Right. Unique. Nightmare, yeah. It's like, thank you, you kind of giving it to me. I remember when motivated seller was like the most amazing search term in Craigslist. Now everyone's a motivated seller. Now everyone's a cash buyer. They figured out the cheat codes on it. So now you got to learn to dive into people's vocabulary. It's crazy. And what I did is I made a little cheat sheet. It goes, when they say trying, it means they're wasting your time. And they say they're busy, it means they seem like they have a lot of money, but they have none. And they just keep going on. Busy people just run around. They do everything. They're control freaks. I'm a control freak. It takes everything I have to step back and let people do something. Sometimes Zach grabs me. He's like, Dad, I got it. And after a while, I'm like, God, I got a 19-year-old kid telling me I have it. I need to wake up. I will constantly remind you, lose your ego. You don't know everything. I don't know everything. I learn every day. If you learn till the day you die, you did really good in life. Most people shut off at 33. And I was lucky enough to have an epiphany to go, there's got to be something better than that. Would you agree most people at 33, they're set in life, that's the way they're going to operate. If you want to do different, you have to think differently when you do it. So, okay. The person that cares the most about helping their sellers will be the buyer. End of story. I get more deals to come back to me and go, listen, if it comes competitive with another wholesaler. So let's talk about this. You guys ever go to deals and other wholesalers go to it? You got to find a way. Don't trash talk your competition because it makes you just look bad. And I just woo. I tell you what, you know what, go ahead and meet with them. Do me a favor, just call me when you're done, or can I swing by like 15 minutes afterwards? So I use the term, I love Will Ferrell because I like to laugh. Talladega Nights, either you're first or you're last. Be first and be last. The best impression you make when you first meet someone and at the very end. Everybody forgets in between. You guys won't forget, but that's what it is. So when I say, well, I'm meeting with 2 or 3 other people, I'm like, okay. I go, what time's your first appointment? 10 o'clock. I go, I tell you, let me swing by at 9, we'll talk. All I do is build rapport. I don't even talk about price. I gotta tell you what, I know you got these other appointments. You okay with them? She goes, yeah. She goes, I'll tell you what they say. Now listen, I'm not going to, I don't bid other people. I don't give a crap. But if I have a cash buyer who's going to pay me 20 grand more, I will bid because it's common sense. It's just a business decision. And then I accidentally show up at the last one. She goes, he offered me this. He goes, but they weren't really as nice as you. You were very nice to me. And that's where I connect everybody. She goes, I go, well, you know, what they offer. And then sometimes I have to walk away from deals and I don't get them. I know when a young wholesaler, don't get me wrong, but there's a lot of 18, 19-year-old wholesalers, they overpay for the property. I'm like, there is no way in hell. Sometimes they surprise me, but I go, I tell you what, give it a shot. Let me know how it works out. And I would still want to connect with you. Mind if I call you and stuff like that? I know that deal's going nowhere. I go, I'm going to tell you the truth. And honestly, if you can get that, swing the bet. I'm all for it. I know it's never going to work. I've done this long enough. And then I just wait. And guess what? The market's brutal to people when they do it. Or when the wholesaler has no money and nothing's happening. So easy to come back. Have you ever done a follow-up call where somebody overbid a property, it failed, and you come back? You told them the truth. You will do better by doing that. Do not be one of these people that manipulate people on contracts, and then I know I have to trim the price. The game's not played correctly like that. There will be times you have to get reductions. But if you start out and go, I'm just going to give her what I want, and I'm just going to come back and beat them up at the closing table. Dude, you will not last doing that. You are going to be in such fights, and people are going to bring in lawyers. You don't want to do it. So the person that cares the most about helping out their sellers, they will be the buyer. Okay? Qualifying questions. You guys, I beat this to death. MCTP. It's very straightforward. Okay? Probably the most critical. I'm not going to go deep into this because you guys already know it. Most people, when they call you or you call them, you have to get through the qualification. Number one, are you selling your house? If you're doing cold calling, that is a different segment. You're just trying to qualify people if you haven't even shot. Then you go into qualifying. My favorite one by far is time frame. This will never steer you wrong. Hey, Mr. Seller, if I buy your house, where are you moving to? I don't know. I haven't even thought about it. What? Okay, 90 days. Like, I'm just going to build rapport and kind of test them on price and move on. They're just not ready. Okay? Let me ask you, have you ever sold your house and never had a plan to move? It's impossible. The average person needs 90 days. You know what the two most stressful things in people's lives are? People hate moving. You ever move? It sucks. I've moved 15 times, guys. I'm a professional mover. I know exactly who to call, how to do it. I tell, don't unpack the boxes, let's go. But most people, when you get in some of these houses 30, 40 years, it's like shocking. I'm like, what do you mean the attic's full? And I've made some mistakes, like making commitments. I'm like, man, people are pack rats. Yeah. Do you know, like, one of the number one growing industries, like the storage space? You know why? Because people like to hold crap. Listen, none of that stuff's going to help you in life. Like, if you don't touch something in 6 months or it doesn't have massive sentimental value, get rid of it in your life. It's not going to help you. You've got to fix in here. Everything around you is not going to help you. Okay? But here's the problem. Every seller's like, no, I'm emotionally attached. Like, no, I can't. It's like, and if you ever dealt with hoarder, it is actually an addiction, and you can't fix it. I hate hoarder houses worse than anything. They're really rough. You can't see them, and when they take the stuff out there, you're like, oh my God. The walls are covered in mold. You can hear the rats running through. You're like, I need a $30,000 deduction. It's like, but it's such an intervention, and it is worse than whatever you do with that. So, okay. Qualifying questions. I'm not going to go because this to me is kind of standard. Now, the conversations. This is the important part. I always talk to you guys about tonality. So we're talking about when we do people virtually. You got it, like, if someone's talking softly and quietly, if you're doing virtual and you're not going to do a physical appointment, you have to go nuts with this part. Do you understand that? They are only judging you by your voice. 70% of communication is nonverbal. Eye contact, how you move, where you walk, what you do. Okay? I love to see people in person because I can tell just by your eyes. Number one, if you're listening to me. Number two, if you agree with what I say. You don't believe me? There's a million books out there. Look at when people look up, when they look down, when they look aside. It's all subconscious. Okay? Tonality, speed, posture, not so much on the phone, but I tell you what, people can tell when you're slouching down. You just start to like slow down when you do it on the phone. Okay? And word timing is everything. This is the part you have to perfect when you do it virtually. There's a lot of timing. You guys ever had that awkward pause with a seller? What do you do? What do most of you do when you got that awkward pause? Say you make them an offer, and then they just go, What do you do? What do most people do? You keep running your mouth. You never let them make a decision. And you make them nervous by doing that. That was me. Just shut your mouth. I don't care if it takes 2 minutes. Let them spit it out. Because you're trying to soothe them, right? If you're an empath person, you're trying to soothe everything. Just shut up. Just let them speak. You need a reaction to progress any type of negotiation. If you don't get a reaction, you can't proceed with the transaction, okay? Don't ever blame your seller regardless of what they say or think. This is a tough one, okay? For those of you like, I don't care about politics, but if like somebody has up a certain person and you don't like them, if you're going to make a stance and walk out of there, you're not going to last in this business. I don't care. I vote human. How's that? We all don't got it right. But stop, don't mix religion, don't remix politicians, just go in there and buy the house. People will make weird statements to you. People will say stupid stuff. Don't hold it against them. You're there just to help them for one thing. If you're going to make a stance on a customer when you know they're hard to get, you're not going to last in this business. People, unfortunately, will say stupid things. And some of them are derogatory. You just got to go, hey, whatever, You're in a position where we only have so many customers, we got to make them count. I'm not talking about risking your safety or anything, but I'm just telling you, when they say stupid stuff, go, yeah, whatever. Just blow it off. Conviction, right? Suit of armor. Don't let them break you up. Never attack or talk bad of your competition or your sellers. I used to do this for full disclosure. It makes you look bad when you talk negatively. It's like gossip. So if I talk negatively about Clive behind his back and he gets back to him, it becomes a problem. And then you start this war. Same thing's going to happen if you do that. Okay. So the conversation, tonality, speed. I already did this. Okay, let's keep moving. Follow-ups. This is where a lot of people like, hey, Rick, how do we do the follow-ups? Shocking statement here. Sometimes the sellers may not be ready for the appointment. This is a lot of why you struggle. In the beginning, I will tell you, if you have someone that you think even slightly motivated, there's two schools of thought in motivation. There's the house motivation. What do I mean by if the house is motivated? Anybody?
Blue tarps, tall grass.
Yeah. House needs some love, man. It needs help, okay? Nobody wants a crappy house. Nobody says, I bought this house to be a crappy house, okay? But life happens to people. Stuff happens, right? So they're not proud of it. That's one of the reasons they'll read it. The other one is a motivated seller, the seller themselves. I got to get my son out of jail. I got to do this. Now, if you ever have the beautiful feeling of when both come together, it's the easiest transaction you'll ever do in your life. If the house is crappy and the seller just wants to get rid of it, it's easy. That is a unicorn to a point. I'm just going to be honest with you. It's usually one or the other. 9 times out of 10, the house is motivated and the seller needs work. And this is where the follow-up comes, okay? I know when you got a leaky roof and a hole in it, especially in South Florida, you're eventually going to have a day of reckoning. You have to fix it. You can't survive with this. Code violation is going to come down to everyone, and you're going to have water pouring in your house. It's just a matter of time before you can't live there. So I'm going to follow up with that person until they completely block me, or I buy their house. That's my attitude. If the house is motivated, your job is to stay on. And remember, you have to have a stronger conviction than your seller. You have to look out for their interest. I walk in the houses with giant holes in the roof. I've had extension cords running from the neighbor's house, and I have fleas eating me alive. And she's like, I'm good. I'm just like, my God. You know how many times I've infected my own house when I started this business? I brought roach eggs in my shoes, and my wife used to get stripped down in the garage. I'm going to hit you with the hose. I've infected multiple houses. You ever had they're just you bring home some nasty stuff from these houses. So we want to help people out. And when I see a lady's hair's falling out and my eyes are burning, I'm like, this is way past the house. People have issues. The house is just a symptom of what's going on with people. Okay? 330 million people in here. You think people have issues? Guys, you guys are the exception. For the most part, people are just going through life every day. And then something critical happens, somebody dies, they got to make a quick decision to sell a house. If you're prepared to help them out, amazing things can happen. Okay. Sometimes the seller just wants too much for the house. That's fine. Guess what? When they decide to put the house on the market and you know the house is crappy, ask the realtors in here, what happens to crappy houses on the market that are listed for retail? And people are brutal on them, right? Yeah. Hey, here's my favorite. Can I get some feedback on the house? That's a piece of shit. It's like, hey, that's just the truth. It's like the market is brutal. I've had houses where we've just spent every nickel, like some of the ones we over rehabbed, and people are like, just not my style. I wish you would have put in gold in this, or like, people, they're human beings for God's sakes. So that's the other problem with fix and flip, is trying to predict what people want is really hard. So we try to make it vanilla, right? We do white this, white that. It's not fun. Everybody customizes their house. So when they go to sell their house, guess what? They put 50 grand into it. How much more they want when they put 50 grand in their house? I need another 100 grand for it. Like, I don't even think I can get you 50 grand. Nobody likes this crap. I've seen the craziest stuff in house. I took one of my own houses and built like a custom coral aquarium and went to sell it. I go, crap, what am I gonna do now? I gave it away. I found a guy, I got him started, he took over everything. I go, I just didn't want to do the work for it. So the 50 grand I put into that, I go, listen, take it. I go, I might call you down the road. I love this business, but it's, you know, I love the house more. Okay. So we call them, let's follow up until they're ready to sell at the right price range when they're ready to make a decision. This is the hard part, is the follow-up, okay? Now follow-up you can make simple. Technology is absolutely amazing. So one of the things is, I love text, obviously phone calls, but you guys sometimes overlook. If you're doing a local market, just stop by and talk to people. It helps. I'm gonna tell you a true story. It's a weird one, but this is how long I've been doing it. I had an old man. He had a house extremely run down. I mean, perfect. He was motivated, the house was motivated. He goes, Rick, you just need to help. I want to move in this retirement home. I have enough money. He goes, I have to take the proceeds from the house and I have to sign it over, and they're gonna, like, I go, this is what you want to do. I brought in a lawyer, brought in everybody. I cut a deal, okay? Took 3 months to get it done. And so what I did is once a week, I just stopped by. He was a really nice guy. He was lonely. Now, he had a big 4-bedroom house. In the back bedroom, he had a window AC unit. I knew it so well. Stopped by, he'd pour me a cup of coffee, we talked. Why? Because the neighbor next door was a realtor. She was pounding him. Like, you don't need to do this. And she actually walked in when I signed the contract. So I had to keep contact. It's a pain in the butt to stay in the contact with somebody for 3 months, especially if you're under contract. But a lot of you guys are getting sniped on contracts. Sometimes people will sign multiple contracts. It's unethical, it's ridiculous, but they do it. Bottom line is I stopped by for, I swear to God, like 10 or 12 trips, nice guy. And I knocked, nobody answered on the door. And then I went around, and then the bottom line is I noticed the AC unit was running the back. He was super cheap, he never ran it. I go, man, I think there's a problem. I talked to my title company because I was really tight with it. She goes, I think you got a problem. I go, should I call the police? I go, he usually leaves the door unlocked. Can I walk in? She's like, don't walk in. So I called a friend who's a police officer, like, don't walk in. So the bottom line is we went there with the police. He was dead with a cell phone in his hand right at the door. I was the only one that checked him. And his brother lived 4 houses down. You know what he did when he found out? Once they took the body out, he went and raided and stripped the whole house. And then I got in a legal battle. And because I did the right contract, I recorded, I had a deposit, I did everything. I was able to enforce it, and it worked out well. So I'm just telling you, I care about people. I know patterns. And when people stop answering doors, sometimes we are the last contact with people, and I help them out. And I was like, man, I got to buy a dead man's house. Like, someone's going to buy it anyways. It was run down. And then at the end, they wanted the money to go to the daughter that wanted to go to drug rehab. She goes, listen, well, my uncle told me I could buy the house. I go, if you want the house, you can have it. Like, I'm not here to screw up families. She goes, no, I want the money. I don't want to do with this project. The bottom line is, guys, it's follow-up. I have a lot of people that I'm waiting to get a contract. I just stop by. I drop off a can of dog food. I do this. Simple thank you cards go a long way. You can stick in the mail. 55 cents, you're done, whatever the postage rate is. You've got to understand how follow-up works. And a lot of you, when you get under contract, and we all complain about sellers ghosting us, you guys do the same thing sometimes. You go, I got 4 other contracts to work on. Someone's got to babysit contracts, because there's nothing worse. I lost a $150,000 deal because I trusted someone to babysit it. I didn't do my correct due diligence as owner, and I lost the deal. They filed bankruptcy 2 days before we got their approval on a short sale property. And you know what I asked? My assistant at the time was helping me, and I didn't manage her very well. I don't know, I always follow up. All she did was send emails, and the guy never opened the email because I just thought you guys went away. I'm like, you just learn as you go through the business. So follow-up works on both sides. You got to understand that. So the appointment. Some of you are doing it virtually, which we're talking about. Some of you do it physically. You have a huge advantage if you can do it in person, but some of you got to do it virtually. You got to understand that. Set up a time that works. What's the goal of the appointment? You got to understand this. The goal of appointment, if you do it virtually or you do it in person, you have to progress the seller in their decision process. That's your only job. You are a guide. So it's like if you had a paved road here. Who's a Wizard of Oz, right? The yellow brick road. You got to keep taking them down that road. When they sway off, your job is to bring them back around. You constantly have to take them down this road. And if you don't know the road, that's part of the problem.
I was going to say, like, I know I was talking to a few people yesterday, and I was telling them, like, you know, in my market, there's a lot of people that's virtually there.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of people, but just over the last, I'll say about 6 months, the first thing that my sellers are asking is, hey, are you able to meet me, like, today in person? Like, because I got a lot of people who's, like,
Yeah.
other areas, so I know that's an advantage if you are local to your market, like, you have to go on.
So guys, don't take it. If you're doing it virtually, I'm fine with it. I'm just telling you though, if you're doing your local market, shut your ears, virtual people. A local guy, if they'll kill you. Like, there's no substitution for a human like being meeting. Everybody loves to do it. So, but you have to progress them in this process. If you're not progressing them, you're not doing it. Honestly, how do we progress them? Number one, yes. That's awesome, right? Sometimes a yes ain't the greatest thing right off the bat. 2, no is good. It's good. See, you understand that this is the decision. You know where most people stay? Right here. Let me ask you, if someone doesn't make a decision, is that a decision? It is. You ever dealt with anybody in your family goes, especially as a kid, mom goes, hey, can I go, can we go out and go fishing? She's like, we'll see, maybe. Dude, that was code word for like, I just don't want to break your heart right now. Over and over after a while, I was like, we'll see, maybe. Maybe to me is torture. It's the worst place. You guys hear me talk? It's the friend zone. You ever been in the friend zone? Like, listen, either go to the prom with me or don't. Like, make a decision. I'm okay either way. Most people don't want to hurt your feelings, and that's the honest to God truth. But your job when you meet with someone is to get to a decision. And I tell them in the process, we'll make a decision. And if you say no, I'm okay with it. I'm okay with it. But you have to make a decision. If you don't keep them on the hook to make a decision, they will not make a decision for you. I've been through so many human beings in this, it doesn't matter. You've got to have them make a decision. Okay? How do we get them to make a decision? You have to condition them. If you let human nature follow you, you're going to wind up with a maybe. You need to get an ultimatum, and you need to do it nicely and sweetly, okay? Most of you guys I talk to, like, man, it was the perfect appointment, it was great, but they told me they'd get back with me. Okay, well, did you condition the seller? Oh, what's that? Okay. Read the statement. Listen, seller, before I come see the house, I don't want to waste your time or mine. I'm usually very busy. I hate that word, but that's what I use with sellers because they're used to that, okay? I usually come look at the property once, so before I come by, I just want to make sure you're ready to make a yes or no decision on selling the property if we agree on everything. I'm okay, so I'm doing this on the phone before I go. Now, if you go in person, before I even look at the house, I go, listen, remember what we said about making a decision? I'm going to spend as much time as you need, but at the end, can we agree to make a decision of yes or no? Either you love working with me, or Rick, you're just not a good fit and move on. I'll be fine either way. And they go like this, yes. Human nature is when you get a commitment like that, they are forced to make a decision. Now, 70% of the time they'll give you a decision, but they'll still even wimp out on this. It's shocking. And what do? I hold you accountable. Hey, remember that discussion we had? You said you'd give me a yes or no? He's like, well, I truly don't know. I go, we had an agreement, right? I just look, and you got to look them right dead and set in the eye. It's weird. And just shut up and let them answer it. If not, you're going to sit there in the friend zone all day long. It's okay to get no. But that's it. If you get a maybe, it means you didn't do enough work beforehand. You have to condition people and set them up. Any good salesperson says, listen, the last thing I want to do is spend an hour with you to give me a maybe. They just optioned you. Like, you feel so violated when people do that. It just absolutely drives me nuts. Okay?
What do you say if they still give you a maybe, even after you kind of press them a little?
So we're going to talk about all the options here you can do with people, and I'm going to show you how to work it. You have to work towards a decision with people, okay? Remember, we're not car salesmen. I don't have 200 people coming through the door. I want to close every one of them. I get 1 or 2. I got to make it count, okay? So you want to keep progressing the path when you do it. You will have people that do it. I'm going to show you techniques on how you can talk to them. But remember, guys, I don't want you to be slick talking salesmen. When you find the right motivated seller, like, yeah, you told me I have to make a decision. I get it. And sometimes I go, listen, let me talk over the wife. Give me an hour and I'll give you a hard decision. That's better than like, I'll get back to you later. I'll get back to you later is like, I'm never getting back to you. So you might as well make a Hail Mary at that point, because you're never getting back in front of that person when you do it. So, so when you're on the appointment, once again, if you're physically there, it's just like you're buying a car. You got to walk around it. You got to impress it. You got to do everything. Even when I looked at properties on MLS, the brief time I did it, if you didn't get the code from your realtor, from the other realtor, like you make them very uncomfortable when they don't walk through the property, right? Aren't you a little suspicious when someone wants to buy a house and they never look at it? It's like, unless it's a very, New York, California buyer, most people like to test the house out. Your sellers, some of you guys virtually, you freak them out. What do you mean you'll buy the house? You won't even look at it? Like, let them know someone looked at the house. I don't care how you got to do it. But let me ask you, would you sell your house never seeing the person just like, and they, knowing no one ever looked at your house? You'd be like, is it ever going to stick? That's what most people think. So if you're doing it virtually, you want to insinuate that you have looked at the house some way, somehow. Maybe you have boots on the ground. Maybe you've looked at it online. Maybe there's pictures on a FSBO. But sometimes you can over-inundate people. Like, I'm going to buy the house right now. It's 50 grand. But Rick, you haven't even seen it. I go, it's good. We'll show you ways to kind of work with it when we do the breakouts, because it's a little bit more detailed conversation for virtual. Okay, building rapport. It is everything. When I say rapport, does anybody know what rapport means? It's just relationships, guys. That's it. Okay? Here's how you look at it. If you can have conversations with people, if you can sit down like you're having a cup of coffee or you're having a beer with your friend, if you can get to that level, that's how you connect. You've got to be different. You've got a lot of competition. You've got to be different. Okay? If you are purely transactional, you send out really bad vibes to people and freak them out. Like, have you ever been somewhere where like it's so salesy, it's like, I just give up. Like, I'm out. I get this a lot when I do furnitures. I hate buying cars. But I seem to go through it every time. It's like, come on in, buddy. It's like, they're so greasy. It's like, I just want to focus on the car. It's like, I kind of know what I want. And by the end, I'm like, damn it, I bought it. Like, they were really good with it. So here's a key statement I'm going to make to you. Use transitions, okay? What's a transition? A lot of you guys, when you start out, you talk too much like I do. You've got to get out of it. And so if you find yourself so you're going to build amazing conversations. And what happens is you start to become friends with your seller, and it works. The problem is now you got to step out of the friend zone, and you got to get the business. I used to struggle horribly with this. Use a transition statement. Ready? Transition statement. Anybody can help me out. I've taught this online all the time. What's your transition statement?
I use yours.
Yeah.
Hey, I would love to talk all day and talk about whatever we're talking
Yeah.
about. I want to switch back to the property, and I'll just ask a question
Yeah.
that I already asked before, just to get back on the same path of where I was at.
So do you guys understand is when you start talking, we get really connected with someone, we have the tendency as humans to like, oh my God, did you see that football team? Did you see this fighter? And you get so into it because you're like, man, I'm connecting with it. And then you go too long. And all of a sudden the guy goes, how this guy's here to buy my house? He's like, I like this stuff, but they actually want you to get to the point too. So when you start to get uncomfortable or people like getting into the negotiations, it's awkward. Like, I don't care how you do it. It's like asking somebody out for the first time. Like some people you just got to ask. So use a transition and say, listen, I could talk to you all day about the Miami Dolphins and how they've broken my heart. But I have a purpose. We want to talk about your house. I'm going to spend some time with you. Do you mind if we get down and ask you some personal questions? Boom, you get into it, okay? So when you get into that, you do that. That stops you, and now you're in a negotiation. Negotiations is everything, okay? How do we get the negotiation? How do we get to the negotiation? You have to use a transition statement. Okay? Now, the purpose of the transition statement is to start your negotiation process. Avoid your internal resistance to avoid this, because that's what we all do. You're uncomfortable, it's scary. It's fine. They're only going to move forward or they're not going to move forward. That's all that's going to happen. And you guys get so nervous. You have to practice this transition statement. So we'll practice this when we do breakouts. Okay. Make sure, use statements, and you'll learn to do this. Like, listen, when I buy your house, so a lot of times when it's going well, I go, listen, when I buy this house, I start to make what I call assumptive statements. I'm going to buy this house, and you'll see when I do the closing, and you just start talking to them, and you condition their mindset. So listen, here's the key part. Now we're in the negotiations. This isn't hard, guys. I'm teaching you the basic mechanics. As you get more experienced, you will completely customize this. But my goal here is today so you don't screw it up. So you build amazing rapport, you get into the transition statement, and then we get in, we make the offer. And this is where everyone's like, how much do I offer? What do I do? And you guys, everybody found online, they go, I'm going to calculate the MAO, right? What's MAO stand for? Dude, don't even waste your time on that. Like, are you kidding me? You're just going to hang. You should know what your limit is. And whatever your criteria for your company is, like, I'm not going to go past that. But here's the problem is, most of you start slightly under the MAO and you want to know why you can't negotiate. It's ridiculous. You know why you do it? Because you're trying to get a yes from your seller. You're programmed like a realtor. If you want to get a listing from the house, you want to get a yes. Because ours isn't as fluid. We need a contract price and we need it to stick. So if I start out on the MAO and say it's $250 and I start at $230, they go, now $230 isn't, well, what are you going to do? $235, $240, $250? You look like an idiot when you do that. It's terrible. The reality is you're all trying to guess what your seller's price is. You have no idea. I've learned this the hard way time and time again. So I teach the LALO, the least allowable offer, okay? What offer can I get to where I don't get kicked out of the room, but it freaks me out? So when I first started this, whatever I did is whatever offer I was going to make, I minus $50,000 off of it just to protect myself. And they started taking it. I'm like, holy moly, I figured this out. So if the property's $250, stop offering $230. You built up amazing conversation. This is going to get a little weird when you do this. Go, listen, we just take one. I got like 130. Is this something you'll do? I take the stress off the seller and put it on me because they freak out. All I'm looking is I want them to say no. You have to go for no. Why? Because you're playing the game now. It's negotiations. Okay? Some people roll over for you. When they roll over, make it super easy for them. Okay? But when we get to this part, when you're looking, what are you looking for? You're looking for the counter, the reaction. Why? Because I want to use your intel in the negotiations. So what people will do is spit out their subconscious answer. Oh, I can never take something that low. Me and my wife said we can't do anything more than 175. Now, what's my range? 175 to 130. I've just eliminated that you just saved yourself 2 weeks of negotiations. I used to sit there 2 weeks, 3 weeks, take forever. Just go for no. Occasionally you will get hung up and you will get kicked out. That is the cost of this transaction. But people really tear me up about using the go for no. It is more efficient. It'll get you faster where you want and you'll get a more desired result and you'll help your seller out much quicker. The reality is you guys want an instant yes. You want that gratification. It doesn't work this way in this business. You have to fight for it. Now, you've built amazing conversation. When you do the go for no, it's going to drop. You're going to lose credibility. And now you got to work it back. That's the negotiation, that uphill climb. Is it easier to go up in price as opposed to down in price? That's just how it works. And the reality is if the MAO was 250 and you 235, the seller would go, I can get 265, 270 out of this guy. You suddenly become the pawn in the game. When you set a low number, you lower the seller's and you can actually put a deal together. Guys, 10 years it took me the hard way to find this out. People are like, oh, that's rude, that's so aggressive. Somebody did an expo of AO, like, look how terrible this Mr. Ginn guy is. You can take a snippet of anybody and tear them up. The reality is you're actually helping it. And you guys don't have to overthink how to negotiate. And you'll become very advanced. You'll do very advanced stuff. But in the beginning, if you'll just get into that transition, use the go for no and build it back up and work your way back up, you need that subconscious price in your brain. I would love for every seller to sell me their price. They don't. What percentage? It's all over the board. How many sellers tell you the price? Yeah. And when they do you think it's their bottom line number? Absolutely not. So why do you guys keep fishing on the same one? You've got to understand it. Okay?
I got a question.
Yes.
If you know 250 is, you know, the value and comes back at 175, are you going to continue to negotiate with him, or are you going to say, you know what, I guess this is fair enough, let's do it?
It just all depends. So if you've built a robust cash buyer list and you have good clients, my favorite thing in wholesaling is when I'm negotiating and say he says 175, I'm still going to negotiate and play with it. I can usually get another 5-10% in there because I know that's not their, but you know, it's human nature. If I already got a guy locked in at 200, it's a fun game, man. It's a blast. When you don't have a cash buyer locked in, you are somewhat guessing. That's just the truth of it. And you won't always get it perfect. Nobody gets it perfect. I've never gotten it perfect, but 9 times out of 10, I get it right. Why? Because I've done it a long time. In the beginning, I was all over the board. I contracted everything, but you figure it out after a while. So if you prime your cash buyers and they know what they want, and you know the guy will pay 200 for that type of price, it's just a fun game, man. It's like, let's see, but I don't want to lose it. So if I have a locked in deal and say it's 175, the guy goes, don't ever come back, that's it. I go, here's what you do. Instead of saying yes, go like this. You have to hesitate. You have to think about it. You have to be a little bit dramatic, okay? And you go, listen, if I could do the 175, it's going to be pushing it. My partner's going to kill me. Will you sign the contract right now? You've got to get something when they ask for something. If you don't, you are going to be the pawn in the game, okay? Guys, these are simple conversations. I don't take advantage of little old ladies. I have little old ladies that give me a price like, they give me a price that's super cheap. I go, I like that number. Let's get your lawyer involved. I don't want it to come back on me. But you get people to play games with you and just when you have a cash buyer built in, it's so much fun, isn't it? When you know what a guy will pay, like, okay, so if I can get another 5 or 10 grand, I can do that 10 times in a year. That puts another 60, 70,000 in my pocket, okay? In the beginning, I didn't know how to do that. I just met with sellers, and I tell this guy, he'd make 10 grand, he'd make 30 off me. I'm like, I didn't care. I wanted to be the best at meeting with sellers, and that's what I've done. I figured out dispositions. I go, well, don't worry, I'm going to come back to this part of my business. I'll figure it out, okay? So any questions as far as this? I mean, I will go in comment. The amazing is you got to understand, you got to have deep conversations, really high quality conversations. You got to use the transition to get out of the friend zone, and you got to get down to business. Come negotiations, stop offering close to MAO. It's not going to get you anywhere.
Any tips for like, you know, even like I have like cash buyers I've done deals with, I know they buy, but like even now I still get properties where I'm like the numbers are still like weird, but reverse engineering it, like asking them kind of what they would pay for.
Reverse wholesaling, right?
Yeah. Is there any like tips as far as that without screwing yourself? Like,
It's a game you just got to dance with. So what he's talking about is reverse wholesaling. So when times get tight sometimes, like 2009 to 11, all we could do was reverse wholesaling. Because here's what happened. When prices are dropping in a market, it doesn't matter what it is. It could be real estate, it could be stocks and bonds, whatever. When it's dropping, let me tell you, when a sharp kitchen knife falls from a roof rafter, who wants to grab it while it's falling? Nobody. They want it to hit the ground and bounce up, and that's what they're all waiting for when they do it. So reverse wholesaling is if I do that, I talk to someone, I go, listen, I can't do 175. I can't. I go, I tell you what, can you do any better? Just kind of, I go, can we just think about it? And then I go, he goes, no, it's a hard 175, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna go back and just rip through my cash buyers, and I'm gonna have very private conversations. I go, listen, I got this nice 3-2 over here. I might be able to do like 195. I told you 200, we do one, and I just start working on it. And the guy goes, listen, 180s, that's it. I'm not gonna move anymore. I gotta make some money on it. Then I'm gonna go back. I'm just gonna try to squeeze another 3 or 5 grand out of it. Worst case scenario, take the 5, move on. You're struggling to pay your rent, take the money, move on. You're struggling to pay your credit, take the money, you're not gonna get hurt. You're gonna get experience and you keep moving forward. My first deal, I think I made $1,500, the hardest transaction I ever did in my life. But it got me in front of you guys.
I have a deal like that in one of my virtual markets. It's like the house is worth 340, but the lady I offered her, I went for no, and I offered her around like 200,000. She said no, I have somebody at 280, and I was like, well, if you have somebody at 280 and the house needs like 75 grand worth, I said, well, you should go with them. And then literally certain instances like that, I will try to like reverse wholesale.
I got it.
See where they're at.
So reverse wholesaling, we'll talk a little bit more. What we want to do is get into the real fun part of this. We're going to role play, break this down, and we're going to test you guys. You got to get some practice. And here's what I find this business. You all say you practice, you don't. Because I can tell when you do. I can tell if someone jumps on a live if they've worked on their craft or they're not. You can tell. Most people say they do, they don't. And staring at the mirror doing it, it's a good dry run, but eventually you have to find someone. The best thing you do is find a stranger, because they're going to be honest with you. And you're going to find your tendency, and they go, you did this, you do that, and you just work on it. If you can't be vulnerable and understand it, you can't progress and move forward. AKA your spouse, your significant other, they don't really tell you the truth. They won't tell you if you suck at something. You got to get somebody else to do it. They'll do it all the time. So let's talk about, I'm going to go through this and we're going to break out in the role play. So I'm going to go through kind of quickly. Okay, that's right. So you guys hear about the 3 methods we use to kind of negotiate and move people along the path. So good cop, bad cop, what are the other 2? Volley, what else? We'll leave that as a mystery. You can figure that out.
So there are about 3 to 4 main closing techniques that we talk about on just basically everything we do, right? And so this is my favorite one. It's called the good cop, bad cop. The reason why it's called the good cop, bad cop, this has been done by the FBI, CIA, every intelligence operative for the past...
That's always me. I don't know why I'm the bad cop every time.
So why does it work? Why do they keep doing it? Because for hundreds of years it has worked, and we use it in real estate wholesaling. So there's a bad cop, there's a good cop. Everyone knows, watch the CIA shows, right? The guy that's really sweet, and the guy that's mean. And the sweet guy gets information out, and you blame everything on the bad guy. Hey, I hate this bad guy, he's so mean, just give me the info, and it's sweet like that, right? And so this, I've honestly, I started developing this because I got so upset at lowballing the seller just kicks me out of the house. And you know I like to lowball, I like to make a lot on the deal. And so this has been, personally for me, my top technique for closing deals. Every single time I make over $50,000 on a deal, I do this one. He does a little different. He doesn't like the good cop, bad cop personally for him, but it matches my personality because I'm kind of more to the point. So what we're going to do is I'm just going to tell you what it is, and then we're going to do a little role play together, me and him, just showing how it works. But honestly, this is it. When I lowball a motivated seller, if any of you guys lowball the seller, and the seller just flat out says, no. It sucks. It's terrible. And they say, get out of my house. If it's just too low and they think you're wasting your time. The person that gives the offer first in the negotiation usually always loses. And that's pretty much sales 101. And so what I like to do is I like to not give my offer. I like to blame someone else. And so, for example, you have the good cop right here. If the deal will sell for 150 and he offers 100, he'll make 50,000, which is great, right? Here's the issue. If he offers the good cop 100 grand off the bat, he gave the offer. He lost all of his leverage. Seller says no, boom. And if it's too low, you get kicked out or negotiate from there. Here's the cool part. What the good cop is going to do is say, hey, this is the bad cop. This is what he offered. And it's kind of like you're testing the guy. You're seeing what they're going to be. So here's how it usually works. I'm talking to the seller and saying, hey, Mr. Seller, I was talking to my partner Rick about this, and I showed him the pictures of the property, and he told me he was looking to buy the property for like $100,000. He said, I just shut up. I didn't say a word. I made a very awkward pause. Mm-hmm. I just gave up his leverage. Guess what happens? The seller says, no, I can't do 100. That's way too low. Get out of my house. Hey, that's him. We just kicked him out. He's not even here. We can't blame him. Now I just found out he just showed his hand. He's not doing 100. And so me as the good cop, I'm like, hey, whoa, no, I can't do 100. Of course I'm not. He's crazy. Rick's nuts. He wants to lowest for the house. He's super cheap. I get it. But I can't go back to him and say, oh, I'm going to buy for a high price. Like, what works? Oh, no, I got to sell. I 130. I'm like, I can't do one. Rick, he's crazy. He's going to kill me if I get this thing for 130. Like, oh my God. He wants to buy this thing for 100. Now, between you and me, he's not here. I don't really want to go drive around and go to 3 other houses all day. I'm kind of tired right now. You know what? Can we just meet in the middle? That sounds logical, right? That makes sense. What, 115? That makes sense. Shake on it, boom. The reason why this works so well is you don't give out your leverage. And the coolest part is if the seller accepts the 100. So I say, oh, Rick says he wants to buy for 100. They say, okay, that works. Then I can flip the script. Now I'm bad cop. Whoa. Rick, he always overpays. He always overpays. I can't even do 100. Are you kidding me? That's what he said. I'm closer to like 70. And you can kind of flip it on anyone and get the best price on the deal. The problem is if you just do a regular lowball offer out there, you lose your leverage. And you never know what the seller's lowest price is going to be. So what we're going to do is a quick role play. You're going to be the seller.
Okay.
And who's going to be my bad cop? I'm going to blame this on. I'll blame it on Corey.
Okay.
So it's a little different virtual, but in person it's probably regular. So let's go. Hey Rick, how's it going? You know, this is a great property right here. You know, I love the wood ceilings and everything like that. You know, the flooring can need some work, but it's not really bad. You know, I was talking to my partner Corey about this, and you know, he knew it needed some updating, but that's okay. And you know, he's looking at it. Seems like a decent area for us to buy. It seems like something we probably want to go buy. So when we purchased it, he told me he wanted to buy this for like $100,000.
You nuts? Who is this Corey guy?
He's my partner.
I'd get rid of him. He's
Why?
terrible. I can't do 100. I talked it over with my wife. We can't do 100. That's ridiculous. The door's right there, dude.
I agree. Hey, Corey's crazy.
Okay. Well, I don't know this Corey guy. I'm just meeting with you. I told you I agree with you. I like you. We've connected, but like I'm a little on edge because 100. Like, can you do like 130?
Wait, Corey's my partner.
Yeah.
He's, you know, I'm the guy that comes to the house.
I don't like Corey.
Trust me, he drives me crazy too. But he's the guy that comes with me on the deal. We do it together, right? I'm not buying this all myself. I have a partner. Usually when we buy this thing, we're gonna renovate it. We're gonna do a lot of work to it. And frankly, I can't do it all myself. And so that's why I have Corey with me. He's a great guy. He's actually just had a kid, right? And so
Okay.
I think he's a little on edge right now. You know.
Can you call Corey and see if you guys do like 130? Because I'm just.
Talked to him. See, I'm here.
Did you call him or?
Well, he actually talked to me about this problem.
Okay.
And he told me he wanted to do.
Don't have Corey come here. I'll punch him.
Trust me, that's why I'm here today.
Okay.
And so he thinks it needs a lot more work. I get it. So 130, you said?
Yeah, me and my wife talked over that. That's our number.
Here's the problem. I would love to do 130. If I could do it, I would do it. Here's the problem. I mean, you see the ceiling. It's like it's kind of rotten a little. I'm gonna have to redo it.
Zach,
the flooring's bad.
Give me you and Corey's bottom line number. I want to get this thing sold. I don't want to meet with someone else. Can we find a number that'll work? Like I want to get this done.
See, I want to do 130. Corey's killing me right here. If I come back and do 130, he's probably just going to quit on me. And I can't do that. And he's doing a lot of the renovations with me.
Okay.
So, I mean, can we just meet in the middle? I mean, makes sense.
What's the middle?
Well, you're at 130. He is at 100. Can we just do 115? I mean, I got 3 more houses to look at today, and we only have the money for one.
That's fine. As long as I don't have to see Corey, I'll do it. But you got to get this thing done, man. You got to get this done.
Let's do it.
And guys, a lot of times is like when I was training Zach to do it, he would go out in the yard and call the Corey, which was me. He goes, Dad, I'm just fake talking. Just nod your head. Just keep going. Yep.
Well, the way that it happened is it's like, oh, well, 100. I have to go talk to my wife. Well, let me do this. Let me go out. Let me talk to Corey a little about the property. Give him an update on it. You talk to the wife and see what you think of the 100, and then run out and then come back in.
That's it. You can deliver bad news without like having it like you deflect who's giving the bad news. Guys, this works in every other industry, but it works really well in what we do. He loves it. It's not my favorite thing. Everything's personal. Whatever works for you, works.
But you understand when I was doing that, I like looking in the eye, but to show the mental anguish I'm going through, I'll sometimes look away and just like the size, like I'm mentally struggling with this because it's like I want to help him out, but Corey's annoying the crap out of me right now with wanting to go so low. And I just mentioned some personal stuff, you know, maybe if I know you have kids, I'm going to mention that he just became a dad or, you know, third kid, right? But like just showing that like, oh, he's on edge, right? And just trying something that's relatable, you know, not that he's just the reason why I mentioned the kids with Corey is because it's real. And I'm not saying Corey's this greedy, like capitalist type guy trying to like money hungry guy. He's stressed out with the kids and stuff. And so it's a relatable part. And if you can leverage any of that, it's great and it's real.
And this works virtually too. You just got to be more direct with your words. okay? It just, if you can blame somebody else, it's easier. And the reality is a lot of us do have partners, and some of you guys, when you get salespeople, you can use this technique with them. And it's one of their ways, when you get near a number it's going to work, they can call you and kind of figure it out. Okay, so it works. He loved it. I'm like, God, what do you keep fake talking to me for? He's like, just shut your mouth. I'm getting a deal here. Just nod your head. I'm like, okay. And it's like, and I hear him talking. He goes, I'm talking to Corey now. I'm going to calm him down, and it works. So everybody understand this. It's basic, but it works. But it's worked for hundreds of years. Okay, if police officers use it, FBI uses it in interrogation, it works the same way. Okay, it allows you to get leverage to move your seller down the funnel. Okay, you got to get to the decision. When he throws out the bad cop, he's just getting a counter offer. That's the same thing. So, next one. The Volley method. Everybody know this one? Okay, this is when your seller is just like, I don't know. And you go, hey, Mr. Seller. I go, you have to be very careful with your words. I want you to learn this. If you use the word ask, offer, what's your price, they are trigger words for retail, high price, expensive. You need to use the word need. What do you need to get for this property? And someone like, what do you mean by that statement? I go, what do you need to get? If you go, what are you asking for? You're going to get killed. Okay, so a lot of times I go, hey, Mr. Seller, what do you need to get for the property? He goes, here's the typical answer. I don't know. You're the professional. You're here. You give me the offer. You're Mr. Cash Guy. Spit it out to me. It is a terrible situation to be in, and it's hard to get out of. Okay? How do you get out of it when they do that without using this?
I know you don't know, but if you did know.
Okay, that's the Volley method. So here's how it goes. We're going to role play it real quick, and I'll show you. And I'm not taking credit for this. Somebody taught me this a long time ago in another industry. So it works on this industry. Other industries, it'll work here. So just like this. Hey, what do you need to get for that property?
I'm not really sure yet, but.
You're not sure?
No. What do you think you can offer?
Well, listen, I know you don't know, but if you did know, what do you think that price would be? Do you understand it's just a volleyball game, tennis? All you got to do is rephrase the question and serve it back. And negotiation's about who just walks away from the rejection. If you just say no and go, you guys go get your government list, I go, you ain't getting that. There's the door right there. I'm not doing that. And you walk out, you're not cut for wholesaling. We're going to get rejected. We're going to get attacked. Okay? So you got to find a way to put a little bit of pressure back on them without them knowing it. Okay? I said, listen, Clive, I know you don't know, but if you did know, what do you think that number would be?
I ain't got a bloody clue. You tell me.
Listen, I know you don't know exactly, but if you had to ballpark it, Clive, could you put a number on it?
Well, I suppose about 300. That's what Sam put down the road.
Okay. So studies show if you can overcome 2 objections, you can usually get what you want in life. You got to go through 2. Most people will never go through 1. Okay? That's all the volley. All you do is rephrase the question. You see, politicians are the best at it. Study them. Well, I know this is a challenging problem at the border and we have complexities, but what do you think we should do? And that's the art is I just threw it back in your face and you got to serve it back. Is it when somebody asks you a question, you feel obligated to answer yes or no? See, you just did it. Do you understand that? It's the power. I love the Volley method. I know you don't know, but if you did know, what would that number be? And they just look at you. Now, when you get to the 3rd time, it gets awkward. And sometimes they're like, you're pissing me off. You're right. I'm trying to help you get out of your own way. Give me a number. Do you agree that 95% of the people know the exact number in their head to a point? They do. You've got to use the tips and the tricks to get it, okay? It took me 7 years to figure out this little clue. Somebody taught me it in Vegas. It was absolutely amazing, and it was in a completely different industry, and I love it. I constantly serve it back. Now, little warning. Do not use this on your wife because it won't work. Let me give you an example. How many times do ladies go, I go, listen, hey, honey, where do you want to go to eat tonight? They know the answer. They just want you to agree to their answer. And they do this to you all the time. They go, I don't know. And then a guy was like, I don't know, we go to, we can go to the waterfront, we go to Tide House. I go, give me some better solutions. And you keep going and go, And finally I go, honey, where do you want to go? Let's just get to it, right? I love my wife, but like we do this all, like it is a dangerous conversation to ask where you're going to go out to eat. It's like exhausting. It's like, where do you want to go? Then why did you even ask me, right? You can't do that to her. Why did you just tell me you want to go there? We are complicated creatures. It doesn't just stop with marriage and kids. It's actually helps with people. Okay, next one. You ready? Scrunchy face. One of my favorites. This is where you have to invoke emotion when you work with people. Okay? Whenever you get to a negotiation, there is tension. Does everybody agree on that, right? If you buy a car, you buy a house, and whatever, there is tension. The job of the salesperson, in theory, is to ease that tension so you can make a decision. Okay? So what I want to do is learn this method. You have to understand the idea behind it. It is to transfer that tension from your prospect to you. Okay? I'm an empath. You know what that means? It means I feel other people's pains. This is something God gave me. Okay? I feel people when they hurt. It's a gift. Okay? Thought it was a curse. If you can transfer that stress to you, you actually, I'm not going to use the word trick, but you invoke them to make a decision to save your butt. Okay? Come on up, I'll show you. So this actually gets to the offer, and and I learned this from someone else, for full disclosure, and everybody learns this. We are obligated to pass these trades down, and so we get to the price. And I get to a number, and I unfortunately I did this by design, and I didn't know I was doing it. I didn't learn how to leverage it. So I said, "Hey, Mr. Seller, listen, I've seen the house, and we got a few issues here, but I think it would be a good fit for me. But would you take 130? Man, I don't know, man. It's like there's a lot going on here, and I want to buy it, but like, oh my God, like seriously." Do you see? Like I tell you, when I said people, it's so you can either stare at them with a blank face, or transfer the pain, because they're going through pain too. They're like trying to get you to make a decision, like, and they'll go, Rick, I'll have them go, listen, we'll work this out. I can get it. When they start doing that, you've really done a great job. Okay? Suddenly, like, what is wrong with you? Like, something like, okay, it doesn't work on everybody, but for the most part, there is tension in every sales you do. Okay? And sometimes when you're working with somebody, you spend a lot of time with them, this is where you can leverage it. Some people are really good. Some of you guys are brutal with it. Like, don't be an actor. Don't be a flopper. Like, when you hit, you fall straight down. Just go, listen, I want to make you an offer, but like, what, $100,000 do it? And I just scrunch my face up and I go, and they're like, oh my God, this guy's in pain. Like, I want to like help him. It's weird, but it works. I'm telling you, I've tested this out. I've done it over. I did it by accident in the beginning because I was scared and I was nervous. And then when I found out they are just as freaked out as you are, they're just not showing it. So when you show vulnerability, they're like, this is my guy, dude. It's not my number, but we'll figure it out. And sometimes they'll put their arm around you, you're like, okay, we'll figure it out. Rick, stop stressing, man. You're stressing me out. I'm like, like crap, man. It works, guys. I've been through thousands and thousands of appointments to test this stuff up. Has times changed? Yes. I will tell you the one difference between now and when I started, the speed of the transaction is different. We are in a TikTok society. People want stuff faster. We typically deal with an older crowd. As the crowd turns over and younger people buying these houses, we're probably going to have to move with more speed. That's why I have a young man as a partner. He helps me figure that out, because some of us old farts, we stick in our old ways, and we have to learn to change. Lose your ego. If you don't understand that by now, if you lose your ego, you can constantly learn. Think about social media, guys. What's the number one thing people do on social media? Brag. Superstar. I'm a rock star. We use it to our competitive advantage. If you don't do the same thing, you can gather so much intel from any of your competitors, anybody you want to do it. It's so easy. Wholesaling, in my opinion, is the worst brag, flex industry I've ever seen in my life. Okay? Learn how to become rich. Stop trying to look rich, and your life will change. It is a sacrifice. Everyone tells you it's like a get rich quick. Occasionally people do, but pocketing $100,000 is not getting rich. You're not even close to it. It's a great start, but you got to learn how to do the action over and over. I made a lot of money my first 7 years. One of my biggest goals was, I told my wife, I go, when we pay off the mortgage, I made it. such a low goal when I think about it, but it dug me out. Then you figure out how to pay it off every month and do it from there. So, what are we going to do from here? I'm just looking on time.
So do you give the price for us for this scrunchy face?
Yeah, you got to give a price. You deliver the price and the expression at the same time. So if you do just, hey, listen, when you take 140 grand, like, take a hike. Like, it's a very confrontational when you're like, they go, why is he struggling with it? And they already know, like, man, he's reaching far. I'm going to have to meet him somewhere. And so you're trying to show some vulnerability, because they expect you to be a stone cold seller when you get there. Like, you ever been that, like, what's your price? What's your bottom price? What's price? What's the price? What's the price? That's transactional. That's not wholesaling. You can't do that. It doesn't work. It doesn't even work with realtors. It's terrible. So what do we want to do here? So is anybody want to try the scrunchy face with me? It works. I'm telling you, it works. I didn't figure this out on my own. I figured it out with others. Okay. So back to this. I'm not going to teach you how to sign a contract. It's pretty straightforward. Don't complicate your contracts. We provide you a basic one. You want to run it by an attorney, you know the whole deal. When you deal with contracts, you give it to 10 different attorneys, you're getting 10 different opinions. I've been doing this 21 years. Make sure you're covered. Make sure you know your state laws. But get familiar that your title company is your friend when it comes to contracts. Okay? And then I explain everything. And one of the keys to is when I go to get the agreement, I've done the hard work. I ask for permission. I go to the car. I grab my folder, and I go over the contract with them. Okay? If you got a pre-filled out contract, you can freak people out. Now, as far as the type of contracts, some of you want to use your state-approved contracts. If people are very anal and they want to go page by page, and they maybe want to run it by a lawyer, you're better off using a state-approved contract. They all accomplish the same thing, guys. Okay? You can put in inspection periods, everything like that. If you have a simple person, I like simple 2-page contracts, get it done. Because a lot of times they go, where do I sign, Rick? Where do I sign? I got time for this. But you still got to go over the contract. Okay, here's the deal, here's the price, everything like that.
I've got one from the title company, and it's like 11 pages,
Yeah.
and I got it, and I was like, there's no way. So I use your all.
Yeah.
But I also don't use the word, make sure you don't use the word contract, you say agreement, because that can also scare sellers as well.
Yeah, so we talk about that. What's the FAR bar now? How many pages on average? Yeah, so they get more complicated than that. And some people they go, man, this is complicated. I'm like, I feel like I'm working with a realtor on it.
Going back to the sales tactic from it, if you're doing it virtually and like right now my main marketing channel is SMS,
Mm-hmm.
how do you communicate? Like like you can do the sign, I guess, but aside from that, like do you have any like tactics that work best for like over the phone?
So when you're over the phone, obviously the scrunchy face ain't going to work.
Right.
Try it, but it's not going to go through. But I will tell you, your tonality, your speed, and your pause, it's everything. It's much more magnified, okay? The good cop, bad cop will work. I go, listen, my partner, he just stepped out of the office. I'll go squeeze his arm. Make someone the bad person. And that will get you through to get your contracts, and then you'll find your niche. Some of you are like, I'm never doing that. I'm fine with it. He hates the scrunchy face. I love it. I hate the good cop, bad cop. I think it's annoying. But it works. Whatever gets you the desired results, what you need, you point to the data. Over the phone, you have to become a magician with your words to a point, because you have a very limited capacity. So you have to perfect getting rid of the ums, the buts, the okays. Find out what your stall word is. None of you know it until somebody else tells you. You know what my stall word is? Okay. Everybody, okay. A lot of you ums, a lot of it's but, and it's like you don't even know you do it. When you're on the phone, you have to magnify it. So one of the key ways to do it is just start recording yourself when you talk to people. Get a transcript, and then when you see it written down, you're like, oh my God, did I say that? And you learn it. But tonality is everything. People get aggressive, they get loud, they get quiet. You got to do the same thing. Tonality to me and timing is everything on the phone.
I just want to add a comment. The scrunchy face actually does work for me over the phone.
Yeah.
Because it's kind of like smiling over the phone, and they can feel that. So when I do the scrunchy face, they may not see it, but they'll hear it in my voice. Because it's kind of like Zach does. I love my sides.
Yeah. You do a throat clear, like, ugh, God.
They'll feel it over the phone.
Yeah, you got to do that.
Yeah, so in
Your mom. Your cat. It could be anybody. Nobody knows the other person. That's the beauty of it.
If they ask, like, all right, let me talk to that cop, then what do you do?
You don't want to talk to him. He's a pain in the ass. Like, trust me, I'm saving you. I got to deal with the guy. Like, trust me, we were having a long. Yeah, I know. It's going to get worse if you talk to him. Like.
Yeah, and vice versa.
Okay. Last one. Go ahead.
Can we maybe call some actual customers or do some role play with the audience?
We're going to do it right here, right now. So. Okay. So here's what we're going to do. Role play time. We're going to break up in pairs of 3s. I'd like to do with people you don't know. Here, do it.
No.
Okay.
There you go. You're good.
So basically what we're going to do is one person's going to close somebody, the others, one's going to be the buyer, one's going to be the seller, and one's going to critique, okay? The purpose of the critique is it is to judge you. Sorry, I'm not going to hide it from you. You need to know what you need to do and the stuff you need to work on. Most of you, a lot of your words you use, you're so programmed subconsciously from your family, your environment, and you don't know it, okay? We all have this great gift, like you all are great talking to me and Zach, but like when it gets down to it with a customer, you guys are different people. And if you don't recognize that and know that, you can't fix it. So what we're going to do is break out pairs of 3. One's the buyer, one's the seller, one's the judge. Now, we'll break it up. If someone wants to do the virtual thing, do it. If you want to do it in person, and we can rotate and figure out what we need to do, okay? And then me and Zach can go down a room and help you guys, but let's just start it, because this is how you get better at this stuff. You have to recognize what your shortcomings are to fix them. So any questions? Go ahead.
So to continue on the role play, pairs of 3. I'm picking them. So don't be your little buddies, all right? So this is the criteria for the role plays, okay? Number 1, we can do this during lunch or whatever, but criteria. Number 1, you need to be good. We need a clear opener with the acquisitions, okay? Does that make sense? A clear opener. MCTP, that has to be done. If MCTP is not done, I'm going to be mad, okay? We have 3 videographers here to record this, and it's going to be back on Flip the Brick Plus, so I'll know if you didn't do it or not, all right? MCTP, does nobody know the 4 MCTP questions? Raise your hand if you don't. I think everyone knows. Good. You have to use MCTP, have a very good, clear opening line with them. Hey, how's it going? Just act like you're recalling a warm lead. The seller has to be conditioned. We are going to condition the seller. Does everybody remember what Rick said about conditioning? Does nobody know off the top of their head what the conditioning is? Yes or no? You don't. It's not you need it memorized. At least if you have it done, written down in notes. That's it. So again, let me go back here, just so we have it. Well, let's review it one more time because it has to be done before you get into the offer. If this isn't done, you're going to get in the maybe and you're going to lose out. Before I come see the house, I don't want to waste my time or your time. But before I go and see you, I'm usually a very busy person. Are you ready to make a yes or no decision on selling it when I go meet with you? Or are you ready to make a yes or no decision right now on deciding to sell? That's the point. The day of the appointment or right before we get into it, they have to do it. Now, we have to make sure that's done. Now, let's go here. Pairs of 3. Criteria, again, MCTP, condition the seller, and this is going to be a hard one. Under 10 filler words. Filler words, ums, buts, maybes, okay. There's just filler words people usually have. It's better to leave the filler words blank when you have it. So if I'm saying, hey, how are you doing today? Are you interested in selling your property? Besides saying that, say, hey, how are you today? Are you interested in selling your property? Just that pause is better than an or but. Makes it seem like you don't know what you're saying. And I still use and buts. To this day, I still do. But it's a lot less than when I first started. So either you can use the good cop, bad cop method, lowball method with scrunchy face, or the volley, whatever one it is. You have to use one of those. Or if you have a better one, we can do it. So we're going to role play time. So I'm picking it. So we got John, Naya, Steven, Joel, Andrew, Stan. Should we use Whitney? I'm just kidding. Corey, Whitney, that's technically 1. Clive, and Christian, and then Chris, Teresa, Carolyn, and then other Chris, Rebecca, Roger, and then we're splitting you guys up. Rosa, Amelia, and Douglas, and then Dylan, Evan, Jack, Nate, Ferrari. I know I can't remember. Ferrari. All right. Nathan Farr and Jason, and then Grant, Jorge, and Kelly and his wife, Jay, Yvonne, Michael, and then let's see who's next. We got Ace, Michael, Aaron if he doesn't leave early, and then we'll make it easier. We'll do Vito, John, Markel, and then we'll have Clarence, Acello, and then Tony, and then Nader, Phillips, and Dana, and then we got Gennaro. Did I call him Luca already? Luca, and then Irina.
Dude, how do you remember that? That's great.
Oh yeah, it's great. We guys came to the first live event. I have to remember everyone.
So you see why I have them do that. I wouldn't get past the first row. I'm like, dude, you can have your name tag right in front of me. I'm like, it's just my ADHD, so don't take it personally. I got to see the name 3 or 4 times. How he does that, I'm like, it's just crazy. So let's go. Hey, everybody have somebody? So you got to tell the guys how to film this.
What?
Tell the videographers what to do.
You went way over. I'm trying to stop it. You went way over.
Okay.
No, it's fine. It's fine.
I would create chaos with that. So this isn't mostly not good for recording. If we could. But I was obviously saying, if you just like mic up one group and that little tiny Sony, I'm not like audio is not no, I know. I was thinking we really could just charge up all the price. Yeah, just do that. It's more just value for them. Yeah. These won't be like invested. because it's these three people, it's not me or Rick in the video. Yeah. I wouldn't make it a video. Yeah, because it's not like, I mean, we got some shots of that. This camera picked funny spots, actually. Just the shots. Dana out here with the code enforcement for Brevard County, so pretty cool. I mean, you get data like this, tall grass, overgrown, you get stuff like that. You can download Excel. Nato showed me some secret stuff, so that's pretty cool. But yeah, helped her out. We created a little game plan here for her, just FYI, so if you want to know. She's in a good market. She just doesn't know what to do. So, I mean, we're telling her government lists, got a little prop shrimp stuff, digital bandit signs. In her county where she's at, there's some hot spots, so we're trying to get her on that one. And yeah, get a little bit of stuff, reverse drawing for $1, some cold calling, SMS, list, stuff like that. Now, am I going to tell Dana to go buy this crazy software and skip trace 12,000 leads? Now, I don't think that's the best thing starting out, especially someone like her. We just got to get some results, and that's the point. Make 5, 10 grand, and then we can pour that into something bigger, right? That's kind of the point. Like, I know Ace had to go. I know some other people had to go. Like, he's fine spending a bunch in direct mail because he's made so much. It only makes sense for him to go back into it. So just shout out to there. So what we're going to do here is kind of come back, and we're going to go full on dispositions. So pretty excited finding cash buyers. So if you're somebody that struggles with finding cash buyers, or somebody that can't even sell their deal or has this problem with it, or if you want to make more per deal, Dispositions is great. A lot of people overlook it. Most wholesalers, once they get a good deal, they immediately sell it to the first or second buyer that gives it to them. And a lot of people, their secret of making more money in wholesaling, it's not about getting a lower offer, which does work. We love that for acquisitions. More marketing, more money, we get it. But another thing you can do is just get better buyers, and they'll pay you more. So to double your assignment fee, a lot of people think you have to have double the amount of good buyers or double your lowball offers. If you just get 50% better buyers and 50% better lowballing, you can instantly double it. You don't have to just double your success. So we're going to find about cash buyers, talking about that. There's a lot of strategies for it. As somebody that does a lot of JV, dispo, I've been through the ringer. And I can tell you I'm more confident with this than probably any other one. Last year, it would have been acquisitions, it would have been cold calling. This, in the past 365 days, I've became very good at it because I get deals sent across the entire country to sell. And I struggle with it, right? Like, I remember one of my first JV deals was in New Hampshire. I got sent it. I'm like, oh, snap. New Hampshire. Like, that sucks. But I was like, you know what? I'm going to do well. I'm going to get it. And that was an interesting deal, and I had to learn how to find cash buyers in a new foreign market. My first virtual wholesaling deal in Knoxville, Tennessee, Greenville, South Carolina. At some point, it's an easy process. So what is Dispositions? Dispositions is a process of selling our real estate contracts, basically our wholesaling deal, to a cash buyer. A cash buyer only wants to buy for 2 reasons. Why does somebody want to buy a house for cash? To make money. That's the point. And the top 2 ways cash buyers make money is to rent the property out or to flip it. There's land bankers, there's people that buy it cash to live in it. Those are exceptions to the rule. The amount of people that buy their own personal house for cash, it's very, very low and not good for cash buyer purposes, right? So what's the dispositions process? It's a 4-step plan. It's pretty simple. We go out here, we find cash buyers, we add them to our list. I know I'm simplifying it, but we're going to qualify them. That's part of adding them to my list. We're going to send the deal that we have in our contract to said cash buyer. Then we are going to walk that buyer through the property. We're going to get them to sign the assignment of contract. And then we're going to follow up with the seller and the buyer and the title company to make sure we're all still on the same page. You got to remember this. If you do not follow up with them, cash buyer, just like a seller, they're not going to like you. It's really important for everybody watching this to understand your cash buyer and your seller, you got to treat them the same. A lot of people treat their cash buyers like trash and their seller like gods. Like, oh my gosh, they're little princesses and we treat them so well and we think about them all the time and follow up. We don't even care about the buyer. It's ridiculous. If you treat your cash buyer like a seller, actually caring about them, following up even if you know you're not going to make money, it's relationships, guys. So what is a cash buyer? A cash buyer, again, is a person who's going to buy our deal or contract for cash, not hard money. They're not buying it on a loan. They don't need to get underwriting it. They're buying it for cash. This is not hard money people. These are not people getting loans. These are cash buyers. We get an assignment fee on top of the deal. That's how we get paid. They buy the house usually to rent it out or to flip it for a profit. Example, if I get a property under contract for $100,000 and I sell the deal to the cash buyer for $120,000, at the end, I'll get a $20,000 assignment fee. $120,000, cash buyer gives to the title company. We agreed with the seller to give him $100,000, so the seller gets $100K, and that $20,000 extra goes to me for an assignment fee. That's how we get paid in wholesaling. We get paid from the buyer. That's how it works. Now, I have found there are tiers to cash buyers. There's tiers to restaurants, there's tiers to fast food chains, and there's tiers to everything. The bottom tier, I call this Burger King. Hate Burger King. I went there 6 months ago. It was the worst thing ever. You love Whopper. It was so bad. The Burger King in Stewart is the worst Burger King I've ever had in my entire life. So the bottom tier, call them Burger King. These are slumlords. What do I mean by that? I'm not exaggerating. There are people in your market, if you're in a bigger market, we're talking Dallas, Houston, heck, I know them in Pensacola. They're like slumlords. They buy 50 plus houses a year, and they are really good investors, and they want really good deals. Now, there is a point where they're really good investors, and they'll overpay. 2 years ago, this was like hedge funds, but they really didn't care. This is probably my acquisitions manager. Oh, we got another deal. Oh, whatever. All right, so we got slumlords, right? And next year, we got high-level flippers, 20 plus deals a year. These are people that, they flip a lot of houses. These are, the Rogers, the Clives, people that used to flip houses, and they kind of know what they're doing, but, they want to do they know what they're doing, right? If they buy about 20 houses a year, they're going to pay more than the slumlord, but they're pretty savvy, and they know there's a lot of wholesalers, and that's where they'll treat you. It's kind of like a seller that has 10 wholesalers talking to them. They don't really care. They're just going to shop around. They're not the best. Now, this is where we get in some good cash buyers. These are ones that are flipping one house a month, one house every other month. They'll buy it 2 months, put it back on the market. They're kind of decent, but they still pay a good amount. My favorite ones are who we call the mom and pop flippers. These are people that buy 1, 2, 3, 4 deals a year. They're great. This is a side hustle to them, and they like it. They think of this as investing. If they can make 30, 40% of their money, that's so cool. And they'll do all the work themselves, so they squeeze all the profit, and they're willing to overpay because they do the work themselves. At medium and high level, they have contractors, handymen, workers, not the best. And then my favorite, I call these the fresh out of the seminar flippers. I was talking to John. John knows exactly who I'm talking about. I'm not mentioning that place, but they throw you in a hotel room. They get you excited. They tell you to pour $200,000 into a house you find with a realtor on the MLS, and you're going to flip the house for a profit like a TV show. I'll tell you, it's not like the TV show. Rick can attest to this. We have been offered 2 TV networks to do house flipping shows. It is not what it's cut out to be, and we have denied them both. We can't say too much about it, but I can tell you, you do not want to be like these TV show people. You do not make a profit, and you don't show the real HUDs. But fresh out of the seminar flippers are the best. I have literally talked to people fresh out of a seminar. They went to a seminar, they found me on Facebook or whatever, and they got so excited to buy some more deals. And I will screw them on a deal. Not screw them, they'll make money. But like if a regular flipper can make 40 grand on it, they'll make 15 and they'll be so happy because they made a profit and it's great. And they gotta design the interior and make it all look good, right? So how do you find cash buyers? Remember, with the tiers of cash buyers, what I'll say with these tiers is, right here, these two, they look at house flipping as a craft. Oh, I'm going to make it look good. It makes me feel fulfilled. It makes me feel like they'll do the granite countertops. They'll put the fireplace. They'll do it. These people, medium, high-level slumlords, they care about the money. They're here to make a profit. These people, they want to make a profit, but they want to feel good about it too. If you're talking to any of these buyers, that's how you kind of know. But how do you find them? Number one, Zillow for rents. Like I've said, your cash buyers are looking to buy a deal, to rent it out, or they're literally out here to go flip it for a profit. As personally, I found this myself when I was starting to buy rental properties. I did not want to go pay a realtor to go find someone. And I started to buy a lot of like lower level rentals. These are these manufactured homes, really cheap type of real estate. And I just didn't want to deal with the realtor. I just listed the property for rent on Zillow, and I found plenty. And I found a lot of landlords do this. They don't deal with a realtor, and they just list it for rent by themselves. So Zillow for Rents are great. You can call these people up and just ask them if they're looking to buy any more rentals. Easy as that. Number 2, Facebook groups. I'll show you on here how to do it. I was kind of talking to Rebecca, talking to Tony about this. Facebook groups are amazing. A lot of people, if you're under a rock, you don't have a Facebook, you should probably get one. But what I can tell you is Facebook groups are amazing. Who here has a grandma or had a grandma? If anyone's younger here that has a grandma, you probably know your grandma's probably on Facebook, right? She likes all your pictures or your mom's pictures, right? This is not 2010 anymore. Every single person that's considered older, over the age of 70, 80, they all have Facebooks now. They all do. My grandparents have Facebook. It's crazy. And so every single person, usually over the age of 30, has a Facebook. It's insane. And so that means if you're talking to a cash buyer who's probably over the age of 40, 95% of them have a Facebook. And for the young people out here, they usually have a DM, and they answer their DMs. And it's crazy. Even the people that are technological geniuses, they will answer their DMs, and they at least know that. And so you can always DM these people too, and go in Facebook groups. On top of that, you can cold call cash sales. There is a list of people that buy houses for cash, and you can call them. Say, hey, did you buy this house for cash? Yes, I did. Well, do you want to buy any more? Yes. Well, I'm a wholesaler. Boom. Easy as that. To find a cash buyer is so much easier to find a motivated seller. You'll see how quick this presentation is considered the marketing part. You can go to auctions. Clive was talking about the round robin auctions. Kind of similar to what we like to do. There are local property auctions here in Port St. Lucie, Stewart, not Friday, but usually Saturdays. Some of my favorite. There's auctions. And the amount of people in this room, they're auctioning off a triplex, a duplex, a quadplex. Love them. And they usually like doing it because they get more than on the MLS for it. There will be 80, 90 people in a room, and they're all bidding on a huge, the last one we went to was like a 10-plex. We went there. There's 80 people looking to bid on the property. Guess what happens? They auction it off, right? There's 100 people. 99 of those people at the auction lost out. They got all this cash. They're super excited. And they couldn't buy it. They're so sad, and they just want to buy property. Now, if you're smart with the auctions, what you can do is, if there's 100 people at the auction, there's probably like 30 people that actually bid. If you're actually looking to bid on a $1-2 million rental property, you're serious. And if you kind of pick out and see who's bidding, you can go reach them out, and they're all sad that they lost the auction. Go reach out to them and say, hey, I'm sorry you didn't win that auction, but you're still looking to buy some more rentals, right? Yeah. Get their info. Pretty simple. Auctions are an amazing source for it. Heck, go to the tax auctions. They're not as good, but a lot of them are online too. You can find the sales of the auctions too. They're a good one. There's local real estate investing associations. You guys know, you go there, you're going to get pitched. But there are good buyers that actually go there. Networking is a good one. I mean, networking kind of overblown from a lot of people. Everyone loves to network and stuff. But if you can just contact people, realtors, title companies, things like that, you can find a lot of good cash buyers. But on top of that too, hedge funds are another source of cash buyers. I'll tell you, most of them are not as good as they used to be. One I used to use, they were amazing, but they're 2 years ago they'd buy anything. Unfortunately, they won't do it anymore because just the cost to borrow money is not as good anymore, so they're a lot more tighter with it. There used to be some huge ones in Arkansas we used to use, but hedge funds are another source. Real estate agents, love real estate agents. I'll tell you right now, our top cash buyers have usually all come from real estate agents. And you got to remember this. I was talking to some of you guys about these real estate agents. If you are a mom and pop, think of your grandparents. Let's say your grandparents have $1 million and they want to invest in real estate. What are they going to do? Are they going to go to Flip with Rick on YouTube and learn how to find the deal? No, they're not. Are they going to go watch a house flipping show? Yeah, they'll get excited about it, and that's what they're going to do. I know a lot of people that invest in real estate that don't know what wholesaling is. It's most of them, actually. It's the sad part. And so what they do is they call their friend Sheila, who is a real estate agent, and say, hey, I want to look to buy a piece of real estate. That's what 90% of these real estate investors are. It's shocking, but it's true. And those people will just hear whatever the real estate agent says, and they'll say, okay. So everyone locally here that invests in real estate property, they usually run another business. I know one guy, he's a real estate investor. He ran some like IV company. He just talks to whatever his realtor says, it's a good deal, he just does. And if I can contact the gatekeeper, the real estate agent,
and I say, hey, I'll give you double your commission if you go with me over than an MLS listing, real estate agents only care about one thing, that's money. And so they will be kind of corruptible in a sense. I'm not saying that in a mean way, but like if they can make $5,000 on rental property A, or they can make 12 grand with me on rental property B, and it's the same price at the end, they're more inclined to convince their client to go with us. And, you know, I know some real estate agents are going to be upset at me, but like, yeah, they have a fiduciary responsibility, and I do get that. But if they're going to make the same, they're going to push the $12,000 commission over the $5,000 commission 9 times out of 10. And I'll say this, there's real estate agents here that make money, but if you're a real estate agent that makes money, you understand most real estate agents are broke. And they're more inclined to push it when they need help. And they're also good deals. You do give better deals to real estate agents than if they go on the MLS. And if they can be an agent that says, oh, I have a special private deal, it sounds better. Now, of course, there's title companies. Our current title company we use here locally, they don't do an insane amount, maybe 30, 40 wholesale transactions a month, I'm guessing. Like, I don't know, like outside of us, like there's not a ton that they do outside of, so I'd say about 30 or 40 outside of us. And they're good. They know it, and they have buyers. And we've used title companies in a lot of good pinches, and they have the buyers. Remember, they go to us, and so it's a good one. So cash buyers, I have 2 rules for them. It's quality over quantity. Has any of you guys gone on a Facebook group and heard someone say, I have 400,000 cash buyers in my database? All the time. Who cares? 400,000, it's quality over quantity. How many of those people you know on a first name basis? The reason that I do my cash buyers is I call them up, send the deal, and they buy it. That's it. Number 2, cash buyers must be qualified. Avoid fake or bad buyers. I'm not saying anything bad, but there are real estate wholesaling programs that show you how to daisy chain, which if you don't know what daisy chaining is, it's basically, hey, I'm a buyer, bro. Send me over the deal. They'll write a contract and then JV the JV, which inherently isn't a terrible thing. But if that person you don't know or has never done a deal ever, or they don't know what they're talking about, they don't know if it's a good deal, they could hold you up and hold your EMD. So you want to make sure this person that is a cash buyer is actually legit. That is it. If you're a cash buyer and you had never bought a house before, you're not a good buyer. And I can tell you, as somebody that buys houses for cash, if you came up to me and said, hey, Zach, give me the last 3 houses you bought for cash, I'll tell you where they are. I will give you the HUDs, I'll show you. I'm not scared. That's why I love real estate. You can't fake real estate. Did you buy it? And heck, you can put it in trust and things like that, but someone's signing the deed. So I'll tell you, there's a lot of ways to find Facebook group, cash buyers. Number 1, Facebook groups. Go to Facebook, go to real estate investing groups and search cash buyers in the search tab. You can also make a post. So I showed Rebecca really quick. I'll just post it on here. I'll literally go here. I was showing Rebecca. We went to Memphis, Tennessee real estate investors. So she's looking to get in Memphis. I literally just went to the search tab here, search cash buyers, and there's posts like this, looking for cash buyers in Memphis. And all I'm going to do is go to comments, and I'm going to scroll down, and I'm going to find people. So like, I don't know, this David guy, he says he's a buyer, or he says he has it, and what I'm going to do is just go here, I'm going to click message, I'm just going to message him like, hey David, I saw you were looking to buy houses for cash in Memphis. Are you still actively a cash buyer? My name's Zach, I'm a wholesaler. And there's 12 comments here. It's not a big group, but if I scroll down here on like a regular group, there's probably like 100 of those type of comments in a week or two. It's if you ever been on my Facebook group, you say, where are my buyers at? Where are my cash buyers at? It's all the time. And I don't allow it in our group because it's just spam. And we have 118,000 people in it, so it goes crazy. But you can go in there and DM these people. And if you send like 100 messages a day, you're bound to find good buyers. And they're all there. And so I would say about 15, 20% of people that claim to be buyers on Facebook are actually legit buyers. So I love doing it. You can also make posts. In freeholding.com, we have templates. But like something stupid, like cash buyers in Houston market, drop your email. I know it sounds stupid, but like making it simple, those get like 40 or 50 comments and they'll all DM you. You can also cold call real estate agents. Again, I know I clown real estate agents sometimes, but they have really good buyers. And I like making them money. Cold calling buyers agents is amazing. So if you go to the cash sales, you can use like PropStream, ListRI.com. Heck, what I like to do too, like we're talking about Rebecca in Memphis, if Rebecca locks up a deal that it's in like a really rough part of town, I'll go to that rough part of town, I'll go to the solds, I'll look at the pictures of the ugliest possible houses,
and I'll look for the buyer's agent and just call them up. Usually if you're a buyer's agent only dealing with like hood properties, you have a ton. Like you're the person that does those distressed type of houses, Section 8, things like that. You have a lot on your Rolodex, and you can help these people out. And these realtors, unfortunately, if these are $42,000, $45,000 purchase prices, they're not making a ton on the deal. Like, I mean, 3%, it's like, oh, that's awful. And so if you can offer them $4 or $5 grand, that's like 10% commission. And if you make 10 or 15, that's great. And they love working with you too. But that's pretty much it. I mean, if you ask if they have any cash buyers, the realtor, and explain that you're a wholesaler and that's how you work and you want to get them paid, you're good to go. Just talking to a realtor and say, hey, do you have any buyers? Like, they think you're stealing their buyers list. They don't like it. Just let them know that you want to get them paid on the transaction too, and you're good to go. If you talk to a realtor and you say, hey, I'll give you a commission, they get all defensive because you can't do that. Marketing fee, things like that. You can also work it in the assignment. Whatever they're comfortable with, whatever their broker's okay with, but real estate agents are great. Now, some more cash buyer marketing. Call the cash buyer up once you get them on a list. Call them up and give them pictures of the house when you have the deal under contract and ask them if that price works. Now, it's very, very important that we understand if you text them, if you email them, that is not a good way to sell anything, okay? You gotta actually call them up and actually build some rapport. You don't try to close a seller over text or over email, but you guys will try to close a cash buyer over text and email. It's ridiculous. Call them up. That's the best. I mean, in person would be the best, but actually call them up. Actually show some effort with it. You actually do well. Remember, calling them up is the best way to currently get the deal sold and the best chance of getting the deal sold. We're in an era right now where it's easier than ever to get a wholesaling deal, but it's harder than ever to dispo the deal, especially with interest rates and stuff. So you actually want to call them up. If there's 10 wholesalers dealing with one cash buyer, be the person that calls them. And then they walk through the property, right? If they're good on the price, then they can walk through and they can see the house, make sure it's good. Set up a time with the seller, you and the cash buyer. Make sure you're about 5 minutes before the cash buyer shows up, you'll be good to go. Present to the seller that you and your partner are going to walk through the property. That's it. Now, you also present to the cash buyer that there's no talking to the seller. We're not doing this. You walk through the house, I talk to the seller. They can walk through it, make a decision if they're ready to buy or not. It's very important, again, I'm going to repeat this, that they're good on the price. If they're, I don't know, I'll just look at it. You only have a certain amount of walkthroughs with the buyers, so you need to be very careful with here. Now, once they're good on the price, you meet at a secondary location. Don't sign an assignment of contract in front of a seller. It's never a good idea. So I usually go to a title company, Starbucks, McDonald's, no Burger King, and and we get the assignment of contract signed. I do it in person, and remember, my assignment of contracts they're pretty cutthroat. You have to do an EMD, non-refundable. I'm pretty aggressive with it, but I make sure once they're in, they're good. Now, once they sign the assignment of contract, we're in this dead time. Some wholesalers lose out deals because they don't follow up. Call the cash buyer once a week. I know that seems excessive, but make sure, hey, just call in, make sure you're okay with the deal, make sure everything's good, how are you? Really quick, 5 seconds. You also do the same with the seller. You follow up with them. If you don't follow up with them, they're going to think, oh, what's going on? I just thought you were out. Some sellers think, oh, I thought you were out of the deal. You didn't call me for a month. Call them at least once a week and check in. A lot of people are like, what do I say? It's been a week. Hey, just seeing how you're going. How's the move going? Oh, it's going great. Well, if you got any questions, please let me know. That's it. As simple as that. As long as they know you're still committed, you're still good to go, you're fine. Also, call the title company once a week, confirm the title's clear and there's no issues. Cannot tell you how many times I get these title companies. I remember one deal I did where we're set to make a huge amount of money on this deal, and title never even called us. And we had to call them and follow up and said, well, there's a slight issue. This guy has a $400,000 child support payment he was behind on in the state of Texas. And a court just ordered that in Florida, they put the lien on the house. And there's nothing we can do. We lost out on the deal. And so title can really ruin a deal if you don't know how to do it, right? So this is probably the most important part with the cash buyer. There are fake buyers and there's real buyers. I know so many 18, 19-year-olds that say they're cash buyers. I can tell you, statistically, there's not a ton. And so every single person that claims to be a cash buyer, you run them through these questions. If they can't answer them, they're not a legit buyer. Number one, are you looking to buy any more houses for flipping or renting? That should be an easy yes, right? Number two, have you ever bought a deal from a wholesaler before? You do not want to be someone's first time when it comes to a
a wholesale deal. There's a lot of explaining, it's a lot of stress. It's like, why assignment? Make sure they have some experience buying from wholesalers before they at least understand the process. I've dealt with cash buyers that's their first time doing it, and then if they don't understand the assignment stuff, they get pretty confused. Now, number 2, are you okay with us making an assignment fee? Let me repeat myself. Are you okay with us making an assignment fee? And I like to preference this. I don't even say this anymore. Are you okay with me making a massive assignment fee? As somebody that likes making big wholesaling deals, some cash buyers they get really uncomfortable you're making $50,000 or $60,000 on a deal. Has anyone here had a problem with a cash buyer with your assignment fee being too large? Some people, right? Nader, what story with you? What happened with your buyer?
We had it under contract with a hedge fund for like almost 6-figure deal.
Yep.
For like 80 something. And as soon as they saw the assignment fee, they tried to talk us all the way back down to like 55.
Yep. Did the deal change? Did the property change?
Nothing at all.
It's just you making money. Oh, terrible, right? So that's the problem. It's how human psychology works. Oh, if you went to a grocery store and you bought something for $10, let's say a case of Coke for $10, and you say, oh, it's $10, I'll buy it. It's look like a good deal, 50 cents a can, 20 cans, $10. You're okay with it. But if you got rung up and you found out that Walmart bought that case for $1 and they're making $9 off of you, you inherently feel like you're getting ripped off. Did the value of the Coke change? No, you're kind of upset that they're making money. It's not good. Make sure that they're okay with you making an assignment fee. Don't feel like it's a secret. Even if you double close, they're going to find out. And you want your cash buyers to buy more than one. Make sure they're okay with you making an assignment fee. Proof of funds, another important one. Make sure they have a proof of funds. If they don't have the cash in their bank account, probably not a good deal. Top of this too, get the addresses of the past 5 cash purchases. Now, I used to never say about this, just get the proof of funds, but there are so many people out here that are faking proof of funds. I've had cash buyers literally Photoshop out of Chase extra cash they had in their bank account, and it ended up getting stolen. Not stolen, but like our deal got stolen, and we don't like that. So what we do now with our buyers is I kind of put them in a trap. Remember I told them, are you looking to buy any more houses? I'm like, yeah, I bought like 4 houses this year in Port St. Lucie. Okay, well, can you give me the addresses of like 2 of them? That's when the fake buyers start freaking out. That's private information. Why is it private? I can just look you up. Just give me the addresses. Oh, they're under a trust. You want to understand. Okay, well, did you buy it under a trust with your name? Do you have any partners? No, it's just me on the trust. Okay, perfect. Well, show me the address, and I'll look up the deed, and you should have signed it yourself. A lot of people, they get freaked out. You're not having a registered agent in Wyoming sign a notarized deed on your property, on your trust, right? You're going to do it yourself to make sure you're safe. So that's usually a good way to get rid of fake buyers. Now, when I cold call in Zillow for rents, I have a pretty simple script. Same thing with my cold calling. Hey, is this the owner of 123 Main Street? Yes. Are you looking to rent out my property? No. This is Zach. I'm actually not looking to rent out your property. I'm actually a wholesaler, and I'm seeing if you are looking to buy any more rental properties for cash. Would you be looking to buy any more rentals? And I provide properties to cash buyers. And if they are, then yes, great. Then proceed to let them know that your partner will be reaching out to them later today and ask what is the best number for us to reach back out to see if you're a good fit for us. And then put them in the CRM. It's simple. It's not that complicated. A lot of people get really nervous over this, and it's not. It's way easier than a seller. Now, if you're cold calling the cash sales, pretty simple. Go to PropStream, ZachData.com batch, and you can do this. But say, hey, is this the owner of 123 Main Street? Yes, this is him. Okay, well, hey, I just saw you purchase that property for cash, and we were wondering if you were looking to buy any more flips or rentals for cash in the area. My name is Zach. I actually have a wholesaling company, and we have multiple deals under contract usually we'd like to sell. That's it. Simple as that. If they have bought houses for cash, usually they are looking to buy even more. And I like the cash sales. They're usually pretty legit. And then, yes, proceed to let them know that your partner will be reaching out to them later today and ask them for their best number. I like to be in the flow of cold calling. If I'm cold calling a bunch of cash buyers, I like to get the yes, put them in the CRM, and then I'll qualify them later and then go from there. Now, there's not many objections you're going to get. I've done a lot of live cold calling. You can check on the videos we do. But it's usually, who is this? What do you want? My name is Zach. I'm actually a wholesaler. Are you looking to buy any more properties? And if they ask me what's a wholesaler, it's usually not going to be a good deal.
So the next one is like, what's a wholesale company? What's a wholesaler? I'll explain it to a realtor. For a cash buyer, I actually start getting a little, I get a little short with them because like if you don't know what wholesaling is, it's probably not going to be the best thing to educate you on this. And so what I do is I put properties under contract and I look to sell them for an assignment fee. That's what I do. If they're like, oh, I don't know about that. Well, look it up. If it's something you want to do, call your title company. I've actually had cash buyers that are like, oh, I don't know what wholesaling is. Well, just ask your title company. And they explain it and they're like, oh, okay. That works out too. So how do you get really good at cold calling these sellers? How do you get really good at cold calling these cash buyers? Be direct. Rick's less direct than me. It's no secret. But he's more empathetic. He gets a lot more rapport. But I'm very direct. And with cash buyers, you got to get to the point with them. A lot of them are business people. Sellers are not business people. This is why it's a little different calling them than calling a regular seller. Stick to the script. Once you go off the script, things can get a little weird. Don't do that. And then get off the phone with the no's as quick as possible and don't waste your time. It's really, really important for you to get off the phone when somebody says no for a seller, when somebody says no if they don't looking to buy any more properties for cash. We're not here to waste our time. We already work too hard in wholesaling. So if someone says no, don't try to convince them to be a cash buyer, and then just focus on the yeses. From there, you can vet your cash buyers pretty good. Remember, there are 5 critical important factors when underwriting cash buyers. Number 1, intel. Meet and greet them, collect the data, see where they're looking to buy. Number 2, their means. Do they have the money? Yes. If they do, sure. If they bought houses, they're good. How quickly can they close? Are they okay with my assignment of contract? The worst thing you could possibly do is walk them through, them being okay, and then looking at your assignment of contract being like, oh, I don't know about this. Make sure they actually look it over. Actually qualify them before and vet them. Number 4, make sure they have authority. Some people are just like, the acquisitions department for the company, like hedge funds and stuff, and they actually don't have the authority to say yes or no to buying a deal. Make sure the authority figure. Same thing with sellers. And niche, understand what they're looking to do. We talk to a motivated seller, and we like to understand about their MCTP, their family, their occupation, what they like to do for fun. But we don't really care about a cash buyer. We don't care about their family. We don't care about anything. We just care about them buying it because they're just a number, right? Actually understand what they're looking to do. If they're looking to fix and flip, why am I going to send them a really nice deal that can just be turnkey ready to rent out? You got to understand what they want, understand how many properties they're looking to buy, and where they're looking to buy. Do not want to send a bad deal to a cash buyer. Let me say this one more time. Do not want to be the boy that cried wolf. If you're the guy that has a good buyer and you send them 5 really, really crappy deals, when you send them the 6th deal that's really nice, they're going to think, oh, that's just Zach who sends crappy deals. I'm not even going to look at this one. And I've fallen victim to this too with my JV deals. I'll get sent JV deals, 10 of them are really, really bad. And then another guy just says, hey, I got a JV deal. I'm like, fine, give it to me. Let me look at it. And that one, this was one in Port St. Lucie. This is my 11th DM on a JV deal. And I was like, I didn't even want to look at it. And I just sent it to you to look at it. And you said, oh, that's actually a good deal. I'm like, whatever. And we ended up making 70 grand on that deal. And it was this dude in Arizona that just like, this kid. And I was like, wow, okay. And so I'm telling you, you got to look at them and you got to get in the niches here. So how wholesalers work with title companies?
Can you do this?
I got title companies.
Okay. Yeah. I'm going to go through this a little bit quick because I want to get back to the role play. So I'm going to give you a 20-year crash course in working with title companies. This is stuff you're not going to get from a lot of people. Title companies are going to watch this and they're going to get pissed, but it is what it is. So let's get into it. Size of the title company matters. The smaller the company, the more service you're going to get, the easier it is, okay? I get very intimate with these title companies. If you use these, there are some national chain title companies. I'm not a big fan of them. They're corporate run and they go through employees like water. You need the exact same employee the entire time. If you trade hands or you have a different handler, I call it, in a title company, it's going to change your business. This is a very individual business and you have to understand it. The size of the title company is huge. Small independent local title companies, it's what works best. Stick to it. I've tried the national ones. You think, oh, I can do all 50 states. It's not that easy, okay? Most of you guys are picking out a particular market. Your title company needs to be in the state that you operate in and make sure they're comfortable in the counties you do. So more importantly, it's what your sellers want. They want to know you're legitimate. They don't want some company they're going to mail to Arizona and mail back to you. It freaks them out, okay? So if I do a deal in Arizona, I'm going to find a local title company. We teach you the tactics on how to do that, okay? This is a big one for me. When I call a title company I'm vetting, when you guys are calling just like I teach you, if the girl's nasty or the guy's nasty to you on the phone, move on, because they're going to screw your deals up, okay? They have some employees that they don't have a good culture. You don't control them. It's a nightmare, okay? If they're nasty to you or please hold, you called 3 times and you're on hold every time, that's what's going to happen with your sellers, and you're going to freak them out. We're not even talking about us yet, okay? Investor focus. What do I mean by investor focus? They're familiar with assignment agreements. They understand how you operate. Now, don't fall in the trap where a guy goes, I've had these, and you'll find ways of these. Hey, us investors are getting together. We're going to open up a title company. I don't understand title. There's a lot of legalities. There's a lot of liability with it. We are wholesalers. Don't let anyone try to get you into a title company. I've been approached probably 5 or 6 times. They go, we can drive all this business, we make all this money. Guys, you can't just do stuff to make money, okay? I understand title. I don't know how to run it as a business, okay? You have a tremendous amount of liability when you do any type of title. So if you go, hey, we just do investor contracts, make sure it's a good move for you, okay? I also find out how many other investors you have. Don't be scared to ask. If you're the only investor, it might be good, it might be bad. It depends, okay? I want to know how many they have and what percentage of their business. If they can't share it to you, listen, I'm running a business. I need to know about your business. If they go, that's confidential, I'm like, move on, right? Okay, you got to ask some hard questions. And guys, you're not selling anything here. You're just ripping through a list, okay? You're familiar with assignment of contracts. Listen, ask and listen to their first response. Hey, are you familiar with assignment contracts? Put your hand over the phone. And if you get a lot of ums, buts, you've got a problem, okay? Contrary to belief, a lot of title companies do not like to do assignment of contracts. Why? It's scary. It's not the norm. 95% of transactions run through realtors, okay? So we do the 5%, probably closer to 10. But the reality is just because you don't understand it, it's not my problem, okay? You got to find a company that understands what you do and how you operate. The last thing you want to do is teach your title company how to do an assignment of contract. You're a dead man walking. You can't do it.
What if the seller asks for a certain title company, like they have a brother?
We're going to go over that. You already know the answer, right? Give them the answer. No. It will ruin probably 90% of your deals when you do it. There's a reason they're asking you to do it, okay? Some of them have good intentions, but for the most part, you're going to bring it to a title company that has no idea what you do, and it scares them. Title companies, we have the same problem with title companies that you have with these government agencies. You have public data, and then you have what they call policies, privacy policies. The owner of the company go, listen, we don't like assignment contracts. We're hearing a lot of negative stuff in the press. I don't want to do them anymore. I don't know. I have this guy. He does like 4 or 5 every month. What do I tell him? I go, just drag him along. We're not going to do it. And they don't tell you the truth. You got to understand. I've had sometimes title companies, because they're owned by attorneys, they'll start interpreting the rules, and you're not in control. But the problem is they screw your deal up. Your seller's there. If you switch title companies midstream doing a deal, you will freak your seller out. They're like, what's wrong? What's going on? It's very hard to change title companies. So if you go, hey, I'll go with your company. They didn't work out. Let me bring it over to my company. It becomes a real problem, okay? Double closings. Ask, do you do double closings? You don't even know how to do it. I just want you to experiment here. Do you guys write title exceptions? Why do I ask this? Because as you get more advanced, you want them to be able to do this. A lot of times we contract code violations, stuff that can't be cured right away, especially federal liens and stuff like that. We want to move the property. Our job is to move it, okay? So I teach you how to move your sellers along the sales line. Same thing with the title company. If I have a code for, say, $1,000 on the property, I'm getting a $50,000 assignment, do not let the $1,000 stop you. There's a couple ways around it. They can write a title exception, and your new cash buyer can just take it over and resolve the issue for you. It means they're going to insure all except that $1,000. And if it comes back, you have to have an agreement with the new buyer if you want to cover it or not. Sometimes I just pay it to facilitate the transaction. Don't let a tiny amount tie you up. You guys understand that? When you have these liens and stuff, it's not the end of the world. Okay, worst case scenario, leave $1,000 in escrow and see if it goes your way. But I see so many people tie up an entire deal over $1,000 lien, it's ridiculous. Okay? Ask them, you guys do probates? Okay? And then when you get deeper into it, I'll ask them, are you okay closing? Are you okay closing on a probate before the completion? I want to really test their knowledge because contrary to belief, title companies know a lot. They do transaction after transaction, so they see the tendencies and they see what the norm is. And then when they have a question, they bring it to the attorney. Okay, it's not the other way around. And they'll say, listen, can I close it? And this is how I got so good at probates. And 9 out of 10 title companies goes, no, you can't do it. I got to get clearance on it. I'm like, no. He goes, hey, here's what you need to do. You need to get the seller's attorney to file for a summary judgment, and you need to get the judge to sign off to liquidate your transaction. Like, okay, can you tell me how to do it? And do it. And then what I do is have the title company call that attorney, and that's what I do. Okay? I just asked, do you deal with probates? Are you aware with them? Yes?
That's what I got a question about. I was watching you on the course, on the free wholesaling course.
Yeah.
I was, well, on the flip with Rick, you go a little deeper on probate. And I remember you were saying, see if like certain attorneys will close, like the deal I closed on big one,
Mm-hmm.
it took 10 months.
Yeah.
In North Carolina, if the owner been dead for like 2 or 3 years,
Yeah.
it's not a probate. And which was my situation. So it wasn't no probate, but it was a lot of errors. So
Yeah.
it still took like a 10-month process to close. But all my other deals, like they closed fast. They closed in like 2 weeks. Like they bring the title back. So and I remember you said some attorneys like close probates, and some of them is just like for foreclosures. So I want to know is even though they close my regular deal fast, should I? That's my first probate. I went through with them. So should I stay with them with my probates, or should I try to find another?
Okay. So you're going to ask them, can you close prior to the probate being completed? See what they say. Okay? That's what you want to find out. So, yes.
So, if you call taxi company, I've called like different ones, and like in your course you say like ask the manager, because the receptionist cannot answer. Like if you're asking
Yeah.
them 1 2 questions, they're like, oh no, I think it's for like the managers. We have to direct these questions to the manager.
No. Let me go through it. I promise I'll get to it. Okay? Closing costs. If you don't ask, you ain't getting it. Okay? If you don't ask, like you guys have chased government lists, you do these crazy marketing stuffs, you go to people's doors, you cold call them, and you're going to tell me you get to this point you ain't going to ask for another discount? This is the easiest part. I go, listen, where's my discount? I close cash deals, I bring you customers. Do I get discounts for cash deals? You do, okay? So what you want to do, a little trick, title companies will test everyone. If you just do a couple closings, they will hammer you. I would do it too if I owned a title company. If you're going to pay me $2,000 doing closing and you think that's fine, I'm going to ask you for $2,000, okay? What are the average costs for closing? It depends on what state you're in, and we can get real specific with it. I have mine dialed to the dollar. I know exactly what my fees are. Just ask for a list of their fees. If you do it in the beginning, you hold them accountable. If you don't, I've had closings from $7,000 to $299 for the exact same transaction. It is wild out there. Most title company thinks most of us are really dumb about this, okay? Realtors are more adept because they deal with a lot of clients and stuff like that, but wholesalers, a lot of you guys, I gave away so much money my first 3 years. I had my accountant go, he goes, you're getting killed. I go, how am I getting killed? He goes, why don't you get a discount? If you do a double closing, do you think you deserve a discount on the other side of it? Absolutely. I can go 4 hours on double closings. I'm not going to do it because it's a more advanced strategy, but you shouldn't be paying the second set of closing costs. The double closing, if you do it right, you're just dealing with the funding because your new buyer is going to pay that closing cost. So you only pay it once. Everyone's like, I got to pay it twice. You don't if you do it correctly.
Question on double closing. So Zach said earlier when you're doing an assignment fee, these big assignment fees where you would ask the cash buyer. Now I was always told by whatever gurus I was with when I fell into that trap that if it's like 10 grand or more, you always want to double close.
Why? Who comes up with these rules?
I have no idea.
See, this is the problem. We all just like sheep walking around like, oh, okay, he said do it.
Over 50 or 60, but
Yeah.
it's
There's a point. So you do a double closing as an insurance policy, okay? But if you're making 10 grand or less, that's a very expensive policy. It's 35% of the deal. Think about it. If it cost you 3 grand to close and you were getting 10, you're only getting 7. If you do it like a double closing, that type of deal, that's where it becomes problematic. Now, if you have a very sketchy seller or buyer and you got into this hole, sometimes double closings will bail you out. But honestly, if you talk to people on both sides of the transaction and you do exactly what you said, you should be able to snuff out those problems. But every now and then you get a wild card thrown to you, and this is where you bring in your title companies to help you out as much as you can. Your title company, I don't care what you say, they are basically part of your team. And if you don't get real intimate with them, we deal with problems, a lot of them, okay? So ask for a list of all their costs and negotiate it. And when you do more, you should be getting better and better deals at it, okay? Mm-hmm.
When the only double close I did, that was the same setup. We were covering closing costs. I ended up covering those closing costs. They came out of my, fee, I guess.
Yeah. On both sides, or just one side?
Just on the seller side.
Yeah.
Is that normal? I mean, because I am.
Pretty much. Everything's negotiable in this business. That's the beauty of it. Whatever you want to negotiate. If I got a bad deal, I don't pay for closing costs. Sorry. But if you're doing assignment contracts, you don't have to worry. Guys, double closing is very simple. It's exactly what it says. Just 2 sets of closings. They happen maybe a minute or an hour apart. That's it. It's just 2 distinct separate transactions.
Yeah, and usually on the double close when they're saying that on 10,000, it's to hide your assignment fee from the seller typically.
Yeah.
And you can just do a blind HUD if your title company does it blind HUD.
Yeah. So we're not going to go down that rabbit hole because it's just, here's the deal. The more transparent you are to people, the easier it is. Say, listen, I'm buying your property. I'm going to make a profit. They know you're going to make a profit. How much? Most people don't know. And honestly, you don't even know. That's the reality. So stop getting so worried. If you're going to make $10,000 or $15,000, do an assignment of contract. If you have some risk or somebody throws a curveball with you, go to your title company and talk to them about a double closing. In my experience, I've gone to do a assignment of contract, had a realtor show up going, he's making 25 grand off you. This is like crazy. That's crazy. I go back to the title company. I go, bail me out. I screwed up. They go, no, that's right. Actually, Mr. Ginn, I believe he's going ahead and fund it and buy it. And then I'm across the hall chasing somebody down for money. This is when I was a lot younger and I made mistakes. And my title company bailed me out. They go, yeah, we screwed up. He's actually paying for it. There's no problem. Shut the realtor up. Cost me 5 grand to borrow 150 grand for 5 minutes. But I solved the problem because I was making a huge fee. And you will get in those pinches. If you have a title company, they won't run you under the bus. They go, dude, your buyer's freaking out. Do you want to save the deal or what do you want to do? All my title companies know within $1,000, just get it done, we'll figure it out. Okay? I'm getting to you, hold on. So here's the key. You got to have a contact person. It's typically the owner of the title company. And if you ain't got your cell phone number, you don't have the right person on your team. Always have one handler, okay? It doesn't have to be the owner of the company. Just have one person that understands your business, and their job is to get you to know it. Our title companies will go anywhere for us. They'll do any mobile closing. Here's a little hint, guys. If you have to do mobile notaries, have the title company do it. You have to have neutrality in it. You can get questioned on who called the notary company, who did this. Always let your title company handle it because it keeps you out of it. You never get dragged into it. The liability goes on them. Always put the liability on the third party when they do that. You got to have their cell phone number, obviously their email, and I don't care. I call anytime. If I call them at 10 o'clock at night, answer. I tell them. And when they tell me I don't want to answer my phone, I find another title company. Okay? Go ahead. So you guys overthink EMD, like you really do. Like we want to close deals. EMD is just, I got to be honest, the first 2 years, I didn't do EMD on any of my contracts. Nobody ever asked me. And I'd put $10 on the contract. Now it's different, okay? So I used to do $10 and I'd photocopy the $10 bill on the copy machine with the serial number. Stupid. It was terrible. Somebody taught me that. Then I went to $100 because I was a big man. And now I don't care. See, deposits, you don't make any money in deposits. If you're broke and you have to fund it, I get it, figure it out. If you have a monster deal and they want a $5,000 deposit, figure it out. You're going to let that, because you're not giving, you're just putting it in a little account. And if you do it right and you find someone to take over your contract, you get that money right back. I've gone like 3 days when I didn't have the money to fund an EMD. EMD is very, very simple, but there's rules to it. And we all talk EMD among as wholesalers, but the reality is most of us don't follow the rules, okay? I'm not going to get into recording affidavits and stuff because the only way you can do that is if you've correctly executed your contract and your EMD, and most of us don't. And it's just the truth. EMD is simple, assignment of contract simple. They both kind of work the same way if you really think about it.
Well, the reason I've asked is I've had double closings where the buyer is required to put up a significantly larger earnest money deposit, and it's immediately released non-refundable to the seller, which is me.
Correct. So just let you know, when you guys put money in EMD, you know when we say, hey, it's non-refundable? It's not true. EMD, you have to give the money to a neutral party, okay? What governs that EMD money? The contract, okay? So unless you got written in your contract that both parties agree to forfeit and do it, you're not getting it back. And even that, it's open to interpretation to a lawyer and a title company. If you truly want a non-refundable and you're very nervous, you have to sign a directive with the title company saying, if this buyer does not execute by this date, they automatically release the $5,000 over to the seller, basically to you. Okay? So when there's a dispute, you got $5,000, you go, I don't fight the money anymore when they don't do it, but I don't give it back to them. Do you understand that? So if you give me $5,000, Clive, and you don't show up on the 15th to buy the deal like you agreed, you're going to probably go try to get your money back. Well, you're not going to get it back because I have to sign off to release it. Now I'm going to get Clive's money. Give me the money. And you know what the lady goes? You need to get Clive to sign off on to give it back. And you go, crap. Now, technically, it's not refundable to them, but you're not getting it either. What happens? It usually goes to state, and then people actually have to sue you for it, okay? But here's the deal. You give me $5,000 on it, you ain't getting it back. I don't play this game. You're not getting it back from me. And after they figure out they're not going to get it back, they usually come to the table and try to figure something out. That's it, okay? When you get really good at this game, you can have them write the checks directly to you for an assignment of contract. You have to earn people's trust to do that. They don't trust us. We're new to the business, right? Are you going to just give me $5,000 cash? You don't know me. You want to give it to an EMD, and that's what you want to do with that, okay? I can ask, but title companies, just ask the questions, guys. Get forward. Last question, go ahead.
I'm kind of going through that right now. I was with a seller, I did everything right. I had talked to Zach about it, but I just want to see what you think. The seller basically, we was good, I went to see him and he got throat surgery, so it's hard to talk to him, but I seen him in person, he said we still had a deal, and 2 days later, he texted me and said, I don't know how much longer I got left, I'm leaving to my son. And I remember you saying that they owe, just let him get out, so automatically I said, just sign the termination or see what your son want to do. And he stopped responding to me, and it's the $1,000 earned deposit with my attorney, but it's saying I can get it unless he signed, but he's not responding. And it said what you said, like, I gotta wait like 90 days or it's gonna go to.
Yeah, you're talking about the seller?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a little bit different side of the equation. But it's, listen, sometimes stuff happens, but like I use EMD as a means to get people to the table. And listen, the more you ask for them, I'm talking about when you ask from your buyers, the less you have to babysit them. Try a $100 EMD on your assignment of contracts. You're going to create a massive job for yourself. You have to like coax them into closing from you, okay? $5,000, show up or I'm taking it. They don't know that you're not technically getting the money. They just know they're not getting the money, and that's all you need to imply with them. I don't want to, the only way to protect yourself is you have to be paid directly. And you can do that, but honestly, when you do that, you're going to take a deeper discount because they are taking some risk when they do that, okay? I always advise going through EMD because you make your sellers more comfortable, and that's who we're focused on. I don't care about the buyers. But if you're going to play games with me, I'm going to leave your $5,000 rotting in an account for the next 4 years. And then I'm still going to make a claim on it regardless. I don't waste my time in court. It's exhausting. They're for bigger fights on it. So, any other questions?
How long do you normally go for on your inspection period?
When I'm buying it, my perfect wish list, and this is a wish, would be 30 days. The reality of the market, you all aren't getting that all the time, okay? The least you can do is 15, because it takes time, okay? And you can't wait till the 14th day to do it, to get out. I try to be forward. So if you do 30 days, listen, if I can't find a buyer in 2 weeks, I'm probably gonna get out or renegotiate. 3 days, don't do it, okay?
He gets really mad at me. I put 45 days and close on or before. Like, I'll put 6 months just to be safe, but I like 45 days. He likes 30. I usually, if you can get away with 30, you can get away with 45.
Just depends on the deal. If I got a smoking deal, I want to close it so nobody changes their mind. If it's like iffy, I take my time.
I get asked, like, why is it for 45 days? Why don't you put it for 3 days, right? I always say, well, usually, you know, we're in Florida, it's hurricane season right now. And, you know, what if a hurricane hits? I'm stuck and you can sue me and I have to buy this deal, right? You know, usually during hurricane season, I kind of use that example, and that usually works out the best for us. What if we find out termite, stuff like that? So I usually just do 45 days, and they're like, what do you mean? That's just what Rick usually makes me do.
How long do you give on the flip on the album?
On the what?
On the secondary contract.
On the assignment of contract, 0. EMD's tonight.
That's it.
Yeah, tonight.
You don't give like an inspection period or anything?
No, they look at the house.
If I have a soft property and like that's the only person, the guy goes, I need a day, give him a day. Like, listen, if you don't have anybody else, you got to work with what you got. But like, if you got a lot of action, I'm like, I go, just, you know, let me know, I'm making a decision tonight. Because a lot of them will go, like, I met everybody in the evening, and I say, they go, well, let me think about it. I go, well, let me know, I'm making a decision at 6. And that usually goes, okay, they got to either make a decision or not.
All right, perfect. All right, next part here. We're doing breakout groups, or ask the expert type thing. I think it's pretty cool. So we'll be in certain groups. Basically, there's a group of 3s, 4, 5. I just put X on there because certain groups have more or less. We're gonna have one expert, and then we're going to have people around to ask questions. I tried pairing you guys best as possible, virtual wholesalers with virtual wholesaling experts, in person with in person, Atlanta with Atlanta, Georgia, Georgia, stuff like that. So it'll be pretty cool. So we have little breakout groups, ask a question. So first one here is going to be Corey, group 1. Corey's going to be with Michael, Clarence, and Yavani. Group 2, Luca, is going to be with Zach and Rosa. Odeer, which is he here? I don't think he's here today. All right, take him out. Steven and John. Group 3, Tony is going to be with Ori, Michael, and Joel. Group 4, Grant's going to be with Janar's name here. All right, here's the last. Jack and Nina. And then Nader's going to be with Rena and Vito, Phillips, Silo, and then Rebecca. And then Rick is going to be with Kelly, Roger. Why is Kelly on there twice? Oh my gosh. And then John. Well, that's for Kelly's wife. So perfect. And then I'm going to be with Douglas, Clive, Dana, and Scott. And then Naya and Andrew are going to be with Stan, Chris, Jorge, and Amelia. And then Markel's going to be with Farrar, Evan, Jay, and Christian. And then AC left, so we got to help you, Nathan, Carolyn, and Teresa out. And yeah, I'm excited about that. So Nathan, Carolyn, and Teresa will be find out where we're going to be. But yeah, bring on groups and get it going.
Like one testimonial will be filmed like against like the video. No, the testimonial happened. We're right here.
that was pretty cool. Love the breakout groups. So next what we're going to do is we're going to have somebody speak here. And this is somebody that has a very inspirational story. Pretty much a lot of the times that I find an inspirational story, it's not they get rich really quick or it's gangster or really cool off the bat, right? It's a very slow process. And some of the people you saw here today, some of the people with the blue on them right, they've come to me before they got their first wholesaling deal. And they get super excited when they get that, and then eventually half of them stop and half of them keep going, right? This particular case was somebody that annoyed the snot out of me starting out. They went on every one-on-one call, and they kept hammering me, and they kept going, which is good. And eventually, they got their first wholesaling deal. They tried to send it to me as a JV deal. And I called them up saying, hey, let's try to see this deal. And I was like, I was skeptical. It was a Zillow Fizbo. I was like, it's okay. And I call him up like, hey, are we still looking at JV? He said, no, I got it. And he proceeded for the next 45 minutes to talk about he made $5,000 on his first deal, and his life's changed. And I was like, that's great. Well, why don't we just keep going? And he didn't stop. He kept coming on the one-on-ones, kept talking to me and Rick, and a little southern accent. And he just kept doing it. He was in a very small market in a tough situation, and he just kept doing it. And eventually that first deal led to the second, third, fourth, and eventually we're at now. So we're going to have Corey Whitley speak.
Thank you. It's an honor to be here, and I just want to start before I even get into this. And I just want to give a round of applause and a thank you to the two gentlemen that truly helped me escape my matrix. So a little bit about myself going back, there is absolutely zero reason why I should be here today. I come from no money. No one in my family has any money. No one in my family has any real estate experience whatsoever, and I've never even bought my own house. I live in a house that belongs to one of my wife's family members. So, I grew up very poor, no real education. I didn't go to college, went straight into the workforce, 100% blue-collar work, spent some time in the military, and I'd always felt throughout my entire life like I was lacking something. I was always, trying to chase the next opportunity, trying to chase the next level for myself and try to better my family at the same time. And when I got out of the military, I got into what I thought at the time was a relatively good field of work, working in the oil and gas industry. I was making probably $80,000 a year. I was, in my early 20s, and I had absolutely no life. I worked away from home 9 months out of the year, 14 days on, 7 days off, 17-hour shifts. And I just couldn't do that anymore. So I got fed up with that and decided, I'm going to have to take a massive pay cut to go back home just to spend time with my family, because at the time, I had my second child, I had my wife, and I just needed to be back home with my family. So I took the pay cut and I went back home, and everything just started falling apart. Couldn't pay the bills, couldn't make it. I went from making $80,000 to $30,000. And I had a lifestyle, I had bills off of making $80,000. So, the struggle, it was a really big struggle, and I'd always felt like there was something else that I needed to do. And I remember one day I was riding down the road, and I was riding passenger seat, and I was scrolling through TikTok, and I came across somebody else, we're not going to say it was, but somebody else who was pitching wholesaling courses, and I was like, man, that looks like something that might be real. I don't really think I can do it, but it looks, decently real. But I don't have like the $7,000 for the course, and there's no way I can come up with that money. It's impossible. So I was like, I would like to learn a little bit more about this wholesaling stuff, but if I can't figure it out myself or for free, then I'm just SOL, I guess. I'll just stay where I'm at. I've always been that person to try to YouTube University it before I spend any money on some real educational material. So I got on YouTube and I was like, okay, I just searched wholesaling real estate, found some videos from other people, and I was like, I don't really like how I'm having this mentorship just crammed down my throat. They're trying to sell me things. And I came across a video of Zach's, and he was actually showing about driving for dollars, and I was like, man, I could do that. There's a house right down the street from me. It looks like crap. So I started watching all of their content, and I was like, man, the more I started watching their content, I was like, these guys are legit. And from what I could tell at the surface, they're going to teach me how to truly do this for free. So I started taking a little bit of action. I was like, looking at it from the start, I was like, I need the quickest way and the cheapest way and the fastest way to find a deal. And I remember I got on YouTube that day, and Zach, I believe it was one of his videos where he cold calls Zillow for sale by owners live. And I was like, well, in a pretty small market, the likelihood of me finding a good deal Zillow for sale by owner is pretty low. But I'm going to look on there. I looked on there. The gentleman had the property on there for $50,000, I believe. And I got it under contract to sign it, made $5,000. And I know it sounds funny when Zach explains like that $5,000 changed my life, but it really did, because once I had that $5,000, I had the opportunity I was committed at that point. I had proof of concept, and I could take that $5,000 and pay for stuff that I couldn't afford before. So prop stream, that's $100 a month. Skip tracing, 12 cents a pop, but I was using True People, but the time, I needed to do some more volume. So I was able to afford those things that I needed to take me to that next step, that next level at that point, which was a baby step, but it was a step in the right direction. So I got with Zach and Rick. They told me, what they felt like would be the appropriate next step for me. And I chose to start, really diving into driving for dollars and things like that. And I found what worked for me, and I just scaled it, and I stayed consistent at it. And that's, what I really want to tell you all about this business. I hear a lot of people saying, I did a little bit of this, I put 30 sticky notes out, and I got a call or two, but I didn't get no deals. It's not enough. You have to do more. The minute you get comfortable, you're not doing enough. You always have to be uncomfortable, because if you're not uncomfortable, that means you're being complacent. And once you get complacent, you need to just take it to the next level. You look at your situation and say, what can I do to scale my business to the next level? So starting out, you just got to identify what works for you in your market, what works for you as a person, what works with the time that you have, and capitalize on it, and make the most out of it. Excuse me. Starting out, it wasn't easy. I spent hours a day driving for dollars, spending a ton of money on gas, and because I was still working a full-time job at the time. So I had a unique schedule where I would get 7 days in a row off, and leading up to the 7 days, I would get all my marketing material ready, like my list. I'd go out and tag houses, everything ready to go, and I would get to the 7 days, and I would just call like 8 hours a day for 7 days straight, and I usually could get a contract. And then it came to a point that this is the part where I escaped my matrix. I remember I was at work one day, and the job I had at the time, I was working at a glass plant, manufactured tempered flat glass, terrible job, going nowhere fast. And I'd actually got hurt on the job, and I was on light duty, and they were giving me all the crap work. They gave me a scanner, said, go out here in this warehouse and scan these 8,000 racks of glass that have been there for about 30 years, and oh, by the way, all the barcodes have fallen off, so you can find them on the floor. And I was like, at the time, I had about $35,000 in escrow, and I had some money in the bank for some deals that I'd done, and I'm like, what am I even doing here right now? Like, this is costing me money to be here, so I was like, it's ready to step it up a little bit. I'm ready to take it to the next level. So I walked up to my boss, and I was like, hey, I appreciate everything, but I think I'm gonna head home. And he's like, you quitting or what? I said, yeah, I'm done here. And he's, wanted to know what I was going to do. I told him, told some of my buddies. They told me I was crazy, and told me I probably needed to be committed somewhere, a mental institution. And they all told me, hey, we'll see you in a couple months. And I'm like, hey, no, you won't. And I walked out the door, and I'll tell you, that was the most, right underneath this, that was the most nervous moment of my life. When I was walking out, like, man, should I just turn around and tell my boss I'm sorry? And I was like, but no, I have like $30,000 in the bank, so worst case scenario, I'll make it for 3 months, and I found a job. I was looking for a job when I found that one. So worst case scenario, I was gonna find another job, but I was like, now I have time. And at that point, and I've talked to several people in here, and I feel like that you did this, and it's very easy. At that point, you got some money in the bank, you've done a little bit of deals, you're away from your job, you're like, oh, I've made it now. I can prop my feet back for a couple minutes and relax and enjoy this little bit of success I've got. And I'll start back marketing heavy next week. Take your foot off the gas for 1 second, you just affected your profitability of your business for the next 6 months. I've experienced, I've been there. So, as soon as I quit my job, I was like, okay, I need to get into doing some more things now. So I did a few more deals with the methods that I was doing, and I was ready to truly take it to the next level. And I remember I got with Rick one day, I was like, Rick, I'm completely overworked. I'm making a lot of money, but it's 100% sweat equity. And I was like, I need to do something different. And He recommended direct mail to me, and that's what I chose to go with, and been very successful with direct mail. That helped me take my business to the next level. And now I'm kind of at that point where I'm starting to get a little bit comfortable again. I'm looking for what can I do to take it to the next level from here, and that's what I was hoping to get out of this event, and I've got a lot of really good ideas that I look forward to trying. But just everything about this program, it truly has changed my life. Like I said, there's no reason why I should be here today. I don't consider myself even really smart. I mean, I know what I know because they've told me. And I kept it simple as I was going along. I did what they told me to do. When I ran into a problem, I was like, crap, now what? I was like, just got with Rick or Zach, asked them, hey, here's what's going on, what do I need to do? And whatever they told me to do, it's exactly what I did. So I have people reach out to me all the time, hey, Corey, I've seen your podcast or whatever it may be, and people are gonna reach out to me after this, and they're like, what did you do? How did you do so many deals? And they wanna know what the secret sauce is, and I'm here to tell you there is none. There is no secret sauce. There's nothing I did that was special. I just did what they told me. I followed the course to a T, so I see a lot of times people will say, they told me to pull 1,000 code violations and cold call them, and I did 600 and I didn't get any deals. Well, does anybody in here think 600 is more than 1,000? No, so you need to do what they say. You gotta do.
All right, so that was pretty cool. Love the breakout groups. So next what we're going to do is we're going to have somebody speak here. And this is somebody that has a very inspirational story. Pretty much a lot of the times that I find an inspirational story, it's not they get rich really quick or it's gangster or really cool off the bat, right? It's a very slow process. And some of the people you saw here today, some of the people with the blue on them right, they've come to me before they got their first wholesaling deal, and they get super excited when they get that, and then eventually half of them stop and half of them keep going, right? This particular case was somebody that annoyed the snot out of me starting out. They went on every one-on-one call, and they kept hammering me, and they kept going, which is good. And eventually they got their first wholesaling deal. They tried to send it to me as a JV deal, and I called them up saying, hey, let's try to see this deal. And I was like, I was skeptical. It was a Zillow Fizbo. I was like, it's okay. And I call him up like, hey, are we still looking at JV? He said, no, I got it. And he proceeded for the next 45 minutes to talk about he made $5,000 on his first deal, and his life's changed. And I was like, that's great. Well, why don't we just keep going? And he didn't stop. He kept coming on the one-on-ones, kept talking to me and Rick, and a little southern accent. And he just kept doing it. He was in a very small market in a tough situation, and he just kept doing it. And eventually that first deal led to the second, third, fourth, and eventually we're at now. So we're going to have Corey Whitley speak.
Thank you. It's an honor to be here, and I just want to start before I even get into this. And I just want to give a round of applause and a thank you to the two gentlemen that truly helped me escape my matrix. So a little bit about myself going back, there is absolutely zero reason why I should be here today. I come from no money. No one in my family has any money. No one in my family has any real estate experience whatsoever, and I've never even bought my own house. I live in a house that belongs to one of my wife's family members. So, I grew up very poor, no real education. I didn't go to college, went straight into the workforce, 100% blue-collar work, spent some time in the military, and I'd always felt throughout my entire life like I was lacking something. I was always, trying to chase the next opportunity, trying to chase the next level for myself and try to better my family at the same time. And when I got out of the military, I got into what I thought at the time was a relatively good field of work, working in the oil and gas industry. I was making probably $80,000 a year. I was, in my early 20s, and I had absolutely no life. I worked away from home 9 months out of the year, 14 days on, 7 days off, 17-hour shifts. And I just couldn't do that anymore. So I got fed up with that and decided, I'm going to have to take a massive pay cut to go back home just to spend time with my family, because at the time, I had my second child, I had my wife, and I just needed to be back home with my family. So I took the pay cut and I went back home, and everything just started falling apart. Couldn't pay the bills, couldn't make it. I went from making $80,000 to $30,000. And I had a lifestyle, I had bills off of making $80,000. So, the struggle, it was a really big struggle, and I'd always felt like there was something else that I needed to do. And I remember one day I was riding down the road, and I was riding passenger seat, and I was scrolling through TikTok, and I came across somebody else, we're not going to say it was, but somebody else who was pitching wholesaling courses. And I was like, man, that looks like something that might be real. I don't really think I can do it, but it looks, decently real. But I don't have like the $7,000 for the course, and there's no way I can come up with that money. It's impossible. So I was like, I would like to learn a little bit more about this wholesaling stuff, but if I can't figure it out myself or for free, then I'm just SOL, I guess. I'll just stay where I'm at. I've always been that person to try to YouTube University it before I spend any money on some real educational material. So I got on YouTube and I was like, okay, I just searched wholesaling real estate, found some videos from other people, and I was like, I don't really like how I'm having this mentorship just crammed down my throat. They're trying to sell me things. And I came across a video of Zach's, and he was actually showing about driving for dollars, and I was like, man, I could do that. There's a house right down the street from me. It looks like crap. So I started watching all of their content, and I was like, man, the more I started watching their content, I was like, these guys are legit. And from what I could tell at the surface, they're going to teach me how to truly do this for free. So I started taking a little bit of action. I was like, looking at it from the start, I was like, I need the quickest way and the cheapest way and the fastest way to find a deal. And I remember I got on YouTube that day, and Zach, I believe it was one of his videos where he cold calls Zillow for sale by owners live. And I was like, well, in a pretty small market, the likelihood of me finding a good deal Zillow for sale by owner is pretty low. But I'm going to look on there. I looked on there. The gentleman had the property on there for $50,000, I believe. And I got it under contract to sign it, made $5,000. And I know it sounds funny when Zach explains like that $5,000 changed my life, but it really did, because once I had that $5,000, I had the opportunity I was committed at that point. I had proof of concept, and I could take that $5,000 and pay for stuff that I couldn't afford before. So prop stream, that's $100 a month. Skip tracing, 12 cents a pop, but I was using True People, but the time, I needed to do some more volume. So I was able to afford those things that I needed to take me to that next step, that next level at that point, which was a baby step, but it was a step in the right direction. So I got with Zach and Rick. They told me, what they felt like would be the appropriate next step for me. And I chose to start, really diving into driving for dollars and things like that. And I found what worked for me, and I just scaled it, and I stayed consistent at it. And that's, what I really want to tell you all about this business. I hear a lot of people saying, I did a little bit of this, I put 30 sticky notes out, and I got a call or two, but I didn't get no deals. It's not enough. You have to do more. The minute you get comfortable, you're not doing enough. You always have to be uncomfortable, because if you're not uncomfortable, that means you're being complacent. And once you get complacent, you need to just take it to the next level. You look at your situation and say, what can I do to scale my business to the next level? So starting out, you just got to identify what works for you in your market, what works for you as a person, what works with the time that you have, and capitalize on it, and make the most out of it. Excuse me. Starting out, it wasn't easy. I spent hours a day driving for dollars, spending a ton of money on gas, and because I was still working a full-time job at the time. So I had a unique schedule where I would get 7 days in a row off, and leading up to the 7 days, I would get all my marketing material ready, like my list. I'd go out and tag houses, everything ready to go, and I would get to the 7 days, and I would just call like 8 hours a day for 7 days straight, and I usually could get a contract. And then it came to a point that this is the part where I escaped my matrix. I remember I was at work one day, and the job I had at the time, I was working at a glass plant, manufactured tempered flat glass, terrible job, going nowhere fast. And I'd actually got hurt on the job, and I was on light duty. And they were giving me all the crap work. They gave me a scanner, said, go out here in this warehouse and scan these 8,000 racks of glass that have been there for about 30 years. And oh, by the way, all the barcodes have fallen off, so you can find them on the floor. And I was like, at the time, I had about $35,000 in escrow, and I had some money in the bank for some deals that I'd done. And I'm like, what am I even doing here right now? Like, this is costing me money to be here, you know? So I was like, it's ready to step it up a little bit. I'm ready to take it to the next level. So I walked up to my boss and I was like, hey, you know, I appreciate everything, but I think I'm gonna head home. And he's like, you quitting or what? I said, yeah, I'm done here. And he's, you know, wanted to know what I was going to do. I told him, told some of my buddies. They told me I was crazy and told me I probably needed to be committed somewhere, a mental institution. And they all told me, hey, we'll see you in a couple months. And I'm like, hey, no, you won't. And I walked out the door, and I'll tell you, that was the most, right underneath this, that was the most nervous moment of my life. When I was walking out, like, man, should I just turn around and tell my boss I'm sorry? And I was like, but no, I have like $30,000 in the bank, so worst case scenario, I'll make it for 3 months, and I found a job. I was looking for a job when I found that one. So worst case scenario, I was gonna find another job, but I was like, now I have time. And at that point, and I've talked to several people in here, and I feel like that you did this, and it's very easy. At that point, you got some money in the bank, you've done a little bit of deals, you're away from your job, you're like, oh, I've made it now. I can prop my feet back for a couple minutes and relax and enjoy this little bit of success I've got. And you know, I'll start back marketing heavy next week. Take your foot off the gas for 1 second, you just affected your profitability of your business for the next 6 months. I've experienced, I've been there. So, you know, as soon as I quit my job, I was like, okay, I need to get into doing some more things now. So I did a few more deals with the methods that I was doing, and I was ready to truly take it to the next level. And I remember I got with Rick one day, I was like, Rick, I'm completely overworked. I'm making a lot of money, but it's 100% sweat equity. And I was like, I need to do something different. And he recommended direct mail to me, and that's what I chose to go with. And you know, been very successful with direct mail. That helped me take my business to the next level. And now I'm kind of at that point where I'm starting to get a little bit comfortable again. I'm looking for what can I do to take it to the next level from here. And that's what I was hoping to get out of this event. And I've got a lot of really good ideas that I look forward to trying. But just everything about this program, it truly has changed my life. Like I said, there's no reason why I should be here today. I don't consider myself even really smart. I mean, I know what I know because they've told me. And I kept it simple as I was going along. I did what they told me to do. When I ran into a problem, I was like, crap, now what? I was like, just got with Rick or Zach, asked them, hey, here's what's going on, what do I need to do? And whatever they told me to do, it's exactly what I did. So I have people reach out to me all the time, hey, Corey, I've seen your podcast or whatever it may be, and people are gonna reach out to me after this, and they're like, what did you do? How did you do so many deals? And they wanna know what the secret sauce is, and I'm here to tell you there is none. There is no secret sauce. There's nothing I did that was special. I just did what they told me. I followed the course to a T, so I see a lot of times people will say, they told me to pull 1,000 code violations and cold call them, and I did 600 and I didn't get any deals. Well, does anybody in here think 600 is more than 1,000? No, so you need to do what they say. You gotta do the volume. So, that's all it takes is commitment. Like I said, you have to be uncomfortable. You just have to. If you're comfortable, you're not doing enough. Like, right now, to be honest, this makes me pretty uncomfortable, but this is a good thing for me because I will never probably feel uncomfortable doing this again. And it's strange because I could stand in front of a whole family and the seller and their whole family and almost lowball them into oblivion, and it doesn't bother me one bit. It's just what you have to do the deal. But this is a little bit different. You guys are staring at me like you want to eat my soul out. Please don't kill me. But yeah, so I've just tried to keep this business for me as simple as possible and replicate it and find what works and replicate it and scale it. And I chose to do my local market. I only do like a select virtual market or two, and I call them virtual sparingly because they're within driving distance if I have to go there. If I've got a really good deal on the line and I want to try to go look at it, I can go look at it, but I will mostly try to work those deals virtually. I would take on virtual markets, but I need to bring some more people onto the team to handle that volume. I mean, let's just be honest here. It's time for me to grow more to that next level. And I understand there's probably some of you in here that have done several deals and looking to get to the next level. And there's some of you that haven't done any deals or maybe one deal. And I can tell, I've talked to pretty much all of you in here, every single one of you, and anybody who's taken the time to watch this online, you have it in you. You have what's required inside of you. You just have to find it. You have to harvest it and take the action and just go get after it and get uncomfortable and do the work. That's all it takes. Do the work and the results will come. And that's really the simplest way I know how to explain it. I don't know what to say more about that. I would be glad to answer some questions. Thank you. Yes, sir. Starting out, that was the primary way that I was harvesting leads, because I was explaining this to some people earlier. Until I got to the point that I was ready to handle the volume of pulling a list and cold calling at scale and things like that, I felt like I had a much better return on time by physically laying my eyes on a property that I could physically see was distressed. I knew it was vacant, whatever it may be. I've seen it with my own eyes. So I know there's a good chance there that if I can just get in contact with those people that they might do a deal. So for me, it was a lot quicker return on time because I didn't really have the time to sit and call for hours and hours and hours until I was at that point. So starting out when I needed fast, quick money, fast, quick deals, I would go out and I would try to find the low-hanging fruit. And that's the easiest way to get started, is the low-hanging fruit, until you get the money to do more broader marketing to harvest some of that fruit that's not as low-hanging. And that's where you start finding your better deals at. Yes, sir.
What was your system and process when you were doing the driving for Volley?
So I used PropStream to drive. I would tag everything on there. I skip traced it all with batch leads. Starting out, whenever I was just starting, I'll be honest, I tagged everything on Google Maps with a pin drop and skip traced it on True People Search and cold called it with Google Voice. And I did deals that way. Yeah. I would have her drive me, or I would drive and she would tag and she would miss the property. I'm like, we got to go back now. That was so juicy. And then it would mess my whole route up. Because you'd get in a good area, you try to get a good grip pattern going, you're like, no, my whole route's messed up, man. I can't go back, that's a one-way street. But yeah, I kept it very simple to start until I had the money to spend on some of the processes and skip tracing and stuff, and then I used PropStream to track. I know a lot of people use Deal Machine. I've never personally used it, so PropStream did everything I needed, and I personally prefer PropStream data over anything else anyway, so I used PropStream data, skip traced it with batch, and then used a triple line dollar with batch. I tried Mojo there for a while, but it didn't work very good, so. Any other questions?
When did you start?
January of last year was when I got my first deal. I started following them about November of 2021. And took a couple months there, stuck in semi-analysis paralysis, and I was like, well, I need to try to make some money now, so I guess I'll try to just do a deal. And that's when I got the first deal there. So I'll be coming up on my 2-year mark here in a couple months. So I feel like I've been blessed. It's been good. So I did over 30 last year. I'd have to go back and count how many we did this year, but it's probably close to 60 transactions now at this point. And thank you. And I know that sounds like, you're looking at it like, man, that goal is like way up there. And starting out, I was like, man, I'll take one deal, let alone like 5. Anybody got a deal I could have, So, but once you get rolling, like I was telling this to the group I was with, you take your marketing and you get a system going, and once you get the system going and you just replicate it, then the deals will start coming in, and like clockwork, hey, I'm going to do this marketing, I'll probably have 2 or 3 contracts within the next 30 days. I mean, would you all agree with that? So it's just you replicate it. Yes, sir.
If you've done 90 to 100 deals, how many have you lost, would you say, and why do you think you've lost them?
So as far as termination goes, one of the big things with anybody terminating deals is locking them up too high. I had my fair share of that when I first started. Locking them up too high. One recently we had to terminate was due to estate issues and things like that. We couldn't legally buy the property. Have a lot of that. I've had some run-ins with the cities putting demolition liens on properties. They say, hey, you can't buy it, we're tearing it down. I've lost some deals to sellers kind of, I don't want to say shafting me because I exposed myself to this, but let me think of a way to explain it. I guess me doing more than I should have done before I had it locked up, and I just made it easier for them to do the deal with someone else. So, but never really had a problem for the most part with deals that have been locked up with selling them, because if you just follow and run the numbers pretty conservatively the way they tell you, you can sell these deals to anybody. I mean, I have a waiting list of buyers right now that are waiting for deals. Like, I know somebody, they're looking for duplexes, get in line. I've got 5 people that want duplexes. So, and I don't really like to have a waiting list. I go with who do I know. You know, if I get a 3-2, 1,500 square foot house and it needs about 30K in work, you know, for one, if it's a hotel, I'm buying it myself. So, but if I'm going to assign it and I know, hey, John Doe, he buys these 3-2s all the time. I'm going to call him and I'm going to sell that deal off of a phone call, and it's simple, you know. So, yes, sir.
Hey, what's the average profit on or your fee on a lot of deals that you did, like from high end, low end, on average? Where are these fees at?
I would have to figure the average to factor them all in, but really my average is around like 15 to 20,000 is pretty standard to what we get. Now we've had plenty of outliers in there. I had a 70K assignment, several in the 40s and 30s, and I've had them as low as like $1,200 that I just did the deal because it was the right thing to do for the seller. I mean, they were in a bad spot. I didn't care if I made any money on it. I wasn't going to spend money to close that deal, but I helped them out, and they were very thankful at the end of the day. And it got me another deal when they told their friend that I bought houses cash. So on average, we make around 15 to 20,000 on a deal. Wholetails, we're making about 45 to 50 on those. Yes, sir, in the gray here.
Are you funding hotels yourself?
Yes and no. A lot of times we'll get private lending for the acquisition and fund our rehab unless we can get seller financing or something like that. I always try to get seller financing on something. It's cheaper than private money. If the seller and their situation fits the criteria, I'm 100% pitching it to them because you can get it. It's easy. Yes, sir.
What's the best method you found for cash buyers to find cash buyers?
So local Facebook real estate groups, I have 2 in my market, and cold calling cash sales. Anytime I get in a new area and I get a deal and I'm like, man, I don't really know who would buy this, I don't have any buyers in this market. Cold call cash sales, like they said, as long as you know the right questions to ask those people, you can find buyers no problem. But I've had pretty good success with the Facebook groups. You know, you just post some deals on there, the buyers, they will blow your inbox up. What's that?
What size is your market?
So my market, it actually fits in pretty in line with what they had laid out for a good market. My city has about 56,000 people in it. The county has about 110. And I live in an area it's called the Tri-Cities. It's composed of several cities. And it's not too rural in between. So it's still desirable areas all over. So they consider that one large metropolitan area, but it's nothing like Knoxville or Nashville, so you're not going to hear about it too much. And that combined area there has about 550,000 people in it. The average home price in my city is about $270,000. If you go into the other city, it's about $300,000. Any other questions? No? It wasn't quite an hour, I don't think, though. Oh, okay, sorry.
You want to break down your why at all, or anything?
Yeah, I'll break down my why. I'd love to break that down. So, as y'all see, I have a beautiful wife right here. I have 3 children at home. I really don't think I would have been able to make it without her, because there were some days that I probably would have just put my head through a wall if she wasn't like, it's okay, we'll be all right. We'll make it through this. But I have 3 beautiful children at home. We just had our 3rd child in January. And like I was saying, when I grew up very poor. Single mom. My dad wasn't around. He still really isn't. I talk to him every now and then. He chose that. It is what it is. But my mom, she did the best she could, and single mom. And I remember distinctly, you know, some of those vivid memories that they just stick with you from your childhood forever. One of the distinct ones I remember is being in the buggy at Walmart, and I wanted a 97-cent Hot Wheel car, and my mom didn't have the money to buy it. And because we were there with food stamps only. So that's what I came from, and my wife's family's kind of the same way. I mean, we'll just be honest. Neither one of us had any money. I mean, when we got married, we were completely broke. So the fact that I'm here now, I don't think I got lucky or anything like that. What I really believe is that I talked to the right people, took the right action, and was very blessed. That's what I firmly believe. But my why, like I said, I just didn't want my kids to ever have to go without like I did. And my son was my first child, and he had some pretty unique health problems. So, I live in Tennessee. We still to this day pretty regularly have to take him all the way to Cincinnati, Ohio, to the Children's Hospital there. He has a team of heart doctors, brain doctors, psychiatrists, and all kinds of other doctors. And, luckily at the time when he was born, we didn't make very much money, so we had some insurance that covered all that. Once I started working, I could not afford his health bills. It was thousands of dollars just to go for a regular visit, thousands. So he could run up a 6-figure medical bill just like that. So, that really motivated me ever since he was born I really needed to figure out something that I could do to change my family's life. And like I said, I'd always felt like there was just something missing there. I just hadn't figured out what it was yet. I would try something and I would find some success. I'd make some money doing this or that, whatever it may be. I'd be good at something and I'm like, but this just ain't it. I just don't feel it. I still feel empty here, right, in the heart. It just doesn't feel like what I'm supposed to do. So when I came across wholesaling, I talked to my wife about it and I was like, I really think this could be good for us. If I could just figure this out, it could change our lives. And love her heart, she's like, yeah, honey, I think you can do it. Thinking to herself, please God, just show them what to do. And I feel like she had confidence in me once I had showed her proof of concept. Up to that point, I don't know. What do you think, honey? Did you believe me? Did you believe in me? Yeah. Yes and no? I never heard of it, so. All right. But yeah, so that was my why. I just wanted to be able to change my children's lives. I never wanted to see my kids go without. And I wanted to be able to spend more time with my kids because from the time my son and my first daughter, how old was JC when I stopped working in the oil and gas industry? Like probably 2 or 3. So from the time they were both born up until then, I missed them growing up. I didn't really get to spend too much time with them when they were babies. So like I said, I would come home for 7 days, go back on the road for 14 plus. So that was my why. I really wanted to be able to spend more time with my kids. And now I can spend as much time as I want with them. My wife doesn't have to work. She's a stay-at-home mom. She's with my kids every day. I take a break. I go pick them up from school, come home, get them settled in, go back to work, finish my day out, and I get to spend as much time with my children as I want. And that's what matters most to me. I really relate a lot to Rick in that aspect, which is why I really found a lot of trust in him whenever I was joining the mentorship and everything. I really knew that if he has those values that I share, that I could trust him. And that's what guided me in my decision to go with them as my mentors. A lot of times once you identify those areas within their market, if you're going to pull a list on PropStream, you can use that box method on there to try to hone in on those really good areas that you know of versus just saying, hey, I want to pull a list in Port St. Lucie County or whatever this county's called here, I don't know. You would encompass that whole county, but some of those areas might only be the ones that you want to target. So I personally like to use that box method. On PropStream, you can draw a box around the areas that you want to pull your list from, and you can narrow your data down like that. Yes, sir.
Another question, how do you, because I didn't drive home and pulling this on too much, how do you keep doing deals for this? I mean, I know you can change it a little bit, but like, how do you, like, when you pull the bacon?
You're saying, how do I not market to the same people and over again and keep finding new deals?
Then you come back and then bring it back like 5 years.
Yeah. So I don't get hung up too much on if I'm going to be sending the same marketing material to the same people again. Obviously, you don't want to mail the same house this week and next week or something like that. But if I mailed them 3 months ago and I mailed them again, like 3 months later, I don't care because who knows what happens during that 3 months. Like, I've seen people tell me no one day that they don't want to sell and seen, they do the deal with somebody else or even call me like a week later. Stuff happens that quick. So motivation changes every day. So I will change the criteria in general. I have a rotation that I do within the areas. So by the time I get back around to that first area, it's been long enough that even if I pulled the exact same list again, it personally wouldn't really matter too awfully much to me. But I always kind of, tweak the criteria around a little bit to get the numbers where I want, because different times of the year, you're always going to get different results. There's up seasons and slow seasons, so I kind of tweak everything going along to try to, make the list as effective as possible, going throughout everything.
So what does your market consist of at the moment?
Direct mail is the main thing, cold calling. We have bandit signs that we do. We was running Facebook ads, pulled the plug on that, didn't work out too well for us, kind of like how Rick said it would go down, is exactly how it went down. I'll just tell you, we got over 100 leads in probably 30 to 45 days, and a lot of them they were either really far out, really long-term plays, which if you got good follow-up, you may be able to do that deal in the future, or they wanted retail plus is what I like to say. They wanted 2001 ARV of the property, or they weren't even really looking to sell anyways. They were just curious what their home was worth, and they thought if they entered the info, they would get an instant offer. So that was our story with Facebook ads there. It didn't really work out too well, but direct mail, very good. Cold calling, very good. Bandit signs, it's not a lot of work for us to do them. It doesn't have a lot of cost. I got a really good sign supplier. I can get a good deal on them, so we have people that put them out for us. We'll pull a couple deals off that, so it makes it profitable and worth it. But those are the three main things we focused on. We was doing SMS pretty heavy there for a while. We chose to stop just because we were having a lot of problems with our numbers getting flagged to spam, texts not getting delivered, getting shut down for the day. Just a lot of problems, so we chose to scale up cold calling and direct mail more, and we've had good success with this. Yes, sir. For wholetails? So a lot of wholetails that we've gotten recently have kind of fit into one criteria, and I didn't necessarily market specifically to this, and maybe I could get with you all and figure out a way that I could target this. But all these properties fit this criteria. A lot of them were owned by the original owners. Those people were still alive. The properties needed a lot of work. They were looking to move into an apartment or something like that and just get out of the house. But I really think that attributed a lot to the community I was in, because the community that I was kind of targeting when I've got all the most recent hotels was a community of all brick houses that was built back in the 70s, and when those people bought them, that was working class, and they work and they paid it off, and most of them lived there until they passed away. But I was able to find a lot of people that, they've got the 2-story brick house, and they're old, they can't get up and down the steps anymore, or it needs work, they want to go into an apartment, they have 100% equity in the deal, in the property, and we was able to find, relatively good wholesale deals like that. And then, but any kind of the ways that you would go about finding a deal, whether something's going to be a wholesale or not, just comes down to what's the condition like on it. I don't want to spend $30,000 rehabbing a property. I want to spend 5, maybe 10, be in and out with the work in 2 or 3 weeks and have it on the market and sell it. Because every day you hold it, it costs you money. So I wouldn't recommend anybody really get into wholetailing until you've done, really in my opinion, at least 15 or 20 wholesale deals, and you know your numbers to a T. And you know how to inspect a property to a T. Because I've been there when we first started closing on them. You think, oh yeah, everything's good. This thing needs $40,000. Next thing you know, you're stroking a check for $20,000 that you didn't have in the budget. Ask me how I know. Just another tip. Personally, I probably would never deal with properties on well water, because that was what that $20K was. The well was flowing great when we closed. Went out there the next day, dry as a bone. $20,000 later, we had a nice well. But yeah. Yes, ma'am.
What's your team structure like?
So I have one business partner now that I partnered up with a couple months into my journey. And he brought some marketing to the table, I brought some marketing to the table. We were both kind of doing different things and both seeing success. And we just combined our efforts together, and we still work together to this day. And it's very rare that happens, but him and I just meant to be. We work really good together. But other than that, we have some VAs. We have one American person that he was like a VA for us. I don't want to call him a VA, but he was cold calling for us. Now he kind of runs all of our VAs, and we're slowly trying to get him into the role of an acquisitions person. I still go on my own appointments. I run most of the inbound marketing for our business. So when any of the inbound calls come in, I'm answering them. My business partner, if he gets leads and appointments from outbound marketing, he goes on the appointments. So we're still on the ground doing a lot of it, and that's kind of what I think is attributing to us plateauing a little bit here, because you only have so much time. You can only look at so many houses a day. And really, when you get to this level, it's all about making like as many offers as possible on good deals, I feel like. So yeah, we've got it really simple right now, but I will 100% agree. We need to take that to the next level. That's what I'm looking for. Yes, Luca.
Acquisition manager, or the one that you're trying to transition into that role.
Yes, sir.
Is he going to be local to where you are, or then you plan on him having to run appointments with you locally?
So he is virtual right now. He lives out of the country, but he is an American, and so that is one kind of thing we were taking in consideration. But he's just so dang good on the phones, man. He's like real good, and he's really good with speaking with people because he's an English teacher. So we get some VAs, and he's really good at training the VAs, and we have kind of molded him into what we needed, what needs we needed him to fill for our business, and he's worked out great. So I've had key people along the way help me out, and that's what it's all about, forming relationships with people, doing business with people that is in the business, and just forming relationships. But that's a good question. Ultimately, in a perfect situation, I would have an acquisitions manager that's local, so I didn't have to go on the appointments. For me personally, I feel like that's probably the last thing I would ever hire out, because the last thing I would want to trust somebody with, for the most part, is the deal, right? So a disposition agent is probably what I'll hire first, and then try to get a local acquisitions agent, and then free some more of my time and scale it up even more from there. But I've been talking with Rick over the last couple months. Like it's hard to even get a person to answer the phone on inbound marketing. Like I need somebody to answer the phone for my direct mail or bandit signs or whatever it may be. It's hard to get somebody, and I feel like with anything in life, it's harder to find somebody that will be as committed or more committed than you are at anything. And I'm a little bit of a control freak. Like, I feel like I follow a lot of the things that you were saying. I'm like, I don't know if I can relinquish that over to you unless, like, you have to prove it to me that you can do this. And I really feel like I probably just need to find somebody that I trust, and just, worst case scenario, they cost me a little bit of money and I figure it out and fix the problem. But it's a struggle, man. Yeah, Grant.
How many mailers are you sending out a month?
10,000. So after I'll pull a list of about 10,300. By the time I filter it down through open letter and remove duplicates and stuff like that, it ends up being anywhere from like 9 to 9,500. It just depends on how many I'm getting in. So that's what I try to consistently do. Some months I might see less. It really just kind of depends on what kind of volume I have coming in. So like I said, I've been having to answer all the calls. So if I'm completely overwhelmed, I might, do a 10,000 mailer campaign. I might send like 6 for 2 or 3 batches and then go back to 10 because I don't want to lose deals due to lack of follow-up, but it's hard to follow up when you're answering a call, you're on a call, you get another call coming in and you already had 2 follow-ups you were supposed to do, and by the time you get off the call, you've got 2 more already, so you're like constantly trying to dig yourself out of a hole. So right now, it's like, I would love to send a lot more, but I can't. If I did, it would probably, the ROI would decrease. I would start losing deals at that point. Yeah.
What kind of money is that costing you sending it to them mailers?
So I use the ROS postcard. It's like 52 cents a postcard. It usually costs me about $5,000.
That's the right way.
One last question. Whitney.
So you've been through Corey's entire journey. I want you to tell him what you are most proud of him throughout his entire journey. You've seen it, ups and lows. What's the one thing you're most proud of?
Oh man. I'm a little emotional. I always get emotional.
It's all right.
Sorry.
Want to come up here? This is what it's about, people, right here. This is what it's about. This is what it's about for me right here. This is why I do this. Her and my children, and I can't wait to get back home to them. This is why I do this. And this is why there's no amount of money I could pay Zach or Rick that I ever feel like would fully show them how much gratitude I have for what they've done for me.
I'm a crybaby, but I cried at a drop of a hat. But me and him, we come from nothing, and we lived paycheck to paycheck. We had kids, and it was hard. And I remember him coming home one day and was like, "Okay, well, I'm gonna quit my job. It's costing me money. I'm gonna do this full time. And I was like, whoa.
The look on her face.
It's like, all right, I don't know what it is, but I'm gonna go with it. He put so much work and hard work and effort, and he was on the road. Come on, get in the car, let's go. We're getting 600 properties today. 2 days.
Literally.
Then I'm gonna go home and I'm gonna start.
She'd be like, we're hungry, we need to stop. I say, all right, we're taking like a 30-minute lunch break. We got 200 houses left to tag today.
Yeah. So he'd go home. I mean, it was 10 o'clock at night on the computer. I did all the work with my kids, and he'd still be working. He's just such a hard worker. It takes a lot of hard work, a lot of patience. If you're married and have kids, there's going to be a lot of bumpy roads. You're going to bicker back and forth. Well, you need to take out the trash. You need to do this. And
Sorry, honey, I had a deal on the line. I know the trash truck just ran, but I had a deal on the line.
Yeah, that did happen.
I've gotten better about that. I learned to do it the day before.
It's, wives, it's patience. Patience is the key. You're going to have bumpy roads. He's going to work a lot. Or women, if you're working, husbands, she's going to work a lot.
Yeah.
Patience is the key. Hard work, motivation. I've seen my husband get up. Most of the nights he don't get in bed till 3, 4 o'clock in the morning because he's in there on his computer.
Like if there's stuff with deals going on in my mind, I'll lay my head down at like 11 o'clock. I physically can't. I have to square everything away before I can go to sleep, or I can't. And that's just how I am. Maybe I have ADHD.
That's called FOMO, fear of missing business.
Yes.
Pretty much, because and it affects me if I want to take a vacation. Like, man, if I go hiking for the day, how much money am I going to miss out on? It really bothers me. I'm getting better about it, but at first I was like, man, I can't take a day off.
He will not. We haven't had a lot of vacations at the beginning because he just stuck to it. He's addicted to it.
No time.
He sees strangers on the street. We talk about wholesaling. This is what he does constantly. And
I'll tell everybody about it, and they all look at me like, you're crazy, dude. And I'm just like, hey, you two flip with Rick. Look it up. You'll see I'm telling you the truth. They look at me like, cool.
He loves to talk about wholesaling. He loves flipping houses. I've helped him. He's driving in a car.
She's a pretty good landscaper. She can dig a good flower bed.
I love him. I'm so very proud of him.
Don't make me cry in here. You're going to make me cry.
But I didn't expect to do this. I've had some of you guys come up to me and say, well, you're in the passenger seat. You see it all. It takes time. You really have to strive. My husband gets up every morning, puts his shoes on, and he's gone for the day.
Drop my kids off school, come back, tell her where I'm going. I usually, don't get back till the afternoon appointments.
This is mine and my husband's first vacation to another state. It's different.
Since the beach, yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't take my first vacation until just a couple months ago.
Yeah.
And I had plenty of money to go on a vacation at any point. I just could not stop. I was like, I am not going to stop until I know that if I stop for 3 days, there's going to be deals still coming in so I won't lose any money. Yeah. And I didn't go on a vacation until I got to that point.
We went with our kids, but this is our actual first vacation out of the state by ourselves.
I don't like it.
It's different when you're able to afford to buy plane tickets and come down here and meet different people. And do things that you want to do. It's nice. I'm so proud of you.
Please, thank you for everything, putting up with it. So it's funny how our paths crossed. He has a very similar story to me, and a lot of you haven't here, but it doesn't matter, dude, like long as you know what your why. So if you're interested in doing a partnership, to understand, I've already seasoned with them. I've spent a lot of time. I'm not experimenting. Like, I know what I'm doing. I've done it with this guy. I've done it with countless people. I enjoy it. I tell him all the time, this guy, he goes, I got this great commercial property. I go, just do it yourself. Like, do it. And he's always like, I go, you don't need me. Like, he's like, what do you mean you don't want the money for it? I go, it's not about the money with me. Like, I really get like a natural high off of this. Some people go to the bar, I go to wholesaling. I enjoy it. So he's cut his teeth. So now he's getting ready to go the new trajectory. I want to get everybody to this level, because when you do it, then you got the tools, you got resources, you got money. You will start to make incredible decisions, get great CPAs. I brought Bill, you guys got value with him. You got to look at CPAs like that now. Dude, most CPAs, they're just, do it like this. It drives me nuts. I go, what do you mean? I go, it's a capital gain. I go, it's not a capital gains. So there's so many levels to this. I can't thank you guys enough for coming out here. I appreciate it, man. This guy's amazing.
All right. So, recap of day 2, whole event, right? A couple things we gotta understand. Number 1, wholesaling real estate will change your life. Not can, maybe, it will. Number 2, it's all about the work. As you've seen it, no one's made money here without putting in the work. It all requires work. If you don't work, this won't work at all. Work requires work. If you don't consistently put out marketing volume, deals won't come to you. It's pretty simple. Volume equals deals. I've said this a million times. Actions equal results. If you want the results, you want the cash, you gotta do the actions. That's how you do it. Number 1, the journey's hard. It will suck. Get over it. Work hard. Nobody cares about your situation. I hate to say it. Outside of your wife or kids for a second, or your family, nobody cares about your situation right now. They don't. You're the only person that should care, and you're the only person that is going to make the change. To change, you must change. To make the business work, you must work. This will suck. There'll be a lot of days that aren't fun. But you gotta remember, you have to choose your struggle. You can either struggle being broke or struggle working hard. They're both going to be a struggle. Being poor is a struggle, getting rich is a struggle. The struggle is equal. But I'd rather do the struggle that gets me rich and lets me get a jet ski versus the one that isn't. That's the point. Now, where do we go to now? What do? We gotta set a goal. Everybody here should have a goal in mind. If you don't have a goal, talk to me after. I'll tell you where your goal is gonna be. But you guys should have one, all right? And I tell you, my goal is gonna be a little crazier than yours for what you gotta do. Everybody here should have a game plan to achieve that said goal. If you don't have that, let me know. You guys are all watching this inside of Flip Alert Plus. You guys can message me, you guys can talk to me, you guys can do all these things. Does somebody here can say this now, because this isn't like a live stream with thousands of people. Does anybody here still not know how to personally message me or Rick? Be honest. All right, so you guys have no excuses. If I don't get a text from you guys in the next week, we're gonna have a problem. And I've called out some of you guys, not hopping on the Zooms. Hop on, I'm here to help. If you don't show up and talk to me, there's nothing I can do to help you guys out. Create a schedule, a daily, weekly, monthly schedule. Even if you're gonna see your grandma on the weekends, put that on the schedule. If you do not create a plan, that is a plan to fail. Number 2, execute that schedule. Create the schedule, execute the schedule. Most importantly, stay accountable with me and let me help you. I'm not here to just do this little event and then that's it. You're never gonna see me ever again. The point of this event is to get you going, and then when you hop back on, I remember you. Rick remembers you now, and we're gonna keep you accountable. If you're not accountable, that's it. It's like going to the gym. You can work out for a couple days straight and be motivated, but it's doing it every single day for a year straight that actually creates the results. But we can do it a lot faster here in wholesaling. So stay accountable, and that's how we get it going. So we're excited about this. I really appreciate everybody coming up here. Is this thing dead?
Yeah. All right. So that's it, guys. So I really appreciate everybody coming on to day 2 of Escape the Matrix. I really appreciate everybody coming on here. I think I've really helped a lot of you guys out. I'm really excited. And, yeah, thanks for working. So what I want to do really quick is if everyone's come up, take a group picture together. It'd be pretty cool. What I want to do is every event we have a picture, and then just slowly see the picture grow over time. It'd be pretty cool. So everyone hop on. Don't get shy.
Real quick, we're going to do dinner tonight. The address is on your itineraries there. You got one or two ways. You can drive over there, valet park because it's tricky. They do have a tiki taxi. It comes across the dock, take you across the river.
That dock right there?
But where is it?
That dock right there, every hour.
Every half hour.
So every half hour.
Is it every half hour?
Every hour.
It's half hour. How often is it?
It goes the other one every half hour. In the back.
It's every half hour.
Okay, comes
It's every half hour.
hour.
So just keep it, they have a bar on there, they play music, and just try to make it across the river when you do it. So it's about a 20-30 minute ride when you do it because it goes slow because they want to do the bar. So.
Yeah, and also on top of that too, we got shirts if you guys want them. What we're going to do is we'll be over there. You can take a shirt, and yeah, some camera guys are going to come out here ask you what you thought of the event. A lot of people who might come next year are going to ask about it, so that'll be pretty cool. And yeah, let's get it going. Take my pictures over there too, but yeah, everyone come up. We're going to take a group picture, and get it going. I'll get my Sony. Yeah. Just keep it. We're going to do the testimonials after too. I got the battery for the. Oh, what's this for? The picture? Do you want to use the Sony?
I don't know.
What? 5 minutes? Yeah, so it's all. Some video mode. 35. I know. Yeah.
Just go, let's look at this one. Squeeze on this side. Come on. We got this. Hey, Zach.
I want everyone to.
We can just squat. Okay, come on, Zach.
We won't fight.
We go a little tighter, if possible.
Squeeze.
Me and Luke are just gonna lay in front. This is good. Everyone's tight enough. Everyone smile.
Okay.
Couple more.
All right.
A little bit, but no one's facing.
I appreciate it. All right. Beautiful, man. Oh yeah, yeah, beautiful. Huh? I gotta get him. Let me see here. That one right there. Yeah. You just walk to it. There's a little tiki bar taxi thing. You got the lens cover? Oh, it's right. Come on, man. Do you have the Kajabi? Do you want to go in there? Oh my God, you're killing me. Okay. What I'm gonna do I know. I gotta get the video people set up. What I'm gonna do, are you coming tonight? All right, I'll see you there, and we'll get you there. And then also what I want you to do is so is your daughter getting into real estate wholesaling? Okay. She can join the Zooms for free. She's just under here if you could. And take a $7,000 camera. All right. What I'm gonna do, it was just dragging down. Yeah. Yeah, or you can just bring people. It would be better if you guys asked versus me. Just, I don't know.
I mean, I think you got the microphone, they know you're comfortable.
Yeah. Yeah. I'll go ask. Yeah. All right. Just let her go through freewholesaling.com and just go through that. Let her go through the course, and then if she's really like, okay, then you can let her on the Zooms and talk. I don't want to talk to her if she didn't go through the course, but like, she doesn't show her face, just do a Zoom, and just slowly but surely. Hello, hello. Oh yeah. You know, Vito told me, he said he's a better closer than you.